Chapter 326, Gem Snatcher. Kriak. Crack. 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 Boom. The sky split apart. Brilliant violet lightning flashed across the heavens, tearing through the clouds like enormous cracks spreading across a sheet of glass. The surrounding space distorted violently as glowing fractures expanded in every direction, releasing waves of spatial energy that caused the air itself to tremble. The next moment, figures began pouring out of those fractures one after another. A boy slowly opened his eyes, still feeling the dizziness from the spatial alchemy circle. The cold wind brushed against his face, while his clothes fluttered violently. For a brief moment, his mind remained blank. Then, what the actual fuck? We're falling. You fucking professor. Dozens of terrified screams exploded around him. The sudden noise immediately jolted him awake. His eyes snapped open. Only then did he realize why the wind was roaring past his ears with such force. He looked downward. I'm falling. His scream immediately joined everyone else's. Hundreds of meters beneath them, an enormous forest stretched as far as the eye could see. Towering ancient trees formed an endless sea of green. Surrounding the entire forest stood gigantic defensive walls, their massive stone structures forming a perfect enclosure around the training grounds. Several buildings could also be seen beyond the walls, appearing no larger than children's toys from this terrifying height. Above, nothing but endless sky. Below, a fall that seemed capable of killing anyone foolish enough to think they could survive it. Students tumbled through the clouds in every direction. Some desperately flailed their arms. Others spun uncontrollably after losing their balance. Several had already closed their eyes completely, screaming themselves hoarse. The fierce wind continuously slammed against their bodies, making it difficult to even breathe properly. Yet, not everyone panicked. Ha ha ha. Lyra's bright laughter echoed through the sky. This is fun. Unlike everyone else, she looked completely thrilled about their situation, that instead of resisting the fall, she leaned into it. Her body straightened until she resembled an arrow diving toward the earth. The change in posture immediately increased her speed. The air howled louder around her as she descended even faster than the others. Nearby, Vera calmly adjusted her posture into a similar diving position. One hand rested above her eyes, shielding them from the powerful wind while allowing her to continue observing the forest below. Her long black hair streamed wildly behind her like flowing silk. The academy training uniform fluttered violently under the pressure of the rushing air. Despite everything, not a trace of panic appeared on her face. Her expression remained as calm as if she were simply taking a leisurely walk through the academy gardens. A short distance away, Nina and Zack also maintained their composure. Zack steadily controlled his breathing while allowing gravity to carry him downward. Compared to the surrounding chaos, the four of them appeared almost out of place. Does he seriously expect us to land inside that forest like this? One of the commerce students muttered while glancing around. His eyes swept across his fellow terrified first years still screaming at the top of their lungs. Some had even begun crying. Others had curled into themselves out of pure instinct. A few had already fainted. Veda noticed this immediately, which made his expression hardened. Without hesitation, he adjusted his body in midair. His cognizance surged through his muscles, allowing him to move through the air far more freely than ordinary people. Whoosh. His body shot sideways. Before long, he caught the first unconscious student. Moments later, he grabbed another before they could continue tumbling. One rested over each shoulder. Veda looked toward the surrounding students. What are you all doing? His serious voice carried surprisingly well despite the roaring wind. Help those who passed out. His words immediately woke several students from their panic. Nicholas reacted first. Without wasting another second, he rushed toward another unconscious student drifting nearby. I've got one. Linda looked around before gritting her teeth. I'm going too. Tracy followed immediately afterward. Several of the commerce students exchanged brief glances. Without speaking, they silently joined the rescue effort, one after another. Unconscious students were caught before they could continue falling helplessly. But of course, not everyone shared the same thoughts. Heh. Basil folded his arms behind his head as though he were relaxing instead of falling through the sky. Look at him, playing the hero. Logan laughed beside him. I know, right? Why should we waste our time on weakling? Both boys continued falling without changing course. Farther ahead, Felix calmly descended past an unconscious female student. He didn't even spare her another glance. It's basically pointless. His voice remained completely indifferent. Helping weaklings only wastes time. He looked downward. From this point onward, they're just potential weak enemies. A faint smirk slowly formed across his lips. His body continued cutting through the air as though nothing had happened. Tisk. Veda clicked his tongue. He could still see several unconscious students scattered throughout the falling crowd. Unfortunately, his hands were already full. A trace of frustration flashed across his face. Then, relax. A calm voice reached his ears. Veda turned. Willow had somehow drifted beside him. Despite falling from hundreds of meters in the air, her breathing remained perfectly steady. One hand rested naturally near her waist. Her posture resembled a swordsman calmly. Young Lord of Ash, you shouldn't worry so much. She spoke gently. Veda frowned. What do you mean? Willow raised one finger. Look. She pointed ahead. Veda instinctively followed her finger. There's nothing. He looked confused. The next instant. Boom. A brilliant violet light exploded beneath everyone's feet. An enormous spatial alchemy circle appeared out of nowhere. It swallowed every student instantly, before anyone could react. The falling sensation disappeared, and Veda suddenly felt solid ground beneath his feet. Boom. He landed heavily inside the forest, making leaves shake violently from the impact, while dust scattered across the surrounding ground. Even while carrying two unconscious students, he maintained enough control to absorb most of the landing force himself. He slowly lowered both students onto the grass before examining them. They're still unconscious. He sighed quietly. Even with me taking most of the impact, they're probably going to wake up with sore bodies. And also, the others who are still unconscious. A helpless smile appeared on his face. Then, clap. He lightly slapped both cheeks. His eyes immediately sharpened. No, forget that for now. A determined flame burned within his gaze. The competition comes first. He rolled his shoulders, cracked his knuckles. Without another moment of hesitation, he dashed into the forest at full speed. Around him, the same scene unfolded countless times. Every student who had entered the second spatial teleportation landed somewhere different inside the massive forest. Those who had rescued unconscious students appeared together, while everyone else was scattered across entirely different locations, far away from the training grounds. Professor Kent quietly watched everything unfold through dozens of floating holographic screens. His hands rested behind his back. Beside him, Carla calmly monitored the students' conditions while recording every movement that appeared across the displays. The hunt had officially begun. Lyra was among the first to emerge from the second spatial teleportation. The instant her feet left the glowing violet light, she spotted the towering trees rushing toward her from below. Instead of panicking, she grinned as her body twisted naturally through the air before one hand shot forward. Grab. Her fingers caught a thick branch extending from one of the tallest trees. Using the branch as a pivot, Lyra allowed the force of her fall to carry her into a smooth rotation. Her body spun gracefully around it before she released her grip at the perfect moment. The momentum carried her upward for an instant. Then she landed lightly on the branch with both feet. The thick branch bent slightly beneath her weight before bouncing back into place. She balanced herself effortlessly, her smile never fading. Huh, that was fun. Without wasting another moment, she kicked off the branch and disappeared deeper into the forest. Not far away, Vera's landing was far less graceful. Boom. She struck the side of a massive tree trunk feet first. The impact left 2 clear footprints pressed into the bark. The force should have thrown her backward. Instead, Vera immediately pushed off the trunk. Her body shot toward another nearby tree. She landed against its trunk for only a brief moment before using it to absorb the remaining force from her descent. Then, she leaped one final time. Her body flipped lightly through the air before she landed silently on the forest floor. Not even a cloud of dust rose around her boots. She calmly brushed a loose strand of black hair behind her ear as though nothing unusual had happened. Her expression remained completely indifferent. The terrifying fall from the sky seemed no different from stepping down a staircase. She slowly looked around the surrounding forest. Towering ancient trees stretched in every direction. Their thick canopies blocked much of the sunlight, allowing only scattered rays to reach the forest floor. The air smelled fresh. The only sounds came from rustling leaves and distant footsteps echoing from students who had already begun moving. Without another word, Vera chose a direction and quietly walked forward. Elsewhere, Diane's destination was considerably less fortunate. Below her flowed a narrow forest stream. Clear water rushed steadily over smooth stones before disappearing deeper into the woodland. If she crashed directly into it, the landing wouldn't be pleasant. Still wearing the same sleepy expression, Diane slowly raised both hands. Clap. As her palms met, a light blue alchemy circle immediately formed between them. Gentle blue lightning flowed around the circular pattern before gathering beneath her fingers. Diane lazily lowered both hands. Her fingertips pointed toward the stream below. Immediately, the blue lightning shot downward. The current rippled violently the moment the cognis entered the water. Countless bubbles burst across the surface. A narrow line of water suddenly rose upward like a living vein stretching toward her. The instant the tip of Diane's training boot touched it, crack! The water froze solid. Ice rapidly spread across the narrow stream beneath her feet. Without changing her expression, Diane landed on the frozen surface. Instead of stopping, she simply continued moving. The remaining force from her fall carried her smoothly across the ice. She slid through the winding stream like a skater gliding across a frozen lake. The surrounding trees flashed past her one after another. Only after her speed gradually decreased did she step calmly off the ice and continue walking deeper into the forest. In a different location in the forest, Ezra's reaction had begun much earlier. The moment the second spatial teleportation swallowed him, his hand was already moving. Without hesitation, he pulled out the harpoon gun he had for a long time now, his eyes never shifting toward his target. Instead, he relied entirely on instinct. Bang! The harpoon shot from the barrel with explosive force. The black steel hook flew toward a towering tree standing somewhere to his left. Ezra never even looked in that direction. A split second later, clang! The hook embedded itself securely into the thick trunk. The attached steel wire stretched tight. The sudden tension violently changed Ezra's trajectory. His body swung through the air in a wide arc. The momentum carried him high above several tree branches before gradually slowing. As the wire reached its highest point, Ezra released it. His body flipped once through the air. Then, he landed lightly atop a thick tree branch. His feet touched the bark with barely a sound. Not even the surrounding leaves trembled from the impact. The branch beneath him remained perfectly still. Ezra quietly lowered the harpoon gun. The moment both feet settled firmly, his senses expanded outward. Invisible waves spread from him like ripples across the surface of still water. The range of his perception continued widening as cognition flowed through his body. The forest gradually unfolded inside his mind. He sensed the countless trees surrounding him. The uneven rocks scattered across the soil. Loose branches. Falling leaves drifting gently through the air. Even the vibrations created by students sprinting across the forest floor reached him. Every footstep. Every disturbance. Every subtle movement. His perception carefully pieced them together into a complete image. No insects and no monsters. Ezra's expression remained unchanged. Good. That means the only enemies here are the other students. His black eyes slowly turned toward the east. Then, he closed them. The sound of the wind filled his ears. Instead of listening to the forest itself, he began separating every sound carried by the breeze. Leaves brushing against one another, branches creaking, grass bending, clothing fluttering, running footsteps. Each sound was isolated one by one inside his mind. Since I'm searching for a gem, the wind passing around its surface should produce a slightly different vibration. He increased the flow of cognition, making his senses sharpened even further. For several quiet seconds, he remained completely motionless atop the branch. Then, tisk, Ezra clicked his tongue. There are too many rocks making it hard to distinguish the gem. He opened his eyes. There was no point remaining in one place. Without hesitation, he leaped from the branch. His figure disappeared into the forest. Like that. Every first-year student had now entered the enormous training forest. Many immediately rushed deeper into the woodland, hoping to find their numbered gem before anyone else. Others moved much more cautiously, although they weren't worried about the forest itself. The academy had already ensured there were no monsters, dangerous beasts, insects, or aquatic creatures hidden inside. The true danger was the students themselves. Some quietly began forming temporary teams, searching the woods together while watching one another's backs, hoping their combined strength would discourage stronger opponents from attacking. The once peaceful forest gradually became lively. The sound of running footsteps echoed between the towering trees. Bushes shook. Branches swayed. Voices occasionally called out in the distance before disappearing once again. Every student searched for the same objective, the numbered gem. Yawn on. A noble boy stretched both arms above his head before lazily covering his mouth. The non-noble girl walking beside him stared in disbelief. You're already tired? We only just started. The boy shrugged helplessly. I can't help it. That breeze while we were falling. It made me sleepy. The girl blinked. I've never heard anyone become sleepy while falling from the sky. Another boy nearby pushed aside several bushes while continuing his search. You two should spend less time talking and more time looking. He carefully searched beneath exposed tree roots before moving on. Not far away. A noble girl sighed. Arg, this really isn't the kind of life I'm supposed to be living. She looked around at the dirt beneath her polished training shoes with obvious dissatisfaction. A non-noble boy crouched beside a patch of short grass, carefully inspecting the ground. At least, I haven't seen any insects flying around. He sounded genuinely relieved. After checking beneath a nearby rock, he casually kicked another loose stone lying in his path before continuing his search through the forest. Well, let's just find our numbered gems and get the hell out of here. The loudest boy in the group spoke while continuing to push aside bushes with his foot, his eyes never stopping their search for anything that looked even remotely unusual. The non-noble girl beside him tilted her head. And why? She crouched beside a large moss-covered rock and carefully looked behind it before standing again. The boy glanced at her as if she had asked an obvious question. Why? He let out a dry laugh. Do you seriously want to get caught in the aftermath once those monsters from our year start fighting? His words immediately made the atmosphere around the small group quieter. The non-noble boy scratched the back of his head before letting out a worried sigh. Yeah, just thinking about it gives me the chills. His expression stiffened as images of several first-year students flashed through his mind. Diane Bergwin, Veda Ashenlocke, Vera Ashenlocke, Willow Derlise, Fatima Drakes, Ravener Bunwick, and many more names. Each of them possessed strength that ordinary first years had no desire to challenge. The second noble boy slowly nodded. I agree. He spoke calmly while scanning the forest around them. Even if we somehow find more than one numbered gem, we'll only become targets. If one of those monsters notices us, everything we've worked for will disappear in seconds, and we will be in a whole world of pain. The others quietly agreed. Compared to academy points, they valued leaving the forest in one piece much more. And I wonder, who exactly are these monsters you're talking about? A calm voice drifted through the trees behind them. The group immediately froze. Every movement stopped. The surrounding forest suddenly became unbelievably quiet. Even the sound of leaves swaying in the breeze seemed distant. No one answered. No one even dared to breathe too loudly. Huh. A cheerful laugh broke the silence. It sounded bright and almost friendly. Why is everyone freezing? The boy's voice carried a hint of genuine curiosity. I don't think I look that frightening. Those who could only hear his voice coming from behind them remained completely stiff. Their necks refused to move, while the few standing at the edge of the group, who could have looked easily, didn't dare. The atmosphere pressing against their backs made even that simple action feel dangerous. The boy slowly walked closer. His footsteps were light, completely unhurried. He looked at the frightened group with an innocent expression, as though he couldn't understand why everyone had suddenly gone silent. Am I really that scary? He raised a finger and pointed at himself. His face showed nothing but sincere confusion. I don't remember my reputation becoming bad enough to make people my own age fear me like this. His playful tone somehow made the tension even heavier. One of the noble girls finally gathered enough courage to glance backward. The moment her eyes met his face, her pupils shrank. Her breathing caught inside her throat. She recognized him immediately. Her hands began trembling uncontrollably. Tears slowly gathered at the corners of her eyes, without her even realizing it. She tried to speak. Nothing came out. The crimson-eyed boy noticed her reaction and scratched his cheek awkwardly. It's all right. He smiled gently. You don't need to be so nervous. His calm voice carried none of the hostility everyone had imagined. You don't even have a numbered gem yet. So why would I bother taking anything from you? He shrugged casually. I was only passing through this area. His smile slowly widened. Although, I'm looking for a certain Ashenlocke. The moment he spoke that surname, a strange light flashed across his crimson eyes. It wasn't murderous, nor was it filled with anger. Instead, it resembled the excitement of someone who had finally found an interesting target. Well, he lifted one hand. Bye. He gave the stunned group a casual wave. The next instant, a gust of wind swept through the surrounding trees. Leaves fluttered into the air. By the time the group instinctively blinked, the crimson-eyed boy had already vanished. There was no sound of footsteps, no broken branches, no trace of where he had gone. Only the swaying leaves remained, gently dancing in the breeze. The group stood frozen for several long seconds. Only after confirming he was truly gone did everyone release the breath they had been holding. Chapter 327, Gem Snatcher 2. The moment the crimson-eyed boy disappeared, silence settled over the forest. The leaves overhead continued swaying gently as the wind drifted through the towering trees, carrying away the last trace of his presence. For several long seconds, no one in the group moved. Their eyes remained fixed on the place where he had vanished, as if expecting him to step out from behind another tree at any moment. Only after they were certain he was truly gone did the tension holding their bodies together finally break. One after another, their knees gave out. Thud. The entire group collapsed onto the forest floor. Heavy breaths echoed beneath the thick canopy as everyone struggled to calm their racing hearts. Sweat soaked their uniforms despite the cool breeze passing through the woods. It felt as though an invisible mountain that had been pressing against their shoulders had finally been lifted. What? The boy who had been leading the group lowered his head, his chest rising and falling rapidly. What was that? Even after asking the question, his voice continued to tremble. His hands were still shaking. He couldn't stop them. The non-noble boy leaned against a nearby tree for support. Cold sweat rolled down the side of his face before dripping onto the ground below. He swallowed hard. Was Sir Desmond Derlise always this scary? Disbelief filled his eyes. We're students of the same academy. We're all around the same age. His fingers slowly tightened into fists. Damn it. The noble girl sitting nearby slammed her palm against the soil. The impact scattered loose dirt across the ground. Her breathing remained uneven as frustration flashed across her face. I couldn't even. She bit her lip. I couldn't even look him in the eyes. The memory of those crimson pupils still lingered inside her mind. They hadn't carried any obvious killing intent, nor had they shown anger. Yet somehow, that made them even more terrifying. The second noble boy sat down with his back against the trunk of a large tree. He tilted his head upward. Sunlight filtered through countless layers of leaves, creating dancing patches of light above him. His breathing gradually became steadier. I wonder. He spoke quietly, almost to himself. Which member of the Ashenlocke family he's searching for? No one answered immediately. Everyone had been wondering the exact same thing for a while now. After they relaxed a bit, the non-noble girl slowly hugged her knees, her lips parting slightly. Don't. She hesitated before forcing the words out. Don't tell me. It's Ezra Ashenlocke. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became heavier. The group leader, the loudest boy, slowly nodded. Knowing Sir Desmond Durlease, I'm afraid you're probably right. His expression became complicated. Ever since the welcoming party incident between Ezra Ashenlocke and Desmond Durlease, students who knew Desmond clearly or had heard about his reputation within their noble society knew he was someone who never let the sleeping dogs lie. The leader couldn't help imagining what would happen if Desmond Durlease found Ezra Ashenlocke. At least, he let out a long breath. It's not us. The words escaped almost instinctively. Relief slowly spread across his face. Whatever Desmond's business was, it no longer involved their group. That alone felt like surviving a disaster. Suddenly, the second noble boy shouted. His eyes widened as he pointed toward the branches above them. The others immediately jumped to their feet. What now? The non-noble boy hurriedly looked around in panic. Did he come back? The noble girl instinctively stepped backward, her face turning pale again. And no. The second noble boy continued pointing upward, unable to hide the disbelief on his face. I found one. His finger remained fixed on a single branch high above them. It's attached on a leaf. Everyone instinctively followed the direction he was pointing, resting gently atop a broad green leaf. A crystal clear gem reflected the scattered sunlight, filtering through the trees. Tiny flashes of light shimmered across its smooth surface. Etched neatly inside the crystal were 3 bold letters. CCC. For a brief moment, the entire group simply stared. Then, the loudest boy let out an exhausted laugh. Seriously. He shook his head. We almost died from fright, and the thing was sitting above us this whole time. The others couldn't help smiling bitterly. After everything that had just happened, finding their numbered gem felt strangely unreal. Relief mixed together with lingering fear. At least, they could finally complete the objective they had originally entered the forest to accomplish. The group leader carefully climbed onto the lower branches before reaching for the gem. The instant his fingers wrapped around it, a smile slowly appeared across his face. We found it. His voice was filled with genuine relief. Let's find the rest and leave this place as soon as possible. No one disagreed. Not after meeting Desmond Durlease. Without another word, the small group hurried deeper into the forest, eager to find the remaining numbered gems for the remaining members before fate decided to throw another monster into their path. Far away from the group, the forest gradually returned to its natural silence. Tall, ancient trees stretched high into the sky, their thick branches weaving together to form a dense canopy that blocked most of the afternoon sunlight. Only thin rays of light managed to slip through the gaps, scattering patches of gold across the damp forest floor. The gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh leaves and moist earth, while the distant sound of flowing water echoed faintly between the trees. Walking calmly along one of the narrow paths was Selena. Unlike most students who hurried through the forest in search of their numbered gems, her pace remained slow and graceful. A white nose mask covered the lower half of her delicate face, while elegant white gloves protected her hands from the dirt and mud beneath her feet. She carefully avoided every muddy patch she encountered, stepping only on dry ground or exposed tree roots whenever possible. She let out a quiet sigh. Why would Professor Kent choose a forest for a practical test like this? Her emerald eyes slowly swept across her surroundings, moving from the towering trees to the bushes, rocks, and patches of grass without missing a single detail. A faint smile appeared beneath her mask. Well, luck seems to be on my side today. She slowly opened her left hand. Resting neatly on her palm were 3 crystal clear, numbered gems. Each reflected the sunlight filtering through the trees, causing tiny flashes of light to dance across their smooth surfaces. I found the first one on the ground the moment I landed, while the second was resting on top of a large rock and the third was hidden beneath the flowing water of a small stream. Selena quietly admired them for a brief moment before closing her fingers around the gems again. Ah, she sighed once more. My skin is definitely going to need a proper cleansing after this practical class. She continued walking deeper into the forest with the same composed elegance. At first glance, anyone watching from a distance would probably assume Selena was simply another noble young lady worried about getting her clothes dirty. That assumption, however, couldn't have been further from the truth. She wasn't carelessly wandering through the forest. She was searching. Unlike Ezra, whose sensory perception expanded outward like invisible waves across still water before reconstructing the world through vibrations and sound, Selena's perception worked differently. As a child of the Wind Alchemist house of Galehard, Selena had trained under the philosophy of wind alchemy. To a wind alchemist, the wind itself was never just moving air. It carried information. Every current, every disturbance, every collision, every tiny change in pressure created a different reaction. Instead of separating countless sounds one by one as Ezra did, Selena naturally understood the interactions of the wind around her. She didn't need to filter every vibration. The wind itself told her what had disturbed it. It whispered where branches had moved, where footsteps had passed, where rocks interrupted the airflow, even where hidden objects subtly altered the surrounding currents. She didn't reconstruct the world inside her mind. She simply perceived what the wind revealed. Of course, she had not yet reached perfection considering her rank as an alchemist. But, unlike Ezra, who could analyze, estimate, and mentally construct an incredibly detailed image of everything within his sensory range, Selena couldn't accurately predict or calculate every object she detected. She understood what the wind showed her. Nothing more. Nothing less. Even so, that alone already made her senses exceptional among first-year students. Selena suddenly stopped walking. Without turning around, she spoke in the same gentle tone she always used. You can come out now. Her voice was soft, yet it carried surprising confidence. You can't fool a wind alchemist. Only then did she slowly turn her head. Her emerald eyes settled on the towering trees behind her. The forest remained quiet for several seconds. Then, a helpless laugh echoed from behind one of the trees. She found us. A noble boy stepped out from the shadows wearing an awkward smile. He scratched the back of his head as though embarrassed by the situation. We weren't trying to follow you. We were. So, you were following me. Selena calmly interrupted him. Her voice remained polite, but her usual gentle smile, however, had disappeared. The noble boy laughed more nervously. No, we weren't. We only hid because we were worried you might think we were trying to attack you. As he finished speaking, 2 more students stepped out from behind neighboring trees. 1 boy and 1 girl. Both wore the Royal Academy training uniform and carried themselves with the confidence expected of noble students. He's right, Lady Selena. The noble girl spoke calmly while offering a respectful nod. The second noble boy quietly nodded in agreement too. Selena's eyes slowly moved across the 3 of them. A group of 3 nobles, I think recognize most of their faces. She silently observed each of them. Their posture, their breathing, their facial expressions. Nothing escaped her notice. After a brief pause, she elegantly raised one hand. You. She pointed toward the noble boy standing at the front of the group. He immediately smiled politely. Yes, my lady. Aren't you one of the noble gentlemen whose invitation to dance I declined during the welcome party? Selena asked in the same calm voice. The young noble blinked before laughing awkwardly again. Yes, that was me. I see. Selena nodded softly. For a brief moment, the tension in the air seemed to disappear. Her shoulders relaxed slightly. The three nobles instinctively loosened their guard. Then, boom. A powerful surge of cognizance burst from Selena's body. The sudden fluctuation swept through the surrounding forest like an invisible shockwave. The nearby trees rustled violently. Dry leaves scattered into the air. Loose dirt and tiny pebbles rolled across the ground beneath the pressure. The expressions of the three nobles changed immediately. Selena's emerald eyes no longer carried their earlier gentleness anymore. Instead, they had become sharp, elegant, and completely focused. You three. She looked directly at them. You're after my 3 numbered gems, aren't you? The sudden accusation caught all three completely off guard. A moment earlier, they had believed she had lowered her guard. Instead, she had merely confirmed her suspicions. We're not here to fight you, Lady Selena. The leading noble quickly raised both hands, trying to calm the situation. Selena remained unmoved. Your reaction? She slowly opened and closed the silver fan resting in her other hand. Delicate rose vein patterns decorated its polished surface, giving it the appearance of both an elegant accessory and a weapon. She pointed the closed fan toward the young noble. When I remembered you as the gentleman whose invitation I declined, was the reaction of a young man whose feelings had once been hurt. Her voice remained soft. What made it more inelegant was the resentment that briefly appeared on your face not long ago. The noble boy's smile instantly stiffened. He flinched. Before he could respond, Selena had already shifted her attention. And you? The tip of her fan slowly turned toward the only girl in the group. You couldn't even maintain a calm expression for a lady of a noble house, and your lips twitched every time you mentioned my name. She tilted her head ever so slightly. It was as though you hated hearing it. So, you're one of the young ladies who dislikes me. Tisk. The noble girl clicked her tongue. Her expression immediately darkened. Selena ignored her. And finally, you. The tip of her silver fan slowly shifted toward the last noble boy. You don't seem to carry the same resentment as those two. Her emerald eyes quietly observed him from head to toe. But the fact that you willingly choose to follow them. She took a graceful step forward. Only tells me how poor your choice of friends is. Her voice remained gentle. There is nothing elegant about surrounding yourself with people driven by jealousy. It's simply the wrong path to walk as a noble. As her foot settled onto the forest floor, the cognizance flowing through her body quietly increased. A faint emerald glow began circulating beneath her skin before slowly escaping into the surrounding air. Soft streams of green light drifted around her figure like gentle ribbons dancing with the breeze. The leaves around her feet rustled more. Loose dirt rolled across the ground more violently, and even the surrounding wind subtly changed direction more visibly. The three nobles immediately felt the pressure. The last noble boy instinctively took half a step backward. Guys. He lowered his voice. I think we should just leave. The confidence he had shown earlier had almost completely disappeared. The leader frowned. What are you afraid of? He dismissed the suggestion with a casual wave of his hand. There are 3 of us. He pointed confidently toward Selena. She's just alone. The noble girl beside him quickly nodded. That's right. Her voice carried confidence, though it trembled ever so slightly. We're all novice alchemists, and she's only a binder alchemist. She hasn't even compressed her 2nd star halfway yet. So, her cognizance pool isn't all impressive. She tightened her fist. We can handle her. The leader's smile slowly widened. Lady Selena may be one of the flowers of Britannia, but everyone knows she's the weakest among them. They only praise her beauty and her music. His eyes narrowed. But nobody praises her combat ability. Her talent isn't even in fighting. It's only in music. As he finished speaking, a surge of cognizance erupted inside from his body, increasing his full physical stats. The noble girl released her own cognizance almost immediately afterward. The air around her body trembled faintly. Only the last noble boy remained hesitant. His gaze shifted between Selena and the 3 numbered gems she had stored away. If I retreat now, I'll probably won't get the chance like this. Even if I only get 1 gem by using the number advantage against her. At least I'll earn some academy points. I can apologize later. After struggling with himself for several seconds, he clenched both fists. A sigh escaped his lips. Then, his cognition also flowed outward. No hard feelings, Lady Selena. He tightened his stance. We just need your gems. Selena quietly looked at the 3 of them. Then, she smiled. It's... Her gentle voice suddenly echoed from somewhere much closer. The 3 nobles froze. Funny. Their pupils contracted. The leader immediately turned his head. When did SH? His words stopped halfway as he caught a small glimpse of Selena, now standing calmly between the 3 of them. Her movements had been so smooth that none of them had noticed her crossing the distance. You young alchemists. She spoke softly while looking at each of them in turn. Really believe surrounding a binder alchemist is enough to defeat one. There wasn't the slightest trace of panic in her voice. Only disappointment. The leader's eyes widened. His body instinctively tried to react. But he was already too late. Selena gently brought both palms together. Clap. The crisp sound echoed through the forest. Immediately, cognition surged through the intricate pathways inside her body before gathering inside both palms. A beautiful emerald alchemy circle rapidly formed between her hands. At almost the same moment, her other hand smoothly unfolded the silver fan decorated with elegant rose vein patterns. The motion was graceful and refined, almost like the beginning of a dance performance. She gave the fan a single gentle wave. Instead of the alchemy circle remaining between her palms, the emerald alchemy circle floated forward until it hovered directly in front of her. The breeze created by her fan entered the glowing circle. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, the symbols engraved within the alchemy circle ignited one after another. The wind passing through it instantly changed. It compressed, accelerated, and expanded. The reaction happened so quickly that the 3 nobles hadn't even finished raising their hands to perform their own alchemy. Boom. A roaring gale burst out of the alchemy circle. The violent current twisted into a massive circular vortex. It resembled a ring-shaped tornado spinning at terrifying speed. Selena calmly rotated her wrist. Her fan traced a smooth circle through the air. The enormous wind ring obediently mirrored her movement. It swept across the surrounding forest with overwhelming force. The nearby trees bent violently. Countless leaves exploded into the air. Dust and broken branches spun helplessly inside the raging current. The 3 nobles didn't even have time to brace themselves. The instant the gale struck, their bodies were lifted completely off the ground. They were thrown backward like ragdolls. The leader smashed through several young trees. Crack. Crack. Boom. Each trunk shattered upon impact before his body continued flying until it finally slammed against the thick trunk of a mature tree. The remaining force drove the air from his lungs. Arg! A mouthful of blood burst from his mouth. His body slowly slid down the trunk before collapsing onto the ground, unable to stand again. The noble girl fared no better. The gale hurled her across the forest floor. She rolled several times through dirt and fallen leaves, staining her once pristine uniform with mud before her back struck a massive boulder. Bang! Pain shot through her entire body. Her vision blurred. She could no longer feel enough strength to move. The final noble boy was flung sideways. His body crashed heavily into the muddy ground before skidding several meters through wet soil. By the time he finally stopped, he could only lie there, coughing weakly while staring blankly at the canopy above. The entire exchange had lasted only a few seconds. The forest gradually became quiet once more. Leaves drifted gently back to the ground. Broken branches settled across the forest floor. Selena slowly closed her fan with a soft click. Not a strand of her hair had fallen out of place. Her breathing remained calm, and her uniform was still spotless. She looked at the 3 defeated nobles without arrogance. Her voice remained as elegant and gentle as before. Even if I possess less cognition than most binder alchemists, She lightly tapped the closed fan against her palm. That doesn't mean I would enter a practical class without proper alchemy accessories. She gave the unconscious trio one final glance. There is more than one way to compensate for limited cognizance. Without waiting for any response, Selena gracefully turned around. Her footsteps remained light as she disappeared deeper into the forest, leaving behind only the rustling leaves and 3 defeated nobles who finally understood why one of the flowers of Britannia had earned her place among the kingdom's most gifted young talents. Chapter 328, Gem Snatcher 3. The forest had become much livelier than it had been at the beginning of the practical test. The once quiet woodland was now filled with movement as first-year students searched every corner for the numbered gems despite the growing chaos. There were still places where silence ruled. One of those places lay beneath a towering ancient tree whose roots stretched across the forest floor like the limbs of a sleeping beast. Ezra Ashenlocke crouched beside one of those roots. His hand brushed away a thin layer of loose soil with calm, steady movements. The dirt slowly crumbled between his fingers until something beneath it reflected a faint ray of sunlight slipping through the canopy overhead. A crystal-like shine caught his attention, with a small smile appearing on his face. There you are. Veda reached down before carefully lifting the object from the ground. It was another numbered gem. The crystal reflected the scattered sunlight beautifully as Veda held it between his fingers. Tiny flashes of light danced across its smooth surface while the engraved markings became clearly visible before his eyes. Found my second gem. His voice carried a quiet satisfaction, which wasn't excitement, nor relief. It was simply the calm acknowledgement that his search had finally produced another result. For a brief moment, he continued examining the gem before slipping his other hand into his spatial bag. Another crystal soon appeared in his palm. Veda compared the 2 gems side by side. Seriously. He couldn't help letting out a helpless laugh. It's almost been an hour already, and I've only managed to find these 2. He looked toward the endless forest surrounding him. Everywhere he turned, there were towering trees, countless rocks, bushes, streams, fallen branches. Professor Kent's mischievous smile suddenly surfaced inside his mind. The image of the professor casually hiding gems all over this enormous forest made the corner of Veda's mouth twitch. Professor Kent must have enjoyed hiding every single one of these. Finding even one takes this much effort. He sighed softly. Without wasting any more time, Veda tore a small sheet of paper from one of the notebooks stored inside his spatial bag. He carefully wrapped both numbered gems together before folding the paper several times to prevent them from knocking against each other while he moved. Only after making sure they were secure did he place the package back inside his spatial bag. His movements remained neat and practiced. Nothing was rushed. Once everything was stored safely, Veda slowly stood. He dusted the remaining dirt from his hands before quietly observing the forest around him. Strange. His expression remained thoughtful. I haven't even run into anyone trying to steal my gems. His gaze slowly shifted toward his left. Although the dense trees blocked most of his vision, he had already sensed several people moving through the surrounding forest. Their footsteps. Their breathing. The faint fluctuations of cognizance. None of those escaped his perception. Well, I did notice several students nearby, but every single one of them changed direction the moment they sensed my cognizance. A faint smile appeared on his face. He wasn't making any effort to conceal his presence. Quite the opposite. His cognizance flowed naturally around his body without restraint. He wasn't hiding his cognizance for a reason. Since I actually want people to find me, if someone wanted his gems, they were free to try. He had no intention of running. With those thoughts in mind, Veda calmly continued walking deeper into the forest. His footsteps remained steady as scattered rays of sunlight filtered through the ancient canopy above, occasionally illuminating his figure before disappearing once again beneath the shadows of the towering trees. Back at the Normal Academy training grounds, dozens of holographic screens continued to float quietly in midair. Each displayed a different part of the forest, allowing every corner of the enormous training ground to be monitored simultaneously. Some screens showed students carefully searching for numbered gems. Others displayed fierce battles that had already broken out between rival groups. Several images changed every few seconds as camera sensor devices automatically tracked the participants' movements. Professor Kent stood calmly watching. Both hands rested comfortably inside his pockets as he watched the test unfold with the relaxed expression of someone enjoying an afternoon performance rather than supervising hundreds of first-year students. Beside him, Carla carefully examined one of the holographic screens. Her attention rested on Selena Galehart. The young noblewoman moved gracefully through the forest while accurately locating numbered gems one after another, her calm pace never changing despite the growing number of confrontations happening around her. A trace of admiration appeared on Carla's face. Miss Selena Galehart looks incredibly sharp during this test. She watched another screen as Selena effortlessly avoided several hidden students without slowing her pace. Her awareness is remarkable too. Professor Kent followed her gaze for a brief moment before returning his attention to the other holographic displays. Across the observation screens, the practical examination had become far more intense than before. Students were no longer simply searching for gems. Groups had already begun clashing throughout the forest. Some temporary alliances fought against one another in fierce struggles to seize numbered gems. Elsewhere, several students surrounded isolated opponents, using their advantage in numbers to overwhelm them before forcefully taking away the gems they had worked so hard to find. The peaceful training exercise had gradually transformed into a battlefield where determination, teamwork, and strength were beginning to decide who would leave with academy points, and who would leave empty-handed. Carla continued watching the holographic screens floating before them. Every few seconds, one display shifted to another part of the forest, seeing almost everything going on in the forest. She watched as another group of students ambushed another. Using their advantage in numbers, they surrounded the smaller group from every direction before rushing in together. The defenders struggled to fight back against the overwhelming assault, but within moments, they were beaten to the ground, and the attackers calmly searched through their space bags before taking the numbered gems they had worked so hard to find. The scene made Carla frown. She turned toward Professor Kent, who continued watching the examination with both hands resting inside his pockets. Unlike her, his expression never changed. Professor Kent. Carla hesitated for a moment before asking, "Isn't it risky not telling the students to hold back?" Professor Kent kept his eyes on the holographic screens. His calm voice finally broke the silence. "You already know that every academy training uniform has healing-type alchemy circles embedded inside it." He spoke as though explaining something obvious. "And if a student's life reaches a critical condition, the emergency function inside the uniform will immediately send a signal to the medical station located around the forest training grounds. Then the medic teams will be dispatched before the situation becomes fatal." His gaze shifted toward another screen. A group of students had just overwhelmed another team before mercilessly beating them until they could no longer resist. Only after taking every numbered gem they found did they finally leave. Even after witnessing the entire scene, Carla still couldn't hide the concern in her eyes. They're still first-year students. She quietly watched another confrontation begin on a different screen. "They're being far more ruthless than I expected." Professor Kent smiled faintly. "At the end of the day, every one of them is desperate for achievement since the Royal Academy rewards results. And once points become involved, kindness is usually the first thing students abandon." His words carried neither approval nor criticism. They were simply reality. Deep inside the forest, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed between the towering trees. "Ow, ow, ow, ow." Faye Ashenlocke sprinted through the woodland at full speed. Her breathing had already become uneven after nearly an hour of running without rest. She gripped her basic revolver tightly in one hand while her sharp eyes continuously searched the forest ahead. Thick branches blocked her path one after another. She jumped over those stretching across her waist before immediately lowering her body to slide beneath others hanging just above chest level. Mud splashed behind her boots as she pushed herself forward without slowing down. She didn't dare stop. Not even for a second. "Get her!" The next moment, several shadowy figures burst forward from different directions. Some sprinted across the forest floor. Others leaped rapidly between the branches overhead. Together, they steadily closed the distance, separating them from Faye. High above, a girl landed smoothly on one of the thick branches of an ancient tree. She lowered herself into a stable, kneeling position before calmly raising the Springfield in 1903 a resting in her hands. "Don't worry, Sir Grant." A confident smile appeared on her face. "I've got her." She slowly looked through the optic mounted on top of the rifle. The forest around her immediately narrowed into a clear image. The moving figure of Faye Ashenlocke appeared inside her scope. She carefully followed Faye's movements. At first, the crosshair rested directly on Faye's forehead. Then, she slowly lowered it. Her aim settled on Faye's right leg. A smirk slowly spread across her lips. "You're lucky, Ashenlocke scum, that I'm not allowed to take a fatal shot." Bang! The rifle roared. The powerful binder-rank bullet tore through the air with terrifying speed, ripping apart leaves and thin branches that stood in its path. At almost the same instant, Faye's instinct screamed, "Danger!" Without slowing her sprint, she sharply twisted her body. Her revolver came up in a single smooth motion. Tisk! She gritted her teeth. Bang! 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 Almost every bullet inside her basic revolver left the barrel in rapid succession. Compared to the powerful binder-rank round fired from the Springfield, the revolver bullets seemed insignificant. Yet, that wasn't Faye's objective. She wasn't trying to overpower it. She only needed to alter its trajectory. Clang! 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 3 of her bullets struck the incoming round at just the right angle. The binder bullet veered slightly off course before tearing past her thigh, instead of piercing her leg. The powerful shot continued into the forest, exploding through the trunk of a nearby tree. Before Faye could even catch her breath, more gunfire erupted. Bullets rained toward her from several different directions. She immediately twisted around another tree, using its thick trunk as temporary cover before pushing off with her foot. The next volley struck the bark behind her. Wood chips exploded into the air. She rolled across the ground, sprang back to her feet, and continued running. Even so, not every shot missed. Sharp cuts appeared across her forehead as fragments of bark grazed her skin. The sleeves of her academy training uniform were torn open in several places where bullets had barely passed by. Faye didn't even spare them a glance. She simply kept running. Those damn evergreens. She clenched her jaw. They're seriously relentless. She leaped over a fallen tree before landing heavily on the opposite side. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have never fought those 2 evergrey bastards. Her breathing became heavier. They're just using that fight as an excuse to come after me. I didn't even seriously injure them. I only subdued them. She glanced behind her for the briefest moment. I need to find another member of House Ashenlocke. No, I have to warn them. Those evergreens are planning to target every. Bang, 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 bang. For gunshots suddenly echoed from directly ahead. The attack came so unexpectedly that Faye never even saw the shooters. The bullets reached her almost instantly. Uffed. One pierced her thigh. Another tore into the side of her abdomen. The remaining shots ripped through her arm. Her eyes widened. The strength instantly left her legs. She couldn't even finish her sentence before her body pitched forward. She began falling toward the forest floor. But before she could even hit the ground, a shadow descended from above. Using the momentum of his leap, the figure drove his leg downward with brutal force. Boom. His boot slammed into the back of Faye's head. The impact smashed her face first into the dirt. Arg! A painful cry escaped her lips before everything became quiet. Blood slowly trickled from the bullet wounds scattered across her body. Another thin stream flowed from her nose before soaking into the damp soil beneath her. Her fingers twitched once, then became still. The young man standing over her looked at her body with a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "One Ashenlocke down." The Highline noble of House Evergrey said mockingly, even after knocking Faye unconscious. He kept his boot resting firmly on the back of her head, as though making sure she wouldn't get up again. Another Highline noble approached, his expression noticeably more uneasy. He looked between Faye's unconscious body and the blood staining the ground. Hey, you sure that won't kill her? His voice carried genuine concern. If she actually dies, we'll have broken one of the Royal Academy's biggest rules. Don't worry. A calm female voice drifted through the forest. The surrounding members of House Evergrey instinctively turned toward the source. Grace Evergrey stepped out from between the trees with an unhurried pace. An AK-47 rested comfortably in her hands, its barrel releasing the last traces of smoke from the shots she had fired moments earlier. Her expression remained calm, almost indifferent, as though the person lying unconscious before her was merely another obstacle in the practical examination. She stopped beside Faye's motionless body and looked down at her. I deliberately avoided every vital organ. Grace's tone remained steady, and the academy training uniform is already doing what it was designed to do. Her gaze briefly settled on the faint alchemy circle hidden beneath Faye's torn training uniform. The healing alchemy circles embedded inside the uniform are already slowing the bleeding. The medic team only needs to arrive before excessive blood loss becomes dangerous. She spoke so naturally that anyone listening would have thought she had merely explained a classroom lesson rather than the injuries she had just inflicted upon another student. Grant Evergrey landed lightly beside her. The leaves beneath his boots rustled softly before becoming still again. He looked at Faye for a brief moment before speaking. She was harder to catch than I expected. A faint smile appeared on his face. For someone who's only at the Novice Alchemist, she put up a decent chase. One after another, more members of House Evergrey emerged from the surrounding forest. Some jumped down from the trees. Others arrived through the undergrowth. Within moments, the scattered pursuit group had reunited around Faye's unconscious body. I found her numbered gem. The Highline noble who had pinned Faye to the ground raised a sparkling crystal into the air while holding her spatial bag in his other hand. The gem reflected the sunlight filtering through the canopy above. A satisfied grin spread across his face. All right. Grant nodded once. Throw her spatial bag back. We've already taken what we came for. He glanced toward the surrounding forest. And remove your foot. The medic team should be here soon. The Highline noble shrugged carelessly. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed Faye's spatial bag onto her motionless body. The bag landed across her back before sliding onto the forest floor. He finally lifted his boot from the back of her head. Trash. He clicked his tongue. She couldn't even put up a proper fight. Several members of House Evergrey laughed. Some shook their heads mockingly. Others simply smiled before turning away. To them, this victory had been nothing more than another step towards securing academy points, and especially towering over the Duke House of Ashenlocke. Without lingering any longer, the entire group immediately resumed moving. They sprinted through the forest in perfect coordination, weaving between towering trees and thick bushes as though they had practiced moving together countless times before. The sounds of their footsteps quickly blended into the forest. As they continued running, Grant glanced toward his younger sister. Grace. Yes. Grace answered without turning her head. Her eyes remained fixed on the path ahead as she leaped over a fallen tree trunk before landing lightly on the opposite side. Who's our next target? Grant asked. For several seconds, only the sound of rushing wind answered him. Then, we should go after Ezra. The aggressive Highline noble spoke confidently from behind them. Force him to change sides immediately. If he refuses, we make his life a living hell, right here and right now. Grace immediately rejected the idea. That's a stupid suggestion. Her answer came so quickly that the young noble blinked in surprise. And it's completely off limits. Her voice remained calm, but there wasn't the slightest room for argument. Until I complete the mission entrusted to me, any form of force is not allowed, because Ezra Ashenlocke is untouchable. She finally glanced toward him. Unless you want to make Big Brother Lewis angry. She paused for a moment. Arilo. The aggressive noble immediately fell silent. Even the others exchanged brief glances after hearing Lewis's name. No one wished to interfere with whatever assignment Grace had received from him. Then who are we targeting? Arilo Grayson asked after a brief silence. Grace continued running. Her breathing remained perfectly steady despite their speed. We'll leave Felix Ashenlocke alone, since he's currently under Prince Tristan's friend group. She pushed aside a low branch before continuing. And Vera Ashenlocke. A faint smile appeared on her face. Is too much of a large target. There are too many people from the second and third years watching her right now. So, attacking her would create unnecessary trouble for us. Everyone silently agreed. No matter how ambitious they were, none of them wanted to provoke powerful upper-year students. Grace's eyes gradually sharpened. But she slowed her pace slightly. The confidence inside her emerald eyes became even clearer. That also means this is the perfect opportunity. She looked toward the members of House Evergrey running beside her. We can strike House Ashenlocke where it hurts the most. If we suppress them during this practical examination, their prestige inside the Royal Academy will suffer. Grant smiled. So, we're going after him, right? He said calmly, not asking a question, because he already knew the answer. Yes. Grace nodded. A calm smile slowly formed on her lips. We already have the numbers. We've prepared the strategy, and our backup members are already in position. She briefly looked behind her. Every member of House Evergrey met her gaze with determined expressions. Their footsteps unconsciously became faster. Their morale rose noticeably. Grace's smile deepened ever so slightly. We're hunting the young Lord of Ash, Veda Ashenlocke. The moment those words left her mouth, every member of House Evergrey silently nodded. No one questioned the order. Their formation immediately tightened as renewed determination filled their eyes. Their pace also increased once more as they disappeared deeper into the forest. Not long after they left, the forest around the battle area became quiet again. Only the rustling leaves and the distant sound of flowing water remained. Several minutes later, a different group arrived. Members of the Academy's medical team hurried into the area carrying emergency equipment. One of them immediately knelt beside Faye. How's her blood loss? The medic quickly began examining the bullet wounds while activating a healing alchemy circle. A soft green glow spread across Faye's body. Warm light gently covered every injury as the healing alchemy slowly stabilized her condition. Another medic stood nearby, carefully reading the information displayed on a portable medical gauge. The device continuously monitored her pulse, blood pressure, and blood loss. It's stabilizing. He nodded professionally. The healing alchemy circles embedded in the Academy uniform slowed the bleeding enough to make the situation stay under control. After confirming there were no immediate complications, the medical team carefully finished the emergency treatment. They gently lifted Faye onto a stretcher, making sure not to worsen any of her injuries. Once everything had been secured, the group disappeared into the forest at remarkable speed, carrying her toward the hospital located outside the training grounds. But not everyone had left the area. High above, on one of the thick branches overlooking the battlefield, Priscilla quietly swung her legs back and forth. Both arms remained folded across her chest as she observed the aftermath with calm eyes. Those were bullet wounds, weren't they? She asked without looking away from the bloodstained clearing below. Beside her, Nate leaned comfortably against the trunk of the ancient tree. One foot rested on the branch while his arms remained loosely folded. His eyes calmly swept across the broken branches, scattered footprints, bloodstains, and damaged terrain left behind by the battle. The holes do speak for themselves, he replied quietly. His gaze lingered on the battlefield for another moment. There was quite a fight here. Chapter 329, Gem Snatcher 4. It's definitely the work of those Evergrey gun alchemists. Priscilla spoke without the slightest hesitation. Her sharp eyes remained on the patch of dried blood staining the forest floor, the dark red color standing out against the damp soil and scattered leaves. Although Faye had already been carried away by the Academy's medical team, the traces left behind were enough to paint the scene that had happened only moments ago. She slowly started enhancing her sight with cognizance at the blood from the branch she was seated on. Her gaze narrowed as she examined the direction of the splatter before lifting her head. That firepower came from either an AK-47 or a FN-FL battle rifle. Judging by the damage, it wasn't fired by an ordinary gun alchemist either. She continued examining the battle site thoughtfully. And among the students in our year, there's only one gun family that could have someone capable of creating a binder-rank firearm. Her answer carried complete confidence. The Evergrey family. Yeah. Nate nodded quietly. I came to the same conclusion. His calm expression barely changed, but his eyes swept through the surrounding trees. The forest had already returned to its usual silence. Only the occasional cry of distant birds and the rustling of leaves disturbed the stillness. So, he folded his arms. They've started hunting us now. Paige couldn't stop herself from laughing. A bright grin spread across her face as she rested one hand on her hip. Ha, I actually like this. Her eyes sparkled with excitement rather than concern. A count house openly targeting a duke house, even inside the Royal Academy. She clicked her tongue with amusement. How bold. This is going to be fun. Turning her head, she looked toward Lyra. Unlike Paige, Lyra remained silent. She looked at the dried blood with an unreadable expression, her eyes quietly fixed on the ground. After several seconds, the corner of her lips slowly curled upward, not from joy, but anticipation. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hilt of the sword hanging by her waist. The excitement that had been buried deep inside her chest was beginning to rise again, slowly heating her blood. So, Paige smiled. Who do you think they'll hunt next? Lyra finally looked away from the ground. Her gaze swept across the three of them before stopping somewhere deeper within the forest. We'll find out. She spoke softly. By following them. Nate nodded once. That saves us the trouble of searching blindly. Without another word, he stepped off the thick tree branch he had been standing on. His body dropped several meters before landing lightly on the forest floor. Thud. Priscilla followed after him. Then Lyra and Paige jumped down one after another. The four immediately disappeared between the towering trees, moving swiftly as they followed every clue the Evergrey group had unknowingly left behind. More than a minute later, far away from their location, deep inside another section of the forest, Ezra quietly stared at an enormous boulder. The massive rock rested beside several ancient trees whose roots spread through the ground like giant snakes. Moss covered parts of its surface, while small patches of grass grew around its base, making it appear as though the stone had remained untouched for decades. He narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't, right? The thought crossed his mind naturally. Professor Kent was certainly capable of doing strange things, but hiding a numbered gem beneath such an enormous boulder, even for him, that sounded ridiculous. Who would willingly spend their time lifting something this heavy during an examination? Yet, the longer Ezra looked at it, the more obvious it seemed. Without wasting another second thinking about it, he stepped forward. Cognition quietly flowed through his body. Like invisible currents, it spread into his legs first before climbing into his waist, shoulders, and finally both arms. His bones. His muscles. Both were reinforced through double layering. A faint pressure spread beneath his feet. Crack. The ground sank slightly as Ezra bent his knees and wrapped both hands around the rough underside of the boulder. His fingers dug into tiny gaps within the rock. Then, he lifted. The veins beneath his sleeves tightened. Muscles contracted beneath his skin as the enormous boulder slowly rose from the earth. Dust and loose dirt rained down around him. Ezra raised it high enough to see underneath. His black eyes immediately landed on two small crystals resting quietly on the ground. Numbered gems. Exactly where he expected them to be. He really did. His voice remained as flat as ever. Supporting the weight of the boulder with one hand, Ezra reached down with the other. His fingers picked up both gems. Only after safely storing them did he lower the giant rock back onto the ground. Boom. The earth trembled lightly beneath the impact. Ezra dusted the dirt from his gloves before stretching his shoulders. Then he opened his space bag, one after another. He took out every numbered gem he had collected. 4. Then, the 2 new ones. 6. The 6 crystals rested neatly across his palm, each carrying its own engraved number that reflected faintly beneath the sunlight slipping through the forest canopy. He stared at them for a brief moment. No excitement. No satisfaction. Only quiet confirmation. Then he returned every gem back into his storage bag. The reason he had managed to collect so many wasn't luck. It all started with the very first numbered gem he found. After discovering it earlier, Ezra had carefully memorized the unique sound it produced whenever the wind passed through its crystal structure. It wasn't loud, so most people would never notice it. But to Ezra, the tiny vibration was different from every natural sound within the forest. Once he understood that frequency, finding the remaining gems became much easier. Instead of searching blindly, he simply listened. Every gentle breeze became another clue guiding him through the forest. Because of that, his movements became faster, more efficient. He no longer needed to waste unnecessary time checking every possible location. The funniest part, he hadn't encountered a single student within his search area, although he occasionally heard distant footsteps, sometimes conversations carried by the wind. None of those students ever came close enough to discover him. Likewise, Ezra had no reason to approach them either, since none of them possessed what he wanted, the numbered gems. Nothing else mattered at the moment. With that thought, Ezra continued deeper into the forest. The towering trees gradually became thinner before the sound of flowing water entered his ears. Soon, a wide stream appeared before him. Clear water flowed steadily over smooth stones, creating soft splashing sounds that echoed peacefully through the quiet forest. Large rocks and countless boulders surrounded both sides of the stream, some partially buried beneath the earth, while others rested proudly above the flowing water. Ezra slowly looked across the area. A thought naturally surfaced. Maybe Professor Kent did the obvious again. Or perhaps he simply wanted to make the students suffer. If someone hid a numbered gem among dozens of rocks and boulders, finding it would become an exhausting task even if the answer was right in front of them. Ezra calmly stepped closer. Then, his eyes stopped on a familiar figure. A relaxed boy lay comfortably atop a wide, flat boulder. His hands rested behind his head like a pillow while a pair of earplugs remained tucked into his ears. The boy lazily opened one eye before removing a single earplug. "Is that you, Ezra?" Cyrus asked. "Your senses are quite good, Cyrus." Ezra answered plainly. "I sensed your body heat the moment you entered my range." Cyrus slowly sat upright, turning to face him. A lazy smile rested on his face. "Interesting." Ezra gave a simple reply before walking past him without another word. His attention had already shifted back toward the countless rocks surrounding the stream. He immediately crouched and began checking underneath the nearest one. "Is there something you're looking for?" Cyrus finally asked, unable to hold back his curiosity any longer. He watched Ezra move from one rock to another without slowing down. Every movement was calm and direct. Ezra didn't waste strength on unnecessary actions, lifting each stone just enough to check beneath it before setting it back in place. Cyrus scratched the side of his head. "Are you checking whether the numbered gems are hidden under the rocks and boulders?" He folded one leg over the other while crossing his arms, his eyes following Ezra's movements. Knowing Professor Kent, it's possible he hid them there. Ezra answered plainly without even looking up. His attention never left the countless rocks scattered around the stream. The clear water continued to flow beside him, carrying small pebbles downstream while sunlight reflected across its surface. The sound of rushing water blended with the distant cries of birds, making the forest seem unusually peaceful despite the ongoing examination. "I thought the same too." Cyrus nodded. "That's exactly why I came here." He let out a helpless laugh. "But after lifting 3 boulders with brute strength, I gave up." His shoulders slumped as he remembered the effort. Just then, Ezra crouched before another large rock. Cogniz quietly reinforced his arms, as he slipped both hands beneath the stone before lifting it slightly. A small crystal quietly rested underneath. Without changing his expression, Ezra picked it up and placed it inside his stash before storing it safely in his space bag. Cyrus stared blankly, then his eyes widened. "Seriously?" His mouth slowly opened. It was lying there the whole time. He looked back and forth between the empty spot beneath the rock and Ezra. His expression became one of pure disbelief. Ezra lowered the rock before dusting off his hands. Since Cyrus claimed he could sense heat, one question naturally came to mind. Since you said you can detect things through heat, Ezra finally turned toward him. Why didn't you use that to search for the numbered gems here? Cyrus's expression immediately stiffened. Ahem. He awkwardly looked away. Let's forget about that. He quickly jumped down from the boulder. His lazy appearance disappeared almost instantly. Instead, his eyes shone with renewed motivation. Come on. He smiled brightly. Let's search together. Now that Ezra had proven gems really were hidden among the rocks, Cyrus immediately found the determination he had lost earlier. Searching suddenly no longer felt like a waste of effort. Like that. The two boys began working side by side. Rock after rock. Stone after stone. The quiet stream echoed with the sound of heavy objects being lifted and lowered. Thud. Boom. Crunch. Whenever Ezra lifted a rock, Cyrus would point toward another. I already checked that one. Not this one. This side too. He helped separate the places he had already searched before Ezra arrived, saving them from repeating the same work. Time quietly passed. The position of the sun slowly shifted above the forest canopy, and the shadows cast by the towering trees gradually stretched farther across the ground. By the time they finally stopped, the countless rocks surrounding the stream still weren't completely checked. There were simply too many. Even so, neither of them looked disappointed. The number of gems they had collected was already more than enough to satisfy them. Whenever one of them found a numbered gem first, it naturally belonged to that person. If they happened to uncover several gems beneath the same rock together, they simply divided them equally. If there was only one left after one person had already received an extra earlier, then the next single gem automatically went to the other person. The arrangement was simple. Neither argued and neither complained. Both quietly accepted it. Ah. Cyrus stretched until several joints popped. With this, he yawned loudly. I should head for the exit and finish this test. He rubbed the back of his neck. I seriously need some sleep. Ezra merely looked at him. His face remained as plain as ever. No reply came. Cyrus had already become used to it. Well. He laughed helplessly. I guess this is goodbye. He turned around and took his first step. Ezra also began walking in the opposite direction. Then, both boys stopped at the same time. The peaceful sounds of the forest suddenly felt distant. A powerful pressure rushed toward them at incredible speed. The air itself seemed to tremble. Cyrus slowly raised his head. You've got to be kidding me. He muttered under his breath. Ezra's eye. The next second. Boom. The ground exploded. Dirt and broken stones shot into the air as a human figure crashed into the open space between the two boys. The shockwave scattered dry leaves across the stream, sending ripples racing over the water. Ha! A familiar laugh echoed through the forest. The dust slowly settled. Standing proudly inside the shallow crater was Desmond Derlise. A broad smile spread across his face as though he had finally found the treasure he had been searching for. I found you. His crimson eyes locked onto Ezra. Ezra Ashenlocke. Huh. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression hardly changed. Not because he wasn't surprised, but because he had already expected something like this to happen sooner or later. I knew it. I knew this was going to happen. Cyrus sighed inwardly. Desmond glanced between the two boys. The wax candle light of Burn. His grin widened. And the mysterious inventor of ash. What an unexpected pair. His excitement only continued to grow. Well now, Ezra. He slowly rolled his shoulders. Let's resume, OU. Bang. The gunshot exploded before his sentence could finish. Desmond instinctively tilted his head. The bullet tore through the air so close to his face that he felt the heat brushing past his left eye before disappearing into the forest behind him. A strand of his hair drifted to the ground. Oh, Desmond smiled even wider. Going straight for the kill already. Ezra stood several meters away. The Colt 1911 remained firmly raised in one hand. Thin smoke drifted from the muzzle. His expression never changed even now, and he hadn't fired to threaten Desmond. Not even close. He had fired to kill. Without giving Desmond another chance to speak, Ezra squeezed the trigger again. Bang. Another bullet shot forward. Desmond twisted his body. The round narrowly missed his shoulder. Bang. A third shot followed almost immediately. Desmond stepped sideways. The bullet shattered a rock behind him. His movements were unbelievably smooth, as though he had predicted every shot before it was fired. Yet, the instant he avoided the third bullet, Ezra disappeared. Desmond's pupils contracted. Ezra had already closed the distance. The Colt remained pointed toward Desmond while Ezra's free hand reached into his space bag. His fingers wrapped around the handle of a dagger. "You wanted to fight," Ezra said calmly. "Right." The moment the blade came into view, a ray of sunlight slipped through the narrow gaps between the towering trees. The polished steel reflected the light. The flash burst directly toward Desmond's eyes. For the briefest instant, his vision was interrupted. Ezra moved without hesitation. Bang. 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 Every remaining round inside the Colt's magazine erupted one after another. Each shot forced Desmond to react while his vision struggled against the sudden flash of reflected sunlight. Before the final echo disappeared, flash. Steel collided. The dagger stopped midway. Silence followed. Blood slowly trickled down between the two boys. Cyrus stood rooted to the ground. His mouth hung slightly open. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Desmond had actually managed to react despite his vision being disrupted by the reflected sunlight filtering through the forest canopy. Even more unbelievable, he had intercepted Ezra's final stab with his own dagger at the last possible moment. Yet what shocked Cyrus even more was Ezra himself. Desmond was widely recognized as one of the strongest young alchemists in their year. Yet Ezra had forced him into such a dangerous exchange within only a few milliseconds. And the fight had only just begun. "I heard from my sister," Desmond said with the same playful smile. "You said you'd let sleeping dogs lie." His tone remained relaxed despite the dagger piercing straight through his left hand. Blood slowly dripped from the wound. Even so, his injured hand tightly gripped Ezra's wrist. His other hand firmly restrained the one holding the Colt. "I did," Ezra answered honestly. His voice remained flat. Then he calmly looked into Desmond's crimson eyes. "But—" He tilted his head ever so slightly. "Are you a sleeping dog?" For a brief moment, neither spoke, their eyes locking on each other. Black against crimson. "I was right." Desmond laughed quietly. "Ha!" His grip suddenly tightened. The muscles in his arms swelled as cognizance rapidly surged through his body. Ezra immediately felt the fluctuation. His own senses sharpened. Desmond's crimson eyes slowly began to glow. A smile spread wider across his face. "You're like me." Chapter 330, Gem Snatcher v. After welcome party had long since come to an end, the cool evening breeze drifted through the courtyard. Desmond and Felix stood quietly beside one royal steam carriage, both leaning their backs against its polished black body. One hand rested inside each of their pockets while one leg was casually bent, the sole of their boots pressing lightly against the carriage. Neither of them spoke for a while. Not far ahead, Tristan and Gareth stood beside Gareth's royal phantom rolls, chatting with several nobles and non-nobles who had yet to leave. Every now and then, laughter rose from their group before fading into the night air. A little farther away, Basil and several others from their circle supervised attendants as they carefully loaded trays of expensive desserts and bottles of wine into the storage compartment of another royal steam carriage. Everything appeared peaceful. Yet, Desmond's attention wasn't on any of them. "Felix." He suddenly spoke. His crimson eyes remained fixed on the palm of his right hand. Seeing Desmond stare so quietly at his own hand was unusual. "What is it?" Desmond slowly opened and closed his fingers. His expression looked thoughtful. "I finally understand." His voice carried an unusual calmness. "What you and Gareth met." He slowly clenched his hand into a fist. When you both said that Ezra, kid, wasn't someone to underestimate. Felix remained silent for a few seconds. Naturally, his thoughts drifted back to the final trial of steel, back to the battle between himself and Ezra. I see. A faint smile appeared on Felix's face. So that's why you acted the way you did. Although his voice sounded calm, there was still a trace of annoyance hidden beneath it. Whenever Ezra crossed his mind, or whenever he accidentally caught sight of him around the academy, only those eyes, those dead black eyes, they carried no excitement, no anger, no fear. Looking into them had felt like standing alone before an endless abyss. An abyss so dark that it swallowed every trace of light. It reminded Felix of a lone winter rat wandering into the territory of a pack of silverback dire wolves. No matter how brave the rat might be, it could never escape the feeling that death was already staring at it. Felix unconsciously tightened his hand. The leather glove creaked softly beneath the pressure. A moment later, he relaxed it again. Because now, he had noticed the expression on Desmond's face. He was excited. A smile slowly spread across his face. Not an ordinary smile. It was the smile of someone who had discovered a prey worthy of chasing. That boy's eyes, Desmond muttered quietly. They had it. He slowly looked toward Felix. They really had it. A low laugh escaped him. They gave me chills. He paused. No. He corrected himself. It wasn't just chills. They made me look forward to the next fight. His fingers slowly closed into a tight fist. You've got that look again. Felix couldn't help smiling. The face of a predator that has finally found prey worth hunting. Desmond simply laughed. He didn't deny it. Knowing how frightening Desmond becomes whenever he truly enjoys a fight, Felix quietly glanced toward the dark sky. I wonder, how far will those two actually push each other? Back to the present. Desmond's crimson eyes glowed even brighter. You're like me. The instant those words left his mouth, his grip suddenly tightened. The veins on both of his arms bulged as raw strength exploded from his body. Before Ezra could break free, Desmond twisted his waist. His shoulders rotated with explosive force as both hands dragged Ezra forward before violently throwing him over his back. Whoosh. Ezra's body shot through the air. Yet, there wasn't the slightest panic on his face. His expression remained completely calm. While airborne, he adjusted his balance with a slight twist of his waist. His boots touched the ground first. Thud. His knees throughout the entire motion. His right hand never released the Colt 1911, and his left hand still firmly gripped the dagger that had pierced Desmond's hand moments earlier. Dark red blood slowly dripped from the tip of its blade. Pat. Pat. The droplets disappeared into the soil. The moment Ezra's boots settled, his senses immediately caught something. A fluctuation. A burst of cognizance. Without wasting even a heartbeat, Desmond clapped both hands together. Clap. The crisp sound echoed through the trees. Cognizance surged through his veins before gathering rapidly between both palms. Lines of crimson light spread outward. An alchemy circle formed almost instantly. Then, Desmond slammed both palms onto the ground. Boom. The earth trembled beneath him. Immediately, everything changed. The blood dripping from the wound in Desmond's left hand suddenly stopped falling. Instead, every droplet reversed direction. Even the blood staining Ezra's dagger trembled before peeling away from the blade. The droplets floating through the air. The blood splashed onto nearby leaves. Even the stains scattered across the ground. Everything answered Desmond's alchemy. Like countless crimson threads, they rushed back toward him at astonishing speed. The streams of blood gathered together, compressed, twisted, condensed into a single crimson sphere that floated above the ground. Show me what you've got. Desmond's smile widened. Ezra. His shout echoed across the forest. By the time Ezra lifted his head after sensing the alchemy ignition, the crimson sphere had already transformed. Whoosh. A razor-thin jet of blood shot toward his face. It crossed the distance between them almost instantly. Ezra reacted the moment danger entered his senses. He lowered his body. The crimson blade skimmed just inches above his head. Swoosh. Several strands of black hair fluttered into the air. Ezra glanced behind him for only the briefest moment. A massive tree standing several meters away had already been pierced clean through. The hole was so smooth it looked as though it had been drilled by an invisible spear. Without giving Ezra time to breathe, Desmond swung one hand downward. The blood jet immediately obeyed. Its direction changed sharply as it descended toward Ezra's body, intending to split him cleanly in half. Ezra planted one hand against the ground, spinning his body. His movement was clean and precise, that the descending blood jet sliced past his chest with barely enough space to separate flesh from death. It resembled a stone passing through the spinning blades of a fan. One mistake. One moment too slow, and he would have been cut apart. Yet during that same rotation, Ezra accomplished two actions at once. His thumb pressed the magazine release on the Colt. The empty magazine dropped. His fingers smoothly inserted a fresh one. Before he took the new magazine, his other hand released the dagger. The blade spun rapidly through the air toward Desmond's face. Desmond's eyes narrowed. He tilted his head ever so slightly. The dagger flashed past his right ear, missing him by less than an inch before burying itself deep inside a tree trunk behind him. Neither of them paused. Neither intended to give the other even the smallest opening. The instant Ezra landed firmly on both feet, he slammed the magazine completely into the Colt. Click. Loaded. At almost the same moment, the blood jet curved once more, sweeping toward his legs. Ezra kicked off the ground. His body flipped forward in a smooth somersault. The crimson blade passed harmlessly beneath him. Before his boots even touched the ground again, Ezra extended his arm. The Colt pointed directly at Desmond. Bang. 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 5 precise shots exploded one after another, each fired while Ezra was still descending through the air, every bullet aimed with the clear intention of killing. Desmond saw the 5 incoming bullets. Instead of retreating, he smiled. Clap. His hands struck together while his body continued spinning. At that instant, cognition surged through the stars within his mind realm in a perfectly aligned sequence. Beginning from his first star, the cognition stored inside his perfectly constructed novice star flowed smoothly into his nearly completed binder star. The 2 stars connected through glowing streams of cognition, allowing the cognition to circulate without the slightest interruption. The moment it entered the binder star, the cognition spread through every vein in Desmond's body. It traveled alongside his blood like countless crimson threads before converging between his palms. A second blood alchemy circle rapidly unfolded. Unlike the previous one, its patterns were denser. Its crimson lines rotated continuously, producing a faint humming sound that caused the surrounding air to tremble. Desmond's eyes sharpened. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured even more cognition into the newly formed circle. The blood alchemy ignited. Immediately, the blood that had splashed across the trees after piercing through them earlier began responding to his command. The blood coating broken bark. The droplets scattered across shattered rocks. Even the crimson stains soaking into the forest floor. Everything detached itself at once. Like countless streams answering their master, they gathered around Desmond. This time, they didn't simply compress together. As Desmond spun, every strand of blood rotated around him as well. Layer after layer intertwined. The streams folded into one another before rapidly forming a miniature crimson tornado that completely surrounded his body. The violent rotation produced a sharp humming sound, shredding leaves that drifted too close. The defensive vortex had barely finished forming. Clank. 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 Ezra's bullets slammed directly into the spinning blood. Some rounds were deflected the instant they struck. Others were sliced apart by the terrifying rotational force before fragments scattered across the forest. Not a single bullet reached Desmond. The next moment, clap. Ezra heard another clap. His eyes narrowed immediately. Another blood alchemy. Almost at the exact moment the sound reached him, the crimson tornado suddenly compressed inward. The spinning wall of blood shrank until it became a single razor-thin stream once again. Then, it shot straight toward Ezra. The attack crossed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Ezra reacted instantly. His feet exploded into motion. Whoosh. The blood jet swept past his shoulder. Behind him, several towering trees were cleanly sliced in half. The cuts were so smooth that the exposed wood reflected the sunlight filtering through the canopy. The upper half slowly tilted before crashing into the forest with deafening booms. Rocks. Bushes. Even thick roots buried beneath the ground were severed wherever the blood jet passed. The battlefield was rapidly being torn apart. Yet Ezra never slowed. His body flowed naturally between every attack. Each step was measured. Each movement wasted as little energy as possible. The blood jet curved again, chasing him relentlessly. Ezra suddenly sprinted toward one of the nearby trees. His foot landed against the trunk. Then another. Using the tree as a pathway, he ran several steps upward. The blood jet immediately changed direction and pursued him without losing speed. Swoosh. The entire tree split apart. The upper half leaned away before beginning its slow collapse. While still airborne, Ezra calmly stepped onto the falling half of the tree as though it were solid ground. The unstable surface barely lasted a heartbeat beneath his feet. Yet that heartbeat was enough. With one smooth motion, he stored the Colt 1911 inside his space bag. Then he kicked off the collapsing trunk. His body shot downward. Desmond's eyes followed him closely. Without delay, he redirected the blood jet once more. The crimson blade rushed toward Ezra's descending body. Ezra twisted only halfway in midair. The attack brushed past his chest by inches before continuing into the distance. At the same time, his hand had already disappeared inside his space bag. When it emerged again, a harpoon gun was already resting in his grip. It was fully loaded. Without hesitation, bang! The harpoon burst forward. Its heavy steel tip pierced deeply into the trunk of another massive tree. A sharp metallic sound echoed as it embedded itself. The thin steel wire connecting the harpoon to the launcher instantly stretched tight. The rope trembled violently beneath the sudden tension. Ezra used that force immediately. Instead of falling, he allowed the wire to pull his body downward in a sharp arc. His speed suddenly increased. The unexpected change in direction caused the blood jet to narrowly miss him once again. The moment Ezra reached the ground, he didn't land upright. Instead, he tucked his shoulder inward and rolled across the forest floor like a trained soldier. Leaves and dirt scattered around him. During that single roll, the harpoon gun disappeared into his space bag. In its place, the Springfield M1903A appeared. By the time the roll ended, Ezra was already kneeling. One knee rested firmly against the ground. The rifle stock pressed tightly against his shoulder. His breathing remained steady. He looked through the optic. The crosshair immediately searched for Desmond. Nothing. Desmond had vanished. Ezra's expression didn't change. Almost instinctively, he abandoned his position and stepped backward. 1, 2, 3 steps. The next instant, boom. Desmond crashed down exactly where Ezra had been kneeling only moments earlier. His fist slammed into the earth with tremendous force. The ground burst apart. Soil. Broken stones. Twigs. Grass. Everything within several meters exploded upward from the impact. A shallow crater appeared beneath his fist. Without waiting, Ezra fired. Bang! The Springfield roared. The sniper round shot straight toward Desmond's face. Its path was perfectly aimed. A direct hit would have blown apart his skull. Desmond tilted his head at the last possible moment. The bullet screamed past his neck, missing by mere inches. Almost simultaneously, he stepped forward. His explosive speed instantly closed the gap separating the two of them. His right fist tightened. Muscles swelled beneath his sleeve. Cognition reinforced every part of his arm. He threw a heavy punch toward Ezra. Boom. The fist slammed against the black steel body of the Springfield instead of Ezra's face. The impact forced Ezra backward. His boots carved deep grooves into the forest floor as he absorbed the tremendous force. Desmond's smile widened. Without hesitation, his free hand reached for the rifle. He intended to seize it completely, or so he thought. Ezra's eyes remained calm. The instant Desmond grabbed hold, Ezra twisted the Springfield in a swift half-rotation. The sudden movement shifted the weapon's balance unexpectedly. At the same time, Ezra's foot swept low. His boot struck directly against Desmond's supporting leg. The combination of the twisting rifle and the sweeping kick disrupted Desmond's center of gravity all at once. For the first time, surprise appeared on Desmond's face. His smile twitched. The world spun before his eyes as his body was thrown off balance. Ezra didn't miss the opening. Using the momentum from his earlier movement, he pivoted his hips. His leg whipped through the air. Boom. The kick crashed directly into Desmond's crossed forearms as he instinctively raised them to defend himself. The impact echoed through the forest. Enhanced by cognition, the strike launched Desmond backward. He flew several meters before planting both hands against the ground. Using the force of the impact itself, he rolled through the motion before smoothly returning to his feet. Almost at the same moment, Ezra had already raised the Springfield once more. The barrel pointed directly toward Desmond. Seeing this, Desmond clapped his hands again. Clap. Another blood alchemy circle instantly ignited beneath him. At the exact moment Ezra squeezed the trigger. Bang! Desmond slammed both palms onto the ground. Crimson lightning spread outward in every direction like countless branching veins. The glowing lines raced across the earth with incredible speed. Desmond narrowly avoided the sniper round, the bullet missing his neck by only a few inches before disappearing deep into the forest. At the same time, the crimson lightning reached the Springfield. Ezra's eyes immediately narrowed. A tiny blood droplet had somehow been left on the rifle during their close-range exchange. Now, that single droplet pulsed with a bright crimson glow. Chapter 331, Gem Snatcher 6. The glowing crimson blood droplet resting on the Springfield suddenly trembled. It responded to the blood alchemy circle like a living creature answering its master's call. The tiny droplet slowly stretched. Its surface rippled before twisting into a sharp crystalline form. Thin crimson veins spread across its body as it hardened, then immediately began eating away at the black steel of the rifle. Hiss! A harsh corrosive sound echoed from the weapon. Smoke rose from the point of contact as the metal rapidly dissolved. Ezra's eyes narrowed. Without hesitating for even a heartbeat, he released the Springfield. The rifle dropped from his hands just before the spreading corrosion could reach his fingers. Clang! The weapon struck the forest floor. The surrounding grass instantly blackened where the corrosive blood touched the earth. Desmond didn't waste the opening. The instant Ezra abandoned the rifle, he exploded forward. Boom. His foot crushed the ground beneath him as his body shot toward Ezra like a cannonball. His fist tightened. The muscles in his arm swelled under the reinforcement of cognition as he drove a straight punch toward Ezra's head. Ezra stepped forward instead of backward. Rather than drawing another weapon, he raised both hands. The two boys abandoned alchemy and firearm. For that brief moment, they chose the simplest way to decide superiority: their fists. Boom. Ezra raised his forearm just in time. Desmond's punch slammed into it with enough force to shake his entire body. The impact pushed Ezra several steps backward, his boots carving long grooves through the soft earth before he regained his footing. Before he could fully stabilize himself, Desmond had already arrived again. His next punch came from below. Ezra twisted his waist. The fist grazed past his ribs before crashing into the trunk of a nearby tree. Boom. The thick trunk exploded into countless splinters. The upper half slowly leaned before collapsing into the already ruined forest. Ezra stepped inward. His shoulder drove toward Desmond's chest. Desmond blocked with his elbow. The collision echoed through the battlefield. Neither yielded. Their movements flowed one after another without pause. A punch. An elbow. A knee. A sweeping kick. Each exchange connected naturally, forcing the other to react without giving either side time to breathe. Not far away, Cyrus quietly followed from a safe distance. His eyes never left the battlefield. Wow. The word escaped his mouth before he realized it. His gaze slowly swept across the devastated surroundings. The peaceful section of the forest he had entered earlier no longer existed. Towering trees had been sliced apart. Several enormous boulders were split cleanly into halves. Deep craters covered the ground, while broken branches and shattered rocks were scattered in every direction. Even the flowing stream nearby had changed course after part of its bank collapsed during the fight. The destruction continued, spreading with every clash between the two boys. Should I help? The thought naturally crossed Cyrus's mind. He knew joining forces with Ezra would immediately shift the battle. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to interfere. For some reason, he felt Ezra wouldn't appreciate someone stepping into his fight, especially now. This wasn't simply a battle anymore. It had become a contest between two people who wanted to settle something between them. So, Cyrus remained where he was, watching quietly, making sure he stayed far enough away not to become collateral damage. The sounds of the battle spread farther and farther through the examination grounds. Boom. Bang. Crash. Students several hundred meters away instinctively turned toward the noise. Some could see trees collapsing one after another. Others felt faint tremors beneath their feet. Even those much farther away noticed flocks of birds suddenly taking flight from that section of the forest. Of course, they weren't the only ones fighting. Everywhere throughout the examination grounds, battles had already begun as students fought over numbered gems. The sounds mixed together until the forest became filled with explosions, gunfire, collapsing trees, and shouting. Even among all that chaos, the clash between Ezra and Desmond stood on an entirely different level. Far away from that battlefield, in another section of the forest, Lady Willow, a young non-noble student, approached respectfully. Willow stood quietly with both hands resting on her elegant walking stick. Her posture remained straight. Her calm crimson eyes rested upon the crimson gem embedded at the top of the cane, watching it reflect the afternoon sunlight filtering through the trees. The young man stopped before her. "We've finished collecting the numbered gems from them." He gestured toward a nearby group of unconscious students. Some leaned against broken trees. Others were suspended several feet above the ground. Crimson threads resembling blood-colored spider webs wrapped tightly around their bodies, binding them to thick branches high above the forest floor. Not one of them could move. Willow slowly turned her head. She quietly observed the defeated students for several seconds before speaking. "Good." Her voice remained gentle, yet it carried unquestionable authority. "Distribute their numbered gems among the other members." She paused. "Then hand the remainder to me." "Yes, ma'am." The young non-noble immediately lowered his head. His response resembled that of a soldier receiving orders from his commander. Without another word, he hurried back toward the resting members of House Derlise. Many of them sat against fallen trees, recovering their stamina after the battle they had just finished. Willow remained standing alone. The forest breeze lightly stirred several strands of her silver hair. She slowly closed her eyes. Her breathing became steady. Then, her senses expanded. The surrounding forest gradually unfolded inside her perception. She sensed countless movements. Students running, footsteps crossing uneven terrain, groups clashing over numbered gems, the repeated echoes of gunfire, blades colliding, alchemy circles igniting one after another, someone discovering another numbered gem. Another battle broke out moments later. Everything entered her senses. Then, among the countless disturbances, one violent collision stood apart from all the others. A powerful fluctuation of cognition spread through the forest. Its intensity immediately caught her attention. Desmond. She recognized it almost instantly. There was only one person capable of producing that particular fluctuation. Naturally, she also understood who he was most likely fighting. Willow slowly opened her eyes. A quiet sigh escaped her lips. Well, she murmured to herself. Whatever happens will happen. As long as he doesn't let his childish excitement make him kill Ezra. She lightly shook her head. I have no intention of cleaning up his mess again. Her expression soon returned to its usual calmness. She turned toward the members of House Derlise. Let's move. She spoke firmly. We'll continue collecting numbered gems, since we don't know when Professor Kent will end this test. Yes, ma'am. Every member immediately stood. No one questioned the order. As they prepared to leave, one of the students walked over and respectfully handed Willow her own share of the numbered gems. She accepted them. One by one. She counted each crystal resting in her palm. 5. A faint smile appeared. That makes 20 numbered gems overall. She placed every gem into her space bag before fastening it securely at her waist. Without wasting another second, the entire Derlise group disappeared deeper into the forest. In another region of the forest training grounds, the atmosphere had also become tense. Ezra Ashenlocke stood surrounded in a narrow mountain path which left little room to maneuver. Students blocked his left. More students blocked his right. Directly ahead, the main force of House Evergrey quietly waited. Every gaze rested on a single person, Ezra Ashenlocke. He slowly glanced from one side to the other before letting out a helpless sigh. But he smiled bitterly. Is this really necessary? This is a battle against families. Young Lord of the Ashenlocke. Grace spoke calmly. She stood at the center of her formation with the confidence of someone who had already planned every step of the battle. Behind her, slightly to one side, stood her older brother, while the remaining members of House Evergrey spread out in a disciplined formation around them. The students who had allied themselves with Evergrey also remained in position. Some rested their fingers on the triggers of their firearms. Others kept both hands firmly around the hilts of their swords. Every pair of eyes was locked onto Veda. No one underestimated the young man standing before them. Battle between families? Veda raised an eyebrow, glancing from one side of the formation to the other. You do realize this is an academy test, right? His voice remained relaxed. Rather than sounding offended, he genuinely seemed unable to understand their way of thinking. Instead of worrying about the feud between our families, he lightly shrugged. Shouldn't all of you be focusing on passing the test? We can do both. Grant answered without hesitation. His cold eyes never left Veda. We'll obtain numbered gems. He slowly raised the firearm resting in his hands. By taking yours. A faint smile appeared on his face. Considering who you are, I'm certain you've already collected quite a few. He paused before continuing. And if we continue hunting members of House Ashenlocke afterward, we'll collect even more numbered gems. His smile widened slightly. 1 battle, 2 rewards. He looked directly into Veda's eyes. There wasn't even the slightest trace of guilt within his expression. Although, he admitted honestly, I would have preferred fighting you one-on-one. His grip tightened around his weapon. But this isn't about my pride. This is for Evergrey's growth. The moment those words left his mouth, every member of House Evergrey nodded. No one questioned him. No one hesitated. They all understood exactly why they were standing there. Everything was for Evergrey. If that meant facing someone as frightening as Ezra Ashenlocke, then so be it. Even though they greatly outnumbered him, many of the members still couldn't completely hide the tension on their faces. Some quietly swallowed. Others tightened their grip on their weapons. Because the person standing before them wasn't just another member of House Ashenlocke. He was Ezra Ashenlocke, the young lord himself. A title that wasn't earned through birth alone. Everyone knew what that title represented. To become the young lord of House Ashenlocke, Veda had first defeated every other candidate within his generation, including Ezra Ashenlocke. Just thinking about someone capable of surpassing a talent like Vera made several students instinctively feel pressure weighing upon their shoulders. Veda quietly rubbed his chin. All for the growth of Evergrey, huh? He looked across every face standing before him, one after another. Some looked determined. Some looked nervous. Others tried their best to hide the fear in their eyes. All right. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. It was bright, almost carefree. Anyone who didn't know him would think he was preparing for something enjoyable rather than a battle against dozens of opponents. I guess today is the day. He slowly cracked his knuckles. Crack. Crack. The sound echoed clearly through the quiet mountain pass. I defend both my title. His smile gradually faded, and my conviction as the young lord of House Ashenlocke. Grace calmly watched him finish speaking. Then, she slowly raised one hand into the air. Her expression remained completely serious. I'm sorry, she said quietly. But that won't be possible. The instant her hand reached its highest point, every member of Evergrey reacted. Dozens of firearms rose together. The students carrying swords lowered their bodies into combat stances, waiting only for Grace's command before rushing forward. The narrow mountain path suddenly became filled with killing intent. Veda slowly glanced around once more. Left. Right. Front. There were indeed a lot of them. Not only did they possess overwhelming numbers, they also had powerful binder alchemists like Grace and Grant strengthening the group's overall combat ability. I can handle them. The thought came naturally. If I really wanted to, I could simply break through and escape. His eyes quietly swept across the students again. But a group this large means one thing. Numbered gems. The temptation was difficult to ignore. A faint smile almost returned to his face. That's a lot of gems gathered in one place. It would be a shame to walk away. However, another thought immediately followed. The real problem is how to stop all of them without seriously injuring anyone. He carefully observed their expressions. No one looked hesitant anymore. No one looked like they planned on holding back. They had already prepared themselves. Every single one of them intended to throw everything they had at him. Not because of personal hatred, but because defeating the young lord of House Ashenlocke would deal a massive blow to their rival family. Veda quietly let out a small sigh. I can't kill them. It's against the rules. And I don't want to leave anyone permanently injured either. That had always been his way. He wasn't interested in unnecessary cruelty. He simply wanted to win. Nothing more. After a brief moment, his breathing steadied. His relaxed smile completely disappeared. The playful young man from earlier vanished as calm seriousness settled over his face. He slowly rolled his shoulders, then planted one foot behind the other. His center of gravity lowered naturally. Every muscle relaxed while remaining ready to move at any moment. He raised one hand toward the students before him. Come. His calm voice echoed across the mountain path. His clear eyes met Grace's without the slightest trace of fear. And show me. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Your conviction. The moment Veda settled completely into his stance, the atmosphere between both sides instantly became heavy. Grace lowered her raised hand. The signal had been given. Bang, 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 bang. A deafening barrage of gunfire erupted across the narrow mountain pass. Dozens of muzzle flashes lit up the rocky slope as countless bullets surged toward a single target. Veda Ashenlocke. The sound of repeated gunshots rolled through the surrounding forest like continuous thunder, startling flocks of birds into the sky. Most of the students wielded big 4-barrel revolvers, horn pistols, calf repeaters, and repeater sword rifles. Among them, a handful carried AK-47s, their rapid-fire capability making them especially dangerous in a coordinated assault. Just by looking at the variety of firearms, it was obvious they hadn't gathered by coincidence. They had prepared for this. Prepared specifically for someone like Veda. Bullets of different calibers crossed one another in the air, sealing every possible escape route. The mountain path instantly became a deadly cage of steel. But Veda remained calm. Without a trace of panic, he reached behind him and pulled out his alchemy coat from his space bag. The thick coat unfolded through the air before he wrapped it around his body like a massive shield. At the same time, Cognus surged through his arms. It flowed into the coat like a rushing stream, spreading through the countless alchemy circuits hidden beneath its fabric. This wasn't an ordinary alchemy coat. It had been personally crafted by the finest blacksmiths and tailors of House Ashenlocke. Every layer had been carefully reinforced, and additional circuits had been woven into the material to greatly increase its defensive capability once supplied with cognus. The moment Veda's energy reached every circuit, the coat responded. A metallic sheen spread across its surface. Its fabric hardened at an astonishing speed until it resembled forged steel rather than cloth. The afternoon sunlight reflected brightly from its smooth surface. Then, clank, 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 clank. Bullet after bullet slammed into the reinforced coat. Bright sparks burst outward with every impact. The repeated collisions echoed throughout the mountain pass as Veda crouched behind the massive shield-like coat, allowing it to absorb the relentless barrage. Yet, he understood he couldn't remain in that position for long. Several of the firearms aimed at him had already reached the binder rank. Weapons like the big 4-barrel revolver possessed enough destructive force that even his specially crafted coat couldn't withstand endless punishment. The rapid-fire pressure from the AK-47s only made matters worse. Each continuous burst hammered against the same defensive surface without giving it a chance to recover. Slowly, the hardened coating began to show damage. Small dents appeared where bullets repeatedly struck. One, then another, then several more. Veda quickly noticed something. Those impacts weren't random. His eyes shifted toward Grace. She hadn't simply ordered everyone to fire. She was directing the entire barrage. The same spot. Grace commanded calmly. Keep firing. Every member immediately obeyed. Some students reloaded with practiced efficiency, while others continued suppressing Veda's position. Without advancing even a single step, they maintained perfect discipline. The students carrying AK-47s alternated their bursts to prevent unnecessary pauses, while the others deliberately concentrated their fire on the damaged sections of the coat. Each shot built upon the previous one. Each impact deepened the dents already forming. The teamwork was far more organized than most first-year students could normally achieve. Seeing the condition of his newly made equipment, Veda couldn't help clicking his tongue. TSK. His expression turned almost heartbroken. I just had this custom-made coat finished, guys. He sounded genuinely upset. Watching expensive craftsmanship suffer this kind of abuse hurt far more than he expected. Of course, none of his opponents felt even the slightest sympathy. Without waiting any longer, Veda suddenly exploded into motion. Holding the alchemy coat like an enormous tower shield, he charged toward his left. The bullets continued raining against the reinforced surface. Clank. 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 Sparks constantly erupted as he pushed forward through the storm of gunfire. His boots struck the rocky slope. Instead of remaining on level ground, he stepped onto the side of the small mountain itself. Using the uneven terrain as footing, he sprinted along the steep rock face. Loose stones scattered beneath every step. Then, he kicked off. His body soared high into the air. Grace calmly watched him rise. Not a trace of panic appeared on her face. Instead, she slowly raised her hand again. The continuous gunfire stopped almost instantly. The sudden silence felt strangely unsettling. In that brief opening, Grant and Arilo stepped forward together. Each of them carried a massive weapon resting firmly upon one shoulder. An RPG, too. The long launchers were already aimed toward the airborne Veda. Grace lowered her hand. Fire. Bang. Bang. Both launchers roared simultaneously. Twin rockets shot into the sky, leaving thick trails of smoke behind them as they rushed directly toward Veda. For the first time since the battle began, a flicker of surprise appeared in Veda's eyes. They actually brought adept-rank firearms. His eyebrows lifted slightly. Even he hadn't expected to see rocket launchers of that level during a first-year examination. There wasn't enough time to dodge. Almost instinctively, he swung the hardened alchemy coat in front of himself. Every remaining strand of cognus poured into its circuits, strengthening its defense to the limit. The rockets arrived. Boom. A tremendous explosion shook the mountain. Blinding flames erupted across the sky. A violent shockwave swept through the surrounding forest, snapping branches from nearby trees while countless rocks tumbled down the slope. Smoke billowed outward in every direction, swallowing the space where Veda had been only a moment earlier. For several seconds, nothing could be seen beyond the thick cloud of dust, fire, and shattered stone. Grace quietly watched the explosion. A faint smile slowly appeared on her face. Everything was unfolding exactly according to the plan she had prepared before this battle even began. Chapter 332, Gem Snatcher 7. Boom. A figure wrapped in thick smoke crashed heavily onto the rocky ground. Dust billowed outward as loose stones bounced down the slope, disappearing into the already damaged mountain path. I guess that's as far as the young Lord of Ashenlocke goes. Aurelio laughed loudly, unable to hide the satisfaction in his voice. The RPG-2 rested comfortably on his shoulder for a brief moment before he lowered it and handed it to one of the nearby students. Another member immediately stepped forward with fresh ammunition, and the two quickly began reloading the launcher with practiced movements. Grant also lowered his own RPG to be loaded as well, but his eyes never left the cloud of smoke. Grace. I know. Grace answered before he could continue. Her expression remained calm, but her eyes never relaxed. Everyone. She raised her voice just enough for every member to hear. Maintain the formation. No one questioned her. The students immediately tightened their positions, keeping their firearms aimed and eyes sharp toward the smoke, while those carrying swords shifted to cover every opening. At the same time, Grace quietly circulated a small amount of cognus into her eyes. Thin streams of white energy spread through the delicate circuits around her vision. The world before her immediately became sharper. Even the drifting dust particles became easier to distinguish. Grant also enhanced his senses. His gaze remained fixed on the smoke. Even if the rumors say he's already an adept rank alchemist, he narrowed his eyes. There's no way he survived 2 adept rank RPG launchers. His voice carried confidence. Those launchers possess enough destructive force to kill 4 novice alchemists standing together at close range. He paused. Not to mention an ordinary person. Aurelio crossed his arms with a grin. He should already. It's too quiet. Grace suddenly interrupted him. She lifted one hand slightly, signaling him to stop talking. The cheerful smile on Aurelio's face slowly faded. Everyone instinctively held their breath. The mountain and the whole area became strangely silent. Only the soft sound of burning debris and drifting smoke remained. Then, bang. A single gunshot shattered the silence. The sharp crack echoed through the mountain before anyone had time to react. One of the Evergrey members suddenly leaned backward. A bullet pierced straight through his shoulder. Blood sprayed into the air as the impact spun his body sideways before he crashed onto the ground. Ag! His painful scream echoed across the battlefield while he instinctively grabbed the wound with both hands. Tisk! Grace's eyes immediately shifted toward the fallen student. Almost at the same moment. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The second shot came less than half a second after the first. Before anyone could even process what had happened, another student cried out. A female student stumbled backward as blood burst from her shoulder. She lost her balance and collapsed onto one knee, clutching her injured arm while gritting her teeth against the pain. He's using a sniper. Grace shouted immediately. Her hand swept through the air. Defensive positions. Every member reacted without hesitation. Those carrying swords rushed beside the firearm users while everyone instinctively lowered their bodies, making themselves harder targets. At that exact moment, Grant charged toward the slowly clearing smoke. His boots struck the rocky ground with explosive force as he sprinted straight toward the place where Veda should have landed. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. The bullet sliced through the air with deadly precision. Grace's eyes flashed. Without thinking, she drew her thin sword. Clang! A shower of sparks exploded. The incoming bullet split into 2 pieces before falling harmlessly onto the ground. Sword users. Grace called loudly. Stay beside the firearm users. And remain alert. Yes. The students immediately adjusted their formation sharper, with no one questioning the order. Grace. Grant's voice came from inside the thinning smoke. He swung his arm. A powerful burst of wind scattered the remaining dust and smoke throughout the mountain. The battlefield became visible once again. Grant stared at the center of the crater with widened eyes. It was his hardened coat. His expression filled with surprise. The only thing lying inside the blast zone was Veda's reinforced alchemy coat. Nothing else. Grace immediately understood. He used the explosion, she quietly muttered, to hide his escape. Her mind rapidly pieced everything together. The moment the RPGs exploded, Veda had likely used the impact itself to throw his body away from the blast, discarding the hardened coat to deceive them. Concealed his presence with his cognis, and already switched to a sniper rifle, hiding in plain sight. Her eyes swept toward the surrounding terrain, the nearby mountain, the trees, the higher cliffs. Every location suitable for a sniper. Everyone. Grace raised her voice again. Aim for the upper sections of the mountain. Now, without wasting a second. Every firearm shifted upward. Even the students who weren't members of House Evergrey immediately followed her orders. Their trust in Grace's judgment had already been established throughout the examination. Grace turned toward the students following different alchemist paths. Prepare your alchemy. The students nodded. One after another. They brought their hands together. Clap. 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 Different alchemy circles ignited beneath their palms. Steel alchemy. Wood alchemy. Glass alchemy. Each student prepared their strongest long-range attack. Grace calmly watched them finish. Then, she swung her hand downward. Fire. Bang. 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 A storm of attacks erupted toward the mountain. Bullets tore through the air. Black steel arrows streaked across the sky. Heavy spears spun violently before smashing into the rocky cliff. Sharp glass spikes flashed under the afternoon sunlight. Thick wooden spikes burst forward like charging beasts. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted one after another. Large sections of the mountain cracked apart under the relentless assault. Massive rocks tumbled downward while thick clouds of dust spread into the air. The bombardment continued relentlessly for several more seconds. Only after Grace judged it sufficient did she raise her hand again. Stop. The attacks immediately ceased. Silence returned. No one lowered their weapon. Every eye remained fixed upon the broken mountain. Dust slowly drifted through the air. Small rocks continued rolling down the slope. Grace narrowed her eyes. She maintained the flow of cognis into her vision, hearing, and senses. Grant still stood at the first explosion zone, where Veda should have fallen. His weapon remained ready. Neither of them blinked. Neither allowed their concentration to slip. Then, crack. A small stone broke loose. It rolled down from one of the shattered cliffs before bouncing across the ground. Grace's eyes instantly locked onto that position. There. She suddenly pointed toward the right side of the damaged cliff. Fire. Without hesitation, the entire group unleashed another barrage. Deep within the broken mountain, Veda sprinted silently on the mountain wall while keeping his presence concealed. Unfortunately, during one of his rapid movements, his cognis fluctuated for the briefest moment. Just enough. Just enough for Grace's enhanced senses to detect where he had moved. Boom. 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 Another wave of bullets, spears, arrows, and attack alchemy crashed into the exact area he had abandoned only moments earlier. Fragments of rock exploded behind him. TSK. Veda clicked his tongue. Realizing concealment was no longer useful, he released it entirely. His figure burst out from the side of the mountain as pieces of broken stone collapsed behind him. Then, he leaped into the air once more. Idiot, you're exposing yourself again. Grant shouted the instant Veda burst out of the mountain. Without wasting another second, He raised the AK-47 already in his hands and immediately lined up his sights on the airborne Veda. Bang! 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 A stream of bullets roared into the sky. The students who had already reloaded their firearms immediately joined Grant, while those who had prepared their alchemy released their attacks without hesitation. Bullets, steel arrows, glass spikes, wooden spears. Every attack converged toward the same target, Ezra Ashenlocke. Yet, there wasn't the slightest panic on Veda's face. His eyes calmly swept across the incoming barrage. Within that brief instant, his body reacted. Holding the Springfield M1903A firmly in both hands, he suddenly lowered it beneath his feet. Instead of using it as a weapon, he used it as a stepping board. His feet landed on the rifle for only the briefest moment before cognition exploded through his legs. Boom. The recoil-like force propelled him sideways through the air. His body twisted gracefully, narrowly slipping between several incoming bullets before rotating once more to avoid the attacks that continued tracking his movement. His evasive motion flowed naturally. Every spin, every shift, every adjustment happened just before another attack reached him. However, Veda wasn't the only thing that moved. The Springfield beneath his feet suddenly shot forward. The moment he pushed off it, he poured cognition into the rifle itself. The tremendous force behind his jump became the force that launched the sniper rifle. Like a steel spear, the Springfield M1903A tore through the air, straight toward Grant. Grant's expression immediately changed. So fast, he instinctively abandoned his firing position. His body shifted backward just as the flying rifle reached him. Boom. The Springfield slammed violently into the rocky ground where Grant had been standing only an instant earlier. Stone fragments exploded outward. The impact cracked the mountain surface, leaving behind a deep crater as dust and shattered rocks scattered across the battlefield. Grant landed several meters away before quickly regaining his footing. His eyes remained fixed on Veda. Meanwhile, still suspended in the air, Veda completed another rotation before stabilizing himself. His body now faced directly downward. Below him, the combined forces of Evergrey continued aiming their weapons. Without hesitation, Veda reached beneath his coat. Then, he pulled out two Colt 1911 pistols. Unlike the Springfield, these handguns weren't alchemy made. They were ordinary firearms. A small smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, Ezra," he quietly muttered, "for this handgun." Even while looking down upon dozens of enemies aiming at him, his expression remained completely relaxed. Then, both pistols rose simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The twin Colts barked repeatedly. Muzzle flashes bloomed from both hands as Veda alternated his shots with astonishing precision. He deliberately aimed away from fatal areas. Every bullet targeted shoulders, arms, or other places that would remove an opponent from the fight without taking their life. One after another, students cried out, "Act! My shoulder!" Several members of House Evergrey lost their balance as bullets tore through their shoulders before dropping painfully onto the rocky ground. Some students collapsed immediately. Others gritted their teeth and continued fighting despite their injuries. A few reacted quickly enough to block the incoming bullets with reinforced weapons or hastily formed alchemy. Even then, the pressure Veda created while falling from the sky forced the entire formation into temporary disorder. Bullets from below continued chasing him, but Veda calmly twisted his body once more. He landed lightly upon the ground. The instant both feet touched the earth, he continued firing. Only after both magazines finally emptied did the slides lock backward. Without looking down, his hands moved entirely by instinct. Click! The empty magazines dropped. Fresh magazines appeared between his fingers almost immediately. Click! Click! Both new magazines slid smoothly into place. His thumbs released the slides in one clean motion. The two Colts were loaded again before most people could even finish blinking. But Before he could raise them, sharp danger rushed toward him. Black steel arrows rained down before his position. Veda immediately stepped backward. The arrows crashed into the exact place where he had been standing moments earlier. Boom. Fragments of rock burst upward. Almost at the same moment, a black steel spear shot toward his chest. Veda shifted his weight. The spear grazed past him before violently embedding itself into the ground behind him. The surrounding earth cracked beneath the force. Using the opening, Veda continued retreating until his back nearly reached the forest. The trees behind him cast long afternoon shadows across the battlefield. Suddenly, a sword flashed downward. The blade sliced toward the back of his neck. Veda instantly lowered his body. The sword swept through empty air just above his head, cutting off a few strands of his hair. Before the attacker could recover, Veda acted. Still crouching, he twisted his waist. Without even turning around completely, he extended the Colt in his right hand behind him. His finger pulled the trigger twice. Bang! Bang! Both shots struck perfectly. The bullets tore through the student's leg. Ag! The student screamed as his leg gave way beneath him. His body began falling backward. But before he even reached the ground, bam! Veda's leg shot upward. His kick landed squarely beneath the student's chin. The powerful impact snapped the young man's head backward before his eyes rolled up. His unconscious body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Veda calmly lowered his foot. TSK. He clicked his tongue, then he stepped forward once again. His eyes swept across the battlefield. More students emerged from between the surrounding trees. Meanwhile, the injured Evergrey members had already been pulled backward as the remaining students quickly reorganized themselves. Within seconds, the loose battlefield transformed back into a disciplined encirclement. Their formation was complete once again. Veda slowly looked around. Left. Right. Front. Behind. There wasn't an obvious escape route. You guys have really been trying hard to kill me. He sighed helplessly. Isn't that going a little too far? He scratched the back of his head. What if one of you accidentally succeeds? Despite being surrounded, his tone remained surprisingly calm. Meanwhile, his mind never stopped calculating. With the way this is going, I think I have to escape and forget about getting their numbered gems. You've probably realized it by now. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Grace calmly stepped out from the formation. Grant followed closely behind her. Her composed eyes remained fixed on Veda. We're prepared to do whatever it takes to defeat you here. She spoke without hesitation. Grant smiled faintly. And now, we've also learned exactly how far you'll go to avoid dying. His relaxed smile remained unchanged. So, Veda let out another sigh. You people are just trying to exhaust me. He looked genuinely troubled. Then, an idea suddenly came to him. He pointed toward Grant. How about this? His finger shifted toward himself. Me. Then back toward Grant. You. A one-on-one fight. He smiled brightly. We settle who's stronger. His expression almost looked pleading. Grant's eyes noticeably brightened. Truthfully, he wanted exactly that. Fighting the young lord of House Ashenlocke one-on-one was something he had wanted since entering the test. Almost instinctively, he glanced toward Grace. No. Grace answered immediately. She didn't even pause to think. Her refusal was absolute. Grant helplessly shrugged. Well. He looked back toward Veda. That's her answer. Ah. Veda rubbed his forehead before shaking his head. Then I guess we'll just keep dragging this out until I eventually escape. He smiled as though the situation surrounding him wasn't dangerous at all. Seeing that carefree attitude, Aurelio suddenly laughed. You still think you can stay calm? He walked forward with a mocking grin. You're wasting your time, young Lord of Ash. His smile slowly became colder. You'll just end up just like that first Ashenlocke trash. The girl who struggled like a trapped winter rat. Hee. The only thing she could do was scream. His grin widened. When I slammed her head into the ground, and she couldn't do a single thing except cry like the worthless trash she is. The smile suddenly disappeared from Veda's face. What? His eyes suddenly widened. The calmness he had maintained throughout the entire battle vanished in an instant. Seeing that tiny pause, Grace's eyes sharpened. She immediately swung her hand downward. Fire! Every member moved simultaneously. The opening they had patiently waited for had finally appeared. Everything unfolded exactly as Grace had planned. Before the battle even began, she had already instructed a reload to provoke Veda if an opportunity presented itself. And now, the bait had worked. Chapter 333, Gem Snatcher 8. Several minutes later, after the relentless exchange of gunfire and alchemy, the battlefield had finally fallen silent. The explosions that had echoed through the forest gradually faded away, leaving only drifting smoke, the smell of burnt earth, and the faint crackling of broken branches still burning from the battle. At the center of the ruined mountain path, "Hope we aren't la." Priscilla hurried through the forest before suddenly stopping in her tracks. Her unfinished sentence remained stuck in her throat. The sight before her stole every word she wanted to say. Nate, Paige, and Lyra emerged from the trees one after another. The moment they stepped into the clearing, they froze. Silence spread among the four of them. The battlefield no longer resembled a test ground. Broken trees lay scattered across the area. Chunks of rock covered the earth. Deep craters marked where explosions had erupted, while countless weapons remained embedded in the ground after the fierce battle. Students were lying everywhere. Some leaned motionlessly against shattered trees. Others were sprawled across the rocky ground. Blood-stained torn training uniforms, soaking into the soil beneath them. Several students had broken arms or legs that hung unnaturally, while others remained unconscious with painful expressions frozen on their faces. The most shocking sight was Aurelio. His body was embedded deep into the side of the mountain, as though someone had punched him there with overwhelming force. Cracks spread around the point of impact. His head hung forward. Blood slowly dripped from his nose. Several broken teeth lay scattered beneath him. His jaw had clearly been shattered by a devastating blow. Nate's eyes looked unfazed. "Are they dead?" His voice came out plain and calm. Standing quietly in the middle of the devastated battlefield, Veda slowly shook his head. "No." His reply was soft, almost emotionless. The quietness of his voice made the atmosphere feel even heavier. His breathing was rough. Large portions of his training clothes had been torn apart during the battle. Small cuts covered his arms and shoulders, allowing thin streams of blood to slowly trickle downward. A cut on his forehead continued dripping fresh blood past his eyebrow before falling onto the broken earth below. Yet, those injuries weren't what drew everyone's attention. Their eyes slowly moved toward his hands. His right fist remained tightly clenched. His left hand loosely held an EV-26 MK.2 shotgun. Blood continuously dripped from both. Not his own. It belonged to the students lying all around him. The blood slowly slid down his fingers before falling one drop at a time onto the ground beneath his feet. Around many of the unconscious students, repeater sword rifles had been driven through parts of their clothing or equipment before piercing deep into the earth below them. Like enormous nails, the rifles pinned them firmly to the ground, preventing anyone from escaping during the battle. No one spoke for several moments. The quietness only made the aftermath feel even heavier. Finally, Priscilla forced herself to ask, "Where are Grace and Grant Evergrey?" Veda remained silent. He lowered his head slightly while taking another deep breath. Only after calming his breathing did he slowly lift his eyes toward her. "They escaped." His answer remained just as quiet as before. Yet somehow, that calm voice felt far more frightening than if he had shouted in anger. Veda looked toward the ruined battlefield once more. His fingers slowly loosened. The EV-26 MK.2 slipped from his hand. Clank. The shotgun struck the rocky ground before rolling to a stop nearby. Veda slowly sat down where he stood. His shoulders dropped. The exhaustion that he had hidden throughout the fight finally became visible. He rubbed his forehead with one bloodstained hand. "I'm pissed, guys." His voice carried obvious frustration. "I'm really pissed." His jaw tightened. "Why?" He looked at the unconscious students surrounding him. Would they go this far, just to prove a point? His fists slowly clenched again. The memory of everything that had happened replayed vividly inside his mind. A few minutes earlier, the instant the combined barrage of bullets and countless alchemy attacks rushed toward him, Veda's eyes darkened. His thoughts no longer focused on the battlefield. Instead, one sentence echoed repeatedly inside his mind. The words Aurelio had spoken, the insults, the mocking laughter, the description of what had been done to a member of House Ashenlocke. Veda no longer cared about the details. His mind reached only one conclusion. They hurt someone from my family. A surge of emotion erupted inside him. Boom. White cognus exploded outward from his body. A tremendous wave of pressure spread across the battlefield like an invisible storm. The sudden release of adept rank cognus struck everyone at once. Loose stones rolled across the ground. Dust scattered violently into the air. The surrounding trees bent beneath the powerful pressure. Even the bullets already flying toward him visibly slowed for the briefest moment after entering the overwhelming field of cognus. The same happened to the alchemy attacks launched by the novice rank students. Although the reduction wasn't great, it was enough. Veda moved. His feet barely shifted from where he stood. Instead of retreating, he calmly stepped through the incoming barrage. One bullet passed beside his face. Another slipped beneath his raised arm. A black steel arrow narrowly missed his shoulder. A glass spike flew past his back before shattering against the mountain behind him. Every movement flowed naturally into the next. There wasn't a trace of panic. His body seemed to already know where every attack would travel before it arrived. Then, he raised his right hand. More white cognus surged along his arm like brilliant lightning. It gathered around his palm before spreading across his fingers. Without hesitation, he swung his hand toward the incoming storm of bullets. The motion looked almost casual. The moment his cognus touched them, the bullets instantly lost their structure. One after another, they shattered into tiny fragments before falling harmlessly onto the ground. Grace's pupils shrank. Law of inversion. Shock finally appeared on her usually composed face. The surrounding students instinctively stepped backward. The overwhelming pressure released by Veda's adept rank cognus had already shaken their confidence. Watching dozens of bullets simply disintegrate before reaching him only deepened that fear. Their coordinated assault suddenly stopped. Everyone hesitated. "What are all of you doing?" Grace immediately shouted, "Don't stop attack." Before she could finish, Veda vanished. Then, he appeared directly in front of Grace. There was no warning. No sound of footsteps. No visible movement. One moment he was standing dozens of meters away. The next, he was already within arm's reach. Grace's eyes widened. Grant froze. The members of House Evergrey stood rooted to the ground. Even the students who had joined their alliance stared blankly, their enhanced vision unable to follow Veda's movement. It wasn't that they had seen him move too fast. They hadn't seen him move at all. The sudden appearance alone sent a chill through everyone's spine. Veda's right fist drew backward. The muscles in his arm tightened as white cognus surged around his forearm, glowing from his veins. Then, he threw a single punch. The fist tore through the air with overwhelming force. It looked less like a human punch, and more like a heavy missile hurtling toward Grace's face. "I'll need you." His voice was calm and cold. To be quiet for now. Grace's instincts screamed at her. She immediately forced herself out of her momentary shock. With every bit of speed she could muster, she raised the slim sword in her hand, placing the thin blade between herself and Veda's incoming fist. She couldn't evade. Blocking was her only option. Boom. The punch landed. The reinforced blade bent violently from the impact before the tremendous force passed straight through it. The sword failed to stop the attack. It merely delayed it. Veda's fist continued forward and crashed squarely into Grace's face. Bang! The impact echoed across the battlefield. Grace's body was launched backward like a rag doll. She shot through the air before smashing into the trunk of a massive tree. Crack! The tree split apart. Without stopping, her body continued flying. Boom. She crashed into a second tree, then a third, then a fourth. Broken bark and splintered wood exploded in every direction as one tree after another collapsed behind her. Before Grant could even understand what had happened, his sister had already disappeared dozens of meters away. The worst part was everything between. Grace's flying body plowed through several members of House Evergrey. Students were struck before they even realized she was coming. Some were thrown to the ground. Others rolled across the rocky slope while crying out in pain. Their carefully maintained formation instantly collapsed. Grace! Grant's face changed. All thoughts of attacking Veda disappeared. Without hesitation, he abandoned his position and rushed toward where Grace had landed. His only concern became his sister's safety. With Grant leaving, the battlefield changed once again. The only remaining binder alchemist capable of confronting an adept alchemist opponent had withdrawn from the front line. The remaining students looked toward Veda. Fear slowly spread across their faces. The confidence they had maintained earlier was rapidly disappearing. Veda didn't chase Grant. Instead, he calmly brought both hands together. Clap. The sharp sound echoed across the mountain. Almost simultaneously, dozens of black steel bars burst out from his space bag. Without wasting even a second, he threw them high into the air. The steel rod spun rapidly overhead. White cognus immediately flowed from his palms. An enormous alchemy circle rapidly formed beneath his feet. Before anyone could react, Veda slammed both palms against the ground. Boom. The alchemy circle instantly expanded. It spread across the battlefield beneath the feet of every nearby student. Everything happened far too quickly, even with cognus strengthening their vision. The novice-rank alchemists couldn't follow the complete sequence. By the time they understood what was happening, the mass alchemy had already been completed. Aurilo's expression changed. He immediately lifted the RPG-2 resting in his hands. If he could fire first, he might still interrupt whatever Veda had created. But he was already too late. The alchemy circle flashed brilliantly. Then, repeater sword rifles erupted from the ground. Dozens upon dozens of rifles burst upward before falling back toward the battlefield. The long blades beneath each rifle pointed downward as they descended like a rain of steel. The students instinctively scattered. One of those rifles dropped near Veda. Before it could fully stab into the earth, Veda moved. His right leg lashed outward. The first kick struck the side of the falling rifle. The impact changed its angle, forcing it into a perfectly vertical position. Almost in the same breath, his second kick followed. Bang! His foot struck the bottom of the rifle with explosive force. The entire weapon shot forward like a massive spear. Its speed instantly broke the sound barrier. Aurilo had only just managed to shoulder the RPG-2. His finger hadn't even reached the trigger. Clank! The blade of the flying repeater sword rifle struck the loaded RPG ammunition. The reaction happened instantly. Boom. A violent explosion erupted directly in front of Aurilo. Fire swallowed his figure. The tremendous blast hurled nearby students into the air while fragments of metal and shattered stone scattered across the battlefield. Several members of Evergrey were caught within the explosion before they could escape. Aurilo himself couldn't even scream. His body was blasted backward by the explosion. Smoke quickly filled the area. However, Veda had no intention of stopping there. The instant the explosion erupted, he vanished again. Within the thick smoke, a figure suddenly appeared before Aurilo's airborne body. Veda. His right fist slowly tightened. Every muscle from his shoulder to his knuckles contracted as cognus reinforced the strike. Then, he punched. Bang! His fist buried itself into Aurilo's face. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the smoke. Crack! 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 His nose collapsed. His jaw shattered. Several teeth burst from his mouth before spinning through the air together with drops of blood. The force behind the punch accelerated Aurilo's body even faster. Boom! His body slammed violently into the side of the mountain. The entire cliff shook. A crater shaped like his body formed upon the rock face as cracks rapidly spread across the surrounding stone. Only after confirming Aurelio was no longer a threat did Veda land lightly upon the ground. Without pausing, he sharply turned. His hand reached into his space bag again. An EV-26 Mk.2 appeared. He smoothly raised the shotgun. White cognus flowed into his eyes. The drifting smoke immediately became transparent in his vision. Every moving silhouette, every heartbeat, every shifting figure inside the smoke became easier to distinguish. The formation that had once fought with discipline had completely fallen apart. Confusion had replaced coordination. Students shouted over one another. Some searched for Grace. Others looked for Grant. Several simply tried to understand where Veda had disappeared again. Veda calmly aimed. Bang! The EV-26 Mk.2 roared. The shotgun pellets struck a student's shoulder and thigh. Although Veda deliberately avoided fatal areas, the overwhelming power of the shotgun couldn't be ignored. Chunks of flesh burst outward. The injured student screamed before collapsing onto the ground, clutching the wound in unbearable pain. Bang! Veda fired again. Another student spun sideways after the pellets tore into his leg. Bang! A third blast echoed. Another body fell. The cries of pain quickly spread throughout the battlefield. Some students dropped their weapons. Others desperately crawled behind rocks or broken trees. One by one, the coordinated assault completely crumbled. After nearly emptying the shotgun, Veda didn't stop. The moment another student rushed toward him with a sword, he gripped the EV-26 Mk.2 by its body, swinging it like a heavy club. Bang! The solid steel frame smashed directly against the student's head. The young man immediately collapsed. Before another attacker could finish his sword slash, Veda caught the student's wrist with one hand, stopping the blade only inches from his body. By the time Veda caught the student's wrist, the thick smoke that had covered the battlefield had almost completely disappeared. The afternoon wind swept through the ruined mountain path, carrying away the last drifting clouds of dust and revealing the aftermath of the battle. The students who had once advanced together in perfect coordination no longer looked like a single force. Without Grace's commands, without Grant holding the front line, their formation had completely fallen apart. Some students still clenched their weapons tightly. Fear filled their eyes, yet they forced themselves to charge forward with the last bit of courage they had left. Others had already lost the will to continue. They turned around and ran for their lives, hoping to escape before Veda reached them. But Veda had no intention of letting anyone leave the battlefield while they were still capable of fighting. His feet pushed off the ground. While throwing the boy, he held his wrist on the ground hard. Boom! His figure shot forward like a white blur. As he ran, his hand reached toward one of the repeater sword rifles that had been embedded in the earth. Without slowing down, he pulled it free. The rifle spun once in his hand before he threw it with frightening precision. Whoosh! The heavy weapon tore through the air. The student who had gotten the farthest away suddenly sensed danger. He instinctively looked back. His eyes widened. Thud! The repeater sword rifle struck him before he could finish speaking. The blade pierced through part of his clothing before burying itself deep into the ground behind him. The tremendous force pinned him firmly in place. His body shook violently as the impact knocked the breath out of him. Before anyone else could react, several alchemy attacks rushed toward Veda from different directions. Black steel daggers, glass shards, compressed balls of wood. Without stopping his advance, Veda calmly moved between them. He twisted his shoulders, shifted one step, turned his waist. Every attack narrowly missed him before crashing into the already ruined battlefield. The movements flowed naturally into one another, making it seem as though he was dancing through the attacks rather than avoiding them. Another student suddenly appeared from his blind spot, holding a sword with both hands. He swung downward with everything he had. Veda didn't even look toward him immediately. He simply stepped half a pace to the side. The sword cut through empty air. Then, Veda reached out. His fingers wrapped around another nearby repeater sword rifle. In one smooth motion, he thrust it forward. Thud! The blade pierced through the student's clothing before driving deep into the earth beneath him. The young man cried out before losing the strength to continue resisting. The battle continued like that. Every student who still possessed the courage to fight charged toward him, and every one of them was defeated. Those who attempted to flee were intercepted before they could create enough distance. Little by little, the battlefield became quieter. The sounds of gunfire gradually disappeared. The clashes of steel became fewer. Eventually, the only sounds left were painful groans, heavy breathing, and the occasional cry echoing through the ruined mountain. One after another, the remaining students lost consciousness. Weapons slipped from weakened hands. Bodies collapsed onto the broken ground. Finally, no one remained standing. Veda stood alone in the middle of the battlefield. His chest rose and fell heavily. Each breath felt hotter than the last. Sweat mixed with blood as it slowly rolled down his face. The intense battle had forced him to consume cognus at a rate he hated using. It wasn't because he lacked enough cognus. Rather, he disliked fighting this way. Overwhelming his opponents with such a large difference in strength was never the kind of battle he enjoyed. His breathing slowly steadied. Veda quietly looked around him. The students lying unconscious all across the battlefield entered his sight. Some still wore painful expressions. Others had already completely blacked out, although he had carefully avoided taking anyone's life. The injuries they suffered were still severe enough to require immediate treatment. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. He quietly lowered his head. No words came out. Only a long, tired sigh escaped his lips. Back to the present. Unlike the heavy atmosphere surrounding Veda, Lyra's eyes suddenly lit up. Without the slightest hesitation, she crouched beside one of the unconscious students and immediately began searching through his pockets. Her movements were so natural that it almost looked like she had done it countless times before. Lyra. Priscilla placed a hand against her forehead. She let out a helpless sigh before slowly shaking her head. Disappointment was written all over her face. You really have no shame. What? Lyra looked up innocently. They're unconscious. She continued searching without slowing down. If we don't take the numbered gems, someone else will. It's free loot, Priscilla. Paige nodded in complete agreement. She immediately crouched beside another unconscious student and began checking his pockets as well. No point letting the opportunity go to waste. Priscilla could only sigh again. She had long since realized arguing with the two of them was completely pointless. Huh. Paige suddenly frowned. She searched the student once more. Then another pocket. Then inside the space pouch. Nothing. These Evergrey bastards don't have any numbered gems. She clicked her tongue in disappointment. What a waste. Standing back up, Paige immediately shifted her attention toward another section of the battlefield. Unlike the members of House Evergrey, several students from other families had joined their alliance only for the sake of obtaining numbered gems. If Evergrey doesn't have them, she smiled. Then maybe those guys do. She walked over to one of the unconscious girls lying nearby. Without any hesitation, she searched through the girl's belongings. A few seconds later, Paige's eyes suddenly brightened. Finally, she held up a numbered gem between her fingers. A satisfied smile immediately spread across her face. Really? Lyra's excitement exploded. She abandoned the student she had been searching and hurried over. The two girls quickly split up again. Like experienced treasure hunters, they moved from one unconscious student to another, collecting every numbered gem they could find before the Academy's medical team arrived to evacuate the injured participants. Not far away, Priscilla could only watch while rubbing her forehead again. Hopeless, she quietly muttered. Meanwhile, far away from Veda's battlefield, the clash between Ezra and Desmond had never stopped. The two continued exchanging blow after blow. A punch met another punch. A kick collided against another kick. Forearms crashed together. Elbows struck. Each attack was immediately followed by another counter. Neither side managed to gain a clear advantage. Desmond's overwhelming physical strength, reinforced by his powerful cognus, forced Ezra to continuously adapt to every exchange. Even so, it wasn't enough to break Ezra's rhythm. His movements remained steady. His breathing stayed controlled. No matter how fierce Desmond's attacks became, Ezra's combat flow remained completely intact, allowing the battle between the two young monsters to continue without either side yielding first. Chapter 334, Gem Snatcher 9. The fight between the two boys had reached a point where neither could find an easy opening. There wasn't a single punch or kick Desmond threw that Ezra failed to deal with. Standing firmly on the uneven forest ground, Ezra calmly guided every attack away using the principles of Tai Chi. His movements were smooth and connected, flowing naturally from one defense into the next before turning into a counterattack. There was no wasted motion. Every shift of his feet, every turn of his waist, and every movement of his hands blended together as though they were part of a single continuous action. Desmond rushed in again. His fist tore through the air, aiming straight for Ezra's face with enough force to split apart another tree if it missed. Ezra didn't retreat. Instead, he raised the palm of his left hand. His hand met Desmond's wrist just before the punch reached him. Rather than trying to stop the overwhelming force head-on, Ezra gently redirected it to the side. The heavy punch slipped past his cheek. At almost the same instant, Ezra's right fist shot forward. The counterattack came without warning, aiming directly at Desmond's chest. Desmond's reaction was just as fast. His opposite elbow swung across his body. Bam! The hard elbow struck Ezra's fist, knocking it away before the punch could land. Neither of them paused. The moment his punch was diverted, Ezra's right foot slid forward. His boot stepped firmly onto Desmond's own boot, trying to pin him in place and force him into close-range combat, where Ezra's flowing combinations could become even more dangerous. Desmond immediately sensed the intention. He stepped backward. Once. Then another step. Yet Ezra followed him effortlessly. Every time Desmond created space, Ezra's feet glided forward with the same rhythm, refusing to let the distance widen. Seeing the opportunity, Ezra suddenly lifted his right leg. His hips rotated sharply. A powerful side kick burst toward Desmond's face. The kick was fast and clean. Desmond crossed his forearm to block. Thud! The impact forced his arm backward. Almost immediately, Desmond reached forward, trying to grab Ezra's extended leg. But Ezra was already moving. His kicking leg folded back before Desmond's fingers could close around it. Without allowing himself to lose balance, Ezra shifted his weight onto his right foot. His left leg instantly fired out. Another side kick. The second attack came so quickly that it almost looked like the continuation of the first. This time, it caught Desmond by surprise again. Even so, his combat instincts remained excellent. He raised his other arm in time. Bang! The kick slammed into his forearm. At the same time, his hand successfully grabbed Ezra's leg. A grin slowly spread across Desmond's face. Finally, he had been waiting for exactly this moment. As long as he caught Ezra, the flow of those endless combinations would end. Or so he believed. Suddenly, bam! Ezra's body spun. Using the captured leg as the center of his rotation, he raised his free leg high into the air. Before Desmond could react, a spinning side kick crashed directly into his cheek. The sharp impact echoed across the forest. Desmond's head snapped violently to the side. His grip loosened for just a moment. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. It was already the third time Ezra had broken through his expectations with another seamless sequence of attacks. Yet, the surprises weren't over. The instant Desmond forced his head back into position, Ezra had already moved again. His body seemed to float lightly from the ground. He rotated through the air. Then, a perfect roundhouse kick swept across. Bang! Ezra's boot slammed into Desmond's face once more. This time, the impact forced Desmond several steps sideways before he finally regained his balance. He instinctively placed a hand over his nose. Blood slowly trickled between his fingers. He blew out a mouthful of blood before straightening his nose with a quick adjustment. Crack! Without even giving himself another second, Desmond lunged forward again. He had already learned one thing. Allowing Ezra to continue chaining attacks together was dangerous. The moment Ezra established his rhythm, the pressure only kept increasing. So instead of waiting, Desmond chose to attack first. His recovery speed caught Ezra slightly off guard. For the briefest moment, even Ezra's dull eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The scene reminded him of another battle. Veda against Vera. The final battle during the Trial of Steel. Veda had shown the same frightening resilience. No matter how many clean hits Vera landed, he always recovered almost immediately. The memory disappeared as quickly as it came. Desmond was already in front of him. Ezra immediately raised his knee. The sharp strike aimed directly beneath Desmond's chin. Desmond blocked it with his right forearm. Before Ezra could pull back, Desmond's left arm wrapped tightly around his body. However, instead of throwing Ezra forward or slamming him sideways, Desmond suddenly spun. Using the momentum created by his own rotation, he attempted to hurl Ezra away. The surrounding trees blurred from the sudden motion. Ezra felt his feet leave the ground. Even while being thrown, he calmly adjusted his posture in midair. Rather than crashing awkwardly, he landed on one shoulder before rolling across the soft forest soil. The roll absorbed most of the impact. Almost immediately, he pushed himself back onto his feet. Without wasting time, Ezra sidestepped several paces. At nearly the same instant, Desmond's Shaolin kick swept through the exact place where Ezra had been standing. The powerful kick sliced through empty air. Desmond smoothly shifted his footing after landing. He didn't hesitate. His fists immediately surged forward. One punch. Then another. Then another. Each strike carried tremendous weight. Ezra met them calmly. Instead of clashing directly, he redirected every punch with the smallest possible movement. The first strike slipped away. The second changed direction completely. Boom. Desmond's own punch smashed into the trunk of a massive tree. The thick trunk exploded apart under the overwhelming force. Splinters flew across the battlefield. The upper half of the tree slowly leaned before crashing onto the forest floor. Another punch came. A heavy left hook. It rushed toward Ezra's temple. Ezra calmly bent his body. The fist swept just above his head. The powerful wind pressure stirred his black hair as the attack narrowly missed him. At that precise instant, Ezra stepped inward. His right hand reached beneath Desmond's raised arm. His fingers firmly gripped the area beneath Desmond's left armpit. Before Desmond could react, Ezra's left hand grabbed Desmond's wrist. With one smooth motion, he twisted the arm while sliding behind Desmond's back, attempting to lock the joint. Desmond's body immediately lowered. Rather than struggling against the hold, he threw himself directly onto the ground. Using the roll to escape the joint lock, he smoothly returned to his feet. The two separated once again. Immediately. Bang. Bang. Clank. Clank. Desmond spun around. A Reaper staff appeared in his hands, after taking it out from his space bag. The spinning black steel shaft intercepted two incoming bullets from Ezra's Kel-Tec PMR-30, knocking them away with showers of sparks. The echoes faded. Silence briefly returned to the battlefield. The two boys stared at one another. Both breathed steadily. Neither looked away. Neither relaxed. Every muscle remained ready for the next exchange. "What are you doing, Ezra?" Desmond finally broke the silence. His playful smile had disappeared. "You still haven't shown your real strength." His voice remained calm. "I could say the same about you," Ezra answered flatly. The black steel Kel-Tec PMR-30 remained aimed directly at Desmond's face. Thin wisps of smoke slowly drifted from the muzzle. Neither of them moved. For several quiet seconds, only the sound of the wind passing through the broken trees could be heard. Then, white cognus erupted around Ezra. At the same time, crimson cognus burst from Desmond. Powerful pressure spread across the surrounding forest. White lightning like streams of cognus danced around Ezra's body. Crimson streaks flickered around Desmond. The broken leaves covering the ground rose into the air. Dust circled around both boys as the pressure continued increasing. For the first time, both of them openly allowed the other to sense the level of alchemist they had been hiding until now. The atmosphere immediately grew heavier. Then, just as suddenly, the pressure disappeared. Both boys withdrew the surge of cognus. Ezra's eyes shifted toward the nearby forest. For figures slowly stepped out from between the trees. Desmond lowered his reaper staff. I wanted to see how you deal with this annoying fly. Prince Tristan spoke as he walked at the front of the group. His posture remained elegant despite the ruined battlefield. Behind him, Felix kept both hands inside his pockets. Basil walked with his arms folded confidently across his chest. Gareth silently observed the broken forest and the destruction left behind by Ezra and Desmond's battle. You guys were watching? Desmond asked with an amused smile. I know. Felix looked at Desmond with an accusing expression before letting out a helpless sigh. You already knew where we were, so stop pretending to be surprised. Hee. Desmond simply laughed. There wasn't the slightest hint of embarrassment on his face. The playful grin he wore made it obvious he had never intended to hide it in the first place. But seriously. Basil's eyes shifted toward Ezra. He pointed at him with an unconvinced look. Does this trash really fight on Desmond's level? Disbelief filled his voice. He had watched the battle from beginning to end, yet he still found it difficult to accept what he had seen. Desmond wasn't just another talented student. Among their group, his close combat ability was second to none. Yet Ezra had exchanged punches and kicks with him without falling behind. Not once. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. His Kel-Tec PMR-30 remained steadily aimed at Desmond's forehead. Even though Desmond had already lowered his Reaper staff, Ezra hadn't lowered his guard. His attention wasn't focused on one person anymore. Instead, his mind quietly analyzed everyone standing before him. Prince Tristan, Basil, Felix, Gareth, Desmond. 5 opponents. Every one of them possessed strength far beyond the average academy student. The battlefield became unusually quiet. Only the breeze blowing through the broken trees disturbed the silence. Basil noticed Ezra's handgun hadn't moved even an inch. His expression immediately darkened. Low line. His cold voice broke the silence. Lower your weapon. The command carried the tone of someone giving an order instead of making a request. His finger remained pointed directly at Ezra. However, Ezra acted as though Basil didn't exist. He didn't even spare him a glance. His thoughts were already moving elsewhere. If the fight starts now, his dull black eyes calmly observed each member of the group, taking down the fat one. And Felix. Shouldn't take long. Although, Felix definitely has to go first. He's excellent at supporting close combat fighters. If he coordinates his long-range accuracy with the others, he'll become more troublesome than any other person here. Ezra silently memorized every detail. The prince. And the fat one. I still don't know enough about their alchemy paths, just like Desmond. I'm only beginning to understand that blood alchemy path. His gaze shifted toward Gareth. Gareth is dangerous, but manageable. If it's one-on-one. Especially if I can openly use assault rifles. His thoughts continued without interruption. The surrounding pressure, Basil's orders, and Prince Tristan's presence failed to disturb his concentration. Right now, the only thing I'm certain of is that Desmond is the strongest among them. His black eyes slowly swept across the 4 boys standing behind Desmond before returning to the crimson-eyed young man. Every detail entered his memory. Their posture, their breathing, their weapons, the distance between each of them, possible attack routes, possible escape routes. Even the broken terrain around them became part of his calculations. I'm talking to you, lowline. Basil suddenly roared. His patience had completely run out. Are you deaf? His voice echoed throughout the forest. Yet, Ezra remained completely indifferent. His expression didn't change. His breathing stayed steady. It was as if Basil's angry shouting had blended into the background with the wind. Seeing that reaction, Basil's face darkened even further. The veins on his forehead became visible. Don't waste your saliva on him, Basil. Felix spoke calmly, his hands still resting inside his pockets. His expression barely changed. That's simply the kind of bastard he is. A faint smile appeared on Desmond's face. He didn't deny Felix's words. In fact, he found them strangely accurate. That's exactly why. Basil clenched his fists. Someone needs to teach him a lesson. But first, Prince Tristan calmly interrupted him. He stepped forward. Each step carried the natural confidence of someone born into royalty. Although there was no deliberate display of force, the dignity of a prince of Britannia naturally radiated from his posture. His neatly pressed academy uniform remained almost untouched despite the long examination. His golden eyes rested quietly on Ezra. What? His calm voice spread across the silent battlefield. Is your relationship with Ezra Ashenlocke? He paused briefly before adding one final word. Low line. His tone remained composed, yet everyone present could hear the authority hidden beneath those simple words. Ezra quietly looked back at him. So that's it. His thoughts quickly connected several pieces together. I have been getting the feeling his eyes have been on me this entire time. So it's because of Vera. He silently stored the information away. Even now, his face remained as expressionless as ever. We're business partners, Ezra finally answered. His voice remained plain, without respect, without provocation, simply stating what he believed to be the truth. The unexpected answer caused Prince Tristan and Basil to blink almost simultaneously. Business partners? The two repeated inwardly. Unlike them, Felix, Gareth, and Desmond showed almost no reaction. Felix had already expected Ezra to answer in his own strange way. Although he hadn't guessed the exact words, he wasn't surprised. Gareth simply watched quietly. As for Desmond, he couldn't care less about whatever relationship existed between Ezra and Vera. It wasn't his concern. Business. Prince Tristan slowly raised a hand to his forehead. He rubbed his temple while exhaling softly. Partners. For the first time, a trace of irritation appeared on the prince's face. Wait. He lowered his hand before extending a finger toward Ezra. How dare a lowline speak to me in that tone? His eyes narrowed. The calmness in his voice became noticeably colder. And you'd better tell me the truth. His gaze never left Ezra's face. The only reason I'm being this lenient is because you've become rather popular within the royal and noble circle. He gave a small shrug before a mocking smile appeared. I have no interest in hurting the person who designed a vehicle I happen to like. He paused. Even if you're no longer its owner. The smile on his face became slightly more sarcastic. I honestly don't understand why people still insist on calling you the creator of the phantom rolls, when you've already lost that right. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, then his eyes sharpened once again. So, he spoke more firmly this time. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Ezra Ashenlocke? Silence followed. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. He could clearly feel it now. A faint wave of cognizance slowly flowed from Prince Tristan's body. It wasn't enough to attack. It wasn't even enough to pressure an ordinary binder alchemist. Its purpose was obvious. Intimidation. A quiet reminder of the difference between a prince and a low-line noble member of a duke house. Unfortunately for Tristan, it achieved nothing. Ezra's expression remained unchanged. His grip on the Kel-Tec PMR-30 never loosened. Didn't your highness hear the news? Ezra asked in the same plain tone. The firearms Ezra Ashenlocke created were developed with my help. That's the business partnership I'm referring to. He looked directly into Prince Tristan's eyes. Neither fearful nor arrogant. Simply indifferent. Your highness. The faint pressure from Tristan's cognizance continued spreading across the battlefield. Yet Ezra stood there without the slightest sign of being affected, his dull black eyes calmly meeting the prince's gaze as though the invisible pressure surrounding him simply didn't exist. Chapter 335, Gem Snatcher X. For several long seconds, Prince Tristan simply stared at Ezra. The forest had grown strangely quiet after Desmond lowered his weapon. Broken trees leaned against one another, shattered rocks littered the ground, and leaves continued drifting through the air from the violent battle that had just ended. Even the wind seemed slower now, carrying the faint smell of burnt gunpowder and disturbed soil across the battlefield. Ezra stood motionless with the Kel-Tec PMR-30 still aimed at Desmond. His expression remained as dull as ever. There wasn't the slightest intention of lowering his weapon. Seeing that unwavering gaze, a smile slowly crept onto Tristan's face. It started as a faint curl at the corner of his lips before quickly growing wider. Then, ha ha ha. His laughter echoed throughout the quiet forest. He pointed at Ezra as though he had just witnessed something amusing. Would you look at this guy? Basil immediately joined in. Ha ha. The large boy laughed loudly while holding his stomach, looking at Ezra as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Felix merely watched with a calm expression. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, but unlike Basil, he didn't laugh loudly. Gareth simply smiled to himself. Desmond crossed his arms, a faint smirk appearing on his face as he quietly observed the scene unfold. After laughing for a while, Tristan slowly exhaled. Ah! The smile disappeared from his face. His expression became completely serious. The cheerful prince from moments ago vanished, replaced by someone carrying the dignity expected of Britannia's royal family. His golden eyes settled on Ezra. Beat him up. The simple command left his mouth without emotion. Basil's eyes instantly brightened. I've been waiting for you to say that. Boom. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Crimson cognus surged through every part of his body, reinforcing his muscles and bones before exploding outward with tremendous force. His bulky figure shot toward Ezra like a charging beast. Every step crushed loose stones beneath his boots. His speed was shocking for someone with such a large frame. Ezra's black eyes calmly followed him. Without hesitation, the muzzle of the Kel-Tec PMR-30 shifted toward Basil's forehead. His finger tightened around the trigger. Just then, whoosh! A fist-sized rock suddenly flew across the battlefield from the side. It spun rapidly through the air before appearing directly in Basil's path. Basil instinctively reacted. Throwing rocks now. A mocking grin spread across his face. What kind of pathetic? He threw a heavy punch. His reinforced fist collided with the rock. The instant skin touched stone. Boom. The rock exploded. Flames burst outward in every direction. The violent blast swallowed Basil's entire upper body before throwing him several meters backward. His massive frame rolled across the ground, crushing bushes before finally stopping near Tristan and the others. Arg! Basil groaned as smoke rose from his right hand. The smell of burnt flesh drifted into the air. Everyone's attention shifted toward him. His injury wasn't particularly serious. Most of the explosion had been blocked by the cognus reinforcing his body. Still, the skin on his fist had turned black with soot. Parts of it were slightly burned, while thin streams of smoke continued rising from between his fingers. Basil stared at his injured hand in disbelief. Then his face twisted with anger. Who dared to do this to me? His furious roar echoed through the forest. Scholar, damn it! A lazy voice answered from the trees. Ganging up on one person? I didn't know you guys had it that bad. Several pairs of eyes turned toward the source. A young man slowly walked out from behind the trees with one hand tucked inside his pocket. His relaxed posture made it seem as though he had merely come to watch a play rather than enter a dangerous battlefield. Cyrus. He finally decided to join after watching Ezra and Desmond's battle from the sidelines the entire time. To him, the fight had been entertaining enough to watch until now. Felix looked at him for a moment before pointing in his direction. It's the average Joe? His mocking tone immediately drew a few chuckles. Honestly. Felix laughed lightly. Out of everyone that could have shown up, I wasn't expecting you. Even Tristan let out another small laugh. Desmond shook his head with an amused smile. Gareth smiled politely without saying anything. Only Basil wasn't laughing. He slowly climbed back onto his feet. The veins on his forehead bulged. His breathing became heavier as white smoke continued drifting from his injured hand. Enough laughing. His voice was frighteningly calm. He channeled cognus into the burned hand. The blackened skin gradually began recovering while he quickly wrapped a bandage around it. Then, he raised his furious eyes toward Cyrus. I'm going to kill you. His voice carried obvious killing intent. Wax candlelight of Brun. Cyrus simply slipped his free hand into his other pocket. A crooked grin spread across his face. You think I'm scared of you? He tilted his head. Pig of Evermont. Silence. For one brief moment. Nobody spoke. Everyone knew Basil hated that nickname. The words echoed inside his head like a hammer striking steel. His eyes twitched. H. His body trembled. H. How? His breathing became rough. How dare you? Boom. His cogniz erupted once again. Without another word, Basil charged. His footsteps pounded across the forest floor as he rushed straight towards Cyrus with enough force to shake the surrounding ground. Cyrus glanced sideways toward Ezra for only a brief second. His voice became much quieter. I'll split them up. That should even the odds for you. Ezra gave the faintest nod. He understood the plan immediately. Since the fewer opponents standing together, the greater his chances of not stressing himself too much. Seeing Basil rapidly closing the distance, Cyrus suddenly turned around and sprinted deeper into the forest. He intentionally exaggerated his movements, making sure Basil wouldn't lose sight of him. As he ran, he cupped his hands around his mouth. I called you a pig. He shouted loudly. What are you going to do about it? He looked over his shoulder with a mocking grin. Pig, 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 pig of Evermont. Every shout made Basil's face grow darker. The last thread of reason inside him finally snapped. I'll kill you. Basil roared at the top of his lungs. Candlelight. The enraged young noble completely forgot why he had come here in the first place. The numbered gems. Ezra. Prince Tristan's orders. Everything disappeared from his mind. There was only one thing left. Catching Cyrus. And making him pay. The two figures quickly disappeared deeper into the forest, leaving the sound of crashing branches and Basil's furious shouting echoing in the distance. Prince Tristan watched the direction they had gone for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Oh, Basil. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, looking more helpless than angry. Felix, go after Basil and end that fight quickly. As for me, Des, I'm not fighting with you guys. Desmond interrupted before Tristan could finish. He casually rested both hands behind his head and turned away from the group as if nothing important was happening. Tristan frowned. Where are you going, Desmond? I'm going to look for a numbered gem. Desmond spoke without stopping. I still have a test to pass. He glanced over his shoulder at Ezra, a faint grin appearing on his face. Besides, I don't want to fight him like this. I want to beat him in a proper one-on-one. He waved lazily. So, see you later, Prince. Felix. Gareth. A playful smile spread across his face. Oh, and greet that idiot Basil for me. Without waiting for anyone to answer, Desmond disappeared between the trees. The forest quickly swallowed his figure. TSK. Tristan clicked his tongue. Losing Desmond was disappointing. After all, he had just watched him exchange blows with Ezra without giving up an inch. There was no denying that Desmond was the strongest fighter among them. Still, Tristan didn't intend to chase him. His attention shifted toward Gareth. What about you? Are you going to say the same thing? Gareth stood calmly with his hand stroking his chin. He thought quietly for a moment before giving a respectful bow. I would also prefer a one-on-one. His voice remained calm and sincere. But this is a royal order. He slowly straightened his back. So I will obey. His eyes moved toward Ezra. There wasn't the slightest trace of hostility in them. No hard feelings, Ezra. His words sounded genuine. Unlike Basil, Gareth wasn't driven by emotion. To him, this was simply another order that needed to be carried out. Tristan nodded with satisfaction. Good. A smug smile returned to his face. Felix. He glanced toward Felix. Forget Basil. That average fellow won't survive long anyway. He folded one arm behind his back before looking directly at Ezra. The three of us will focus on disciplining this lowline. His voice grew noticeably colder. The moment those words left Tristan's mouth, Ezra moved. It was almost as though he had been waiting for permission to attack. His feet pushed off the ground. The distance between him and Felix rapidly closed. From the very beginning, Felix had been the first target in Ezra's calculations. A skilled marksman supporting powerful close-range fighters would become increasingly troublesome the longer the battle continued. Removing him first was the logical choice. However, Ezra wasn't the only one making calculations. The instant he burst forward, Gareth moved as well. He had already predicted Ezra's intentions. Felix's physical ability couldn't compare with Ezra's, Gareth's, or even Prince Tristan's. If Ezra wanted to reduce the pressure on himself, Felix would naturally become the first target. Gareth stepped directly into Ezra's path. But Ezra had expected Gareth to do exactly that. The two met halfway. Clank. Steel slammed against steel. Ezra raised the Kel-Tec PMR-30 horizontally. Just as Gareth drove the barrel of his Colt 1911 forward, he took out from his space bag the instant he moved. The two firearms collided with enough force to throw sparks into the air. Both boys immediately pushed against one another. Muscles tightened. Boots dug into the loose soil. For a brief moment, neither side gave ground. Then Gareth's superior physical strength began to show. He forced Ezra backward several steps, the soles of Ezra's boots carving shallow trails across the forest floor. At that same moment, clap. Prince Tristan calmly brought his palms together. A confident smile spread across his face. Cognition flowed through his body before gathering inside both hands. An intricate alchemy circle quickly formed between his palms, its glowing lines spinning with elegant precision. He slowly separated his hands. "Let me show you." His golden eyes narrowed slightly. Why it is important for a lowline to obey royalty. The alchemy circle dissolved into countless glittering particles. Each particle shimmered like tiny fragments of sunlight suspended in the air. They drifted together, merged, compressed. The surrounding light itself seemed to bend toward them. Slowly, 6 brilliant blades took shape beside Prince Tristan. Each one appeared to be forged entirely from condensed light, hovering silently around him, giving off a soft golden glow. Ezra's eyes lifted toward them. Light. Before he could finish the thought, one disappeared. No, it hadn't disappeared. It had already moved. There was no visible travel, no gradual acceleration. One instant it floated beside Tristan. The next, the sharp tip had already reached Ezra's chest. His instincts screamed. Ezra forcefully pushed himself backward. The glowing blade grazed across the front of his cardigan. A sharp tearing sound followed. The outer layer of clothing split open. The cut continued through his training shirt beneath it before stopping at the tight black inner garment protecting his body. The attack had missed his flesh by the narrowest margin. Ezra's expression remained calm. Inside, his thoughts raced. I couldn't sense it properly. His eyes immediately searched for the remaining light blades. Nothing. They seemed to vanish the moment they moved. Then, bang. A rifle shot echoed through the forest. Ezra reacted almost on instinct. His Kel-Tec PMR-30 fired immediately. Bang. The two bullets collided in midair. Clank. A shower of sparks burst outward. Yet Felix's heavier rifle round smashed through Ezra's pistol round and continued forward. Ezra immediately shifted sideways. The remaining bullet flew past his shoulder before burying itself deep inside a tree. Another rifle shot followed almost instantly. Ezra's footwork became lighter. He twisted, stepped, and slid across the uneven ground, narrowly avoiding the incoming fire. His gaze locked onto Felix. The young marksman had already repositioned himself behind Gareth and Prince Tristan. The Springfield M1903 rested firmly against his shoulder. Thin smoke drifted lazily from the rifle's muzzle as he calmly prepared his next shot. He had become the sniper supporting the battlefield. Gareth controlled the front, and Prince Tristan pressured from the center. Felix hunted every opening from the rear. A dangerous formation. Before Ezra could act, the tiny hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood upright. Danger. His pupils rapidly shifted. He searched for the invisible light blades while listening instead of relying only on sight. There, a faint tearing sound. The air itself seemed to split apart. The instant something cold brushed against his cheek, Ezra twisted his body with explosive speed. A golden blade skimmed past. Blood sprayed into the air as a thin cut opened across his cheek. Before his feet could even touch the ground. Bang! Another rifle shot roared. Felix had perfectly timed the attack, firing while Ezra was airborne and unable to adjust his footing normally. Fortunately, Ezra had already anticipated that possibility. His free hand reached into his space bag. The harpoon gun appeared almost instantly. Without hesitation, he aimed toward the thick trunk of a nearby tree. Bang! The harpoon shot forward, dragging its steel cable behind it as it sped toward the tree. Its steel tip struck the thick trunk of a towering tree just before Felix pulled the trigger. Bang! The rifle roared. Almost at the same instant, the thin steel cable stretched tight. The powerful pull yanked Ezra sideways, dragging him through the air just as the bullet tore past the spot where his head had been a heartbeat earlier. The shot continued into the forest behind him, punching clean through another tree before disappearing into the distance. Ezra didn't allow himself even a moment to recover. The instant the cable carried him clear, his instincts flared once again. Above. Without looking, he twisted his waist and released the tension in the cable, letting his body fall into a controlled turn. A dark shadow descended from overhead. Boom. Gareth crashed onto the ground with a reinforced punch. The force blasted apart the earth beneath his fist, sending chunks of dirt and shattered stone flying in every direction. A shallow crater formed where the punch landed, while cracks spread rapidly across the ground. Ezra narrowly escaped. His boots barely left the edge of the impact before he pushed himself upward with an agile flip, avoiding the strike by no more than an inch. Dust swept across his face. Before he had fully regained his balance, Gareth attacked again. His second punch came without hesitation. Cognus surged through his arm, swelling the muscles beneath his uniform as the blow tore through the air toward Ezra's ribs. Ezra leaned backward. The punch skimmed past his chest. At that exact moment, a faint chill brushed against his back. The tip of one of Tristan's light blades silently grazed the fabric of his cardigan. Another attack. It had reached him without warning. Ezra's pupils narrowed. He didn't panic. Instead, he reached out and caught Gareth's other arm just as it rose to continue the assault. Using Gareth's own strength, Ezra pulled himself around the larger boy's body, attempting to slip behind him and create enough space to avoid both the invisible blades and Felix's rifle. For a brief instant, it seemed like the maneuver had worked, but Gareth had already anticipated it. The opening wasn't a mistake. It was bait. Bam! Gareth suddenly drove his forehead forward. The headbutt crashed directly into Ezra's forehead. The impact rang through Ezra's skull like a hammer striking steel. His vision shook. His balance faltered. Before Ezra could recover, Gareth stepped in close, seized the opportunity, and rotated his body. Using his superior strength, he spun Ezra across his shoulder, forcing him into an exposed position. Far behind them, Felix's eyes never left the battlefield. His breathing remained steady. The Springfield M1903 rested firmly against his shoulder. He had been waiting for this exact moment. The instant Gareth completed the rotation, Felix squeezed the trigger. Bang! The rifle bucked against his shoulder. The bullet screamed across the battlefield with terrifying speed. Ezra's head still throbbed from the headbutt. The enhanced force behind Gareth's strike, strengthened by Cognus, had left his thoughts momentarily unsteady. Even so, his body reacted before his mind fully caught up. Instead of resisting the momentum, Ezra flowed with it. He tucked his body sideways into a fast aerial somersault. The spinning motion carried him just outside the bullet's path. The round sliced through the empty space where his head had been only a fraction of a second earlier. He had escaped another fatal attack. But the moment his feet descended toward the ground, Gareth was already there. Like a hunter waiting beneath its prey, he caught Ezra before he could land, lifting him across his shoulders with overwhelming strength. There wasn't even time for Ezra to plant his feet. Gareth twisted his waist, and hurled him violently toward his left. Ezra's body spun through the air. Before he could regain control, bam! Gareth stepped forward and drove the sole of his boot into Ezra's abdomen. The kick exploded with tremendous force. Air burst from Ezra's lungs as his body shot across the battlefield like a cannonball. He crashed through the first tree. Crack! The trunk split apart. Then another. Boom! A third tree shattered under the impact. Broken branches, bark, and leaves erupted into the air, scattering across the forest floor. Only after smashing into the fourth massive tree did Ezra finally come to a stop. The thick trunk groaned from the impact before settling back into place. For a moment, everything became quiet. Cough, cough. Ezra bent forward. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth before dripping onto the broken earth beneath him. His breathing had become noticeably heavier. Each breath drew a dull ache through his chest. Across the battlefield, Prince Tristan laughed softly. The smile on his face carried complete confidence. Felix lowered his rifle just enough to inspect the result of their coordinated attack. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Beside them, Gareth calmly rolled his shoulders before cracking his knuckles one after another. His expression remained composed. There was no excitement. No arrogance. Only the quiet focus of someone carrying out his task. The three of them stood together without breaking formation. One controlled the battlefield from afar with precise rifle fire. One dominated close combat with overwhelming physical strength. The last commanded an alchemy path capable of striking at the speed of light while directing the flow of the battle. Two binder alchemists, each carrying deep cognis reserves reinforced by alchemy accessories. Alongside them, a prince who had already stepped into the adept alchemist rank, his own cognis amplified by multiple royal-grade alchemy artifacts. Facing even one of them would have been difficult. Facing all three together, without giving them time to interfere with one another, was something else entirely. Anyone watching from the outside would likely reach the same conclusion. This was the greatest challenge Ezra had faced since the beginning of his battle for survival in the Trial of Steel. Ezra slowly straightened. A long breath escaped his lips. The pain throughout his body remained. The pressure surrounding him remained. Even so, his thoughts became strangely clear. I understand now. The words echoed quietly within his mind. His dull black eyes slowly changed. From the depths of his pupils, a darkness deeper than the night itself began to spread, as though an endless abyss had quietly awakened behind his gaze. Chapter 336, Gem Snatcher 11. Light alchemy, flame alchemy, wind alchemy, frost alchemy, earth alchemy, and the other nature element alchemy paths are considered some of the strongest alchemy paths for a reason. The same could be said for the nature paths practiced in other nations, even when those countries converted essence into forms of energy completely different from Britannia's cognis. One of their greatest advantages come from something quite simple: the environment. Nature path alchemists rarely have to worry as much about finding the basic resources required to ignite their alchemy, since many of these resources already existed naturally around them. Earth surrounded them beneath their feet. Wind moved through the atmosphere. Light came from the sun and other sources, while water, frost, flame, and the other elements could be found or produced with far less preparation depending on the alchemy path. Combat path alchemists don't have that luxury. They needed materials. A lot of them. Black steel bars, normal steel bars, steel nuggets, iron, glass, and many other metals and manufactured resources that had to be bought and stockpiled beforehand, depending on the alchemy path being practiced. And those materials didn't simply appear out of nowhere. Resources had to be mined first, then they had to be transported, refined, manufactured, shaped, and finally purchased by the alchemist who intended to use them. That alone made the combat paths expensive to maintain. Then there was the alchemy itself. Combat alchemy circles often contained far more alchemy symbols because of the number of processes involved in converting raw materials into usable weapons or other combat creations. Every additional process required calculation. Every additional symbol required control. And every additional stage demanded cognis. Because of that difference, Nature path alchemists generally had much better control over how much cognus they needed to spend on a single alchemy ignition, while a combat path alchemist could consume a much greater amount of cognus simply to complete one complicated creation. But that didn't mean combat alchemy was weak. Far from it. Its problem was growth. The further an alchemist advanced, the more complicated those problems became, and this difficulty in maintaining steady growth was one of the reasons many combat alchemy families had gone generations without producing an alchemist who surpassed the rank of alchemist scholar. Ezra stared at the three threats standing before him. His breathing was still heavy from the beating he had just received, while a thin line of blood remained at the corner of his mouth. Behind him, the tree he had crashed into carried a deep dent across its trunk, with cracks spreading through the bark from the force of the impact. Ahead of him, Felix remained in a proper kneeling shooting position. One knee rested against the forest floor while the Springfield M1903A sat firmly against his shoulder. His cheek remained close to the stock, one eye looking through the optic scope while the barrel stayed trained directly on Ezra. There was no unnecessary movement from him. He simply waited. Tristan stood between the two other boys with a relaxed posture, the triumphant smile on his face showing just how confident he had become after watching Ezra get thrown through several trees. And finally, there was Gareth. He calmly removed the empty magazines from his two Colt 1911s before inserting fresh ones. Click, click. He released both slides and briefly examined the pistols. These new pistols look really handy. Tristan's golden eyes moved toward the black steel Colts in Gareth's hands. Yeah. Gareth raised the Colt in his left hand, turning it slightly as he examined the frame and grip. It has a nice grip, and the transition between movements feels smooth. He lowered the pistol again, then his eyes settled on Ezra. Well then. Both Colts rose. Let's end this. Bang. Clank. Gareth had barely taken his first step when Ezra fired. The Kel-Tec PMR-30 barked from his hand, sending a bullet directly toward the middle of Gareth's face. Gareth reacted immediately. Instead of dodging, his right arm snapped upward. The bullet struck the black steel body of his Colt. A metallic crack rang through the forest as sparks jumped from the weapon's surface, forcing Gareth's hand slightly backward. The three boys looked toward Ezra. He was standing again. Slowly. His legs weren't completely steady, and the pain from Gareth's earlier kick still burned through his abdomen, but he had forced himself back onto his feet. He's resilient. Tristan briefly glanced toward Felix. Felix didn't remove his eye from the scope. He's just a trapped winter rat that refuses to go down. His finger rested lightly against the trigger. He's only looking to die. Tristan raised his left hand toward Ezra. The smugness returned to his face. One of the 6 light blades responded instantly. It vanished. There was no normal movement for Ezra to follow. One moment, the blade hovered within Tristan's control. The next moment, a streak of light crossed the battlefield so quickly that Ezra's senses could barely register its approach. But this time, Ezra moved differently. Clash. A burst of golden sparks scattered toward the forest floor. Tristan's eyes widened. He blocked it. As the light blade entered Ezra's range, Ezra had snapped the Kel-Tec upward, placing the black steel body of the handgun directly in its path. The two weapons collided. The light blade was knocked slightly away. Ezra didn't stop there. Almost in the same movement, he leaned sharply toward his right. Gareth's fist swept over him. The Colt still held in Gareth's hand cut through the air above Ezra's head, missing his hair by only a small distance. Ezra's feet moved immediately, cognus rushing through his legs. His muscles tightened. Then he burst out of the space between Gareth and the returning light blade. Bang! Felix fired. Ezra's sudden acceleration carried him away just before the sniper round reached his former position. The bullet struck the ground and sent dirt spraying into the air. From the first light blade reaching him, Gareth entering close range, and Felix firing from the rear, the entire exchange had happened within moments. A novice alchemist trying to follow everything with ordinary sight would probably have lost track of at least half of it. Ezra hit the ground in a roll. His shoulder touched first. He allowed his momentum to carry him across the dirt before planting one foot beneath himself and rising in the same smooth motion. The instant his boot touched the ground, his hand entered his space bag. A desert eagle appeared. Instead of immediately aiming it, Ezra did something strange. He dropped it. At the same time, he released the Kel-Tec PMR-30 on his other hand. Both handguns began falling toward the forest floor, while Gareth was already moving. He sprinted toward Ezra at full speed, bringing both Colts forward as he prepared to fire together. Farther away, Felix adjusted his position by several degrees, carefully changing the angle of the Springfield so Gareth wouldn't interfere with his line of fire. Tristan's golden eyes remained fixed on Ezra. All three were preparing to attack again. Ezra ignored them for the brief moment he needed. Cognus flowed through his veins to both arms. From his upper arms, it traveled toward his forearms, passed through his wrists, and finally reached his hands. White Cognus streamed from the tips of his fingers. It entered the black gloves he was wearing. These weren't the same gloves Ezra had worn before the practical test officially began. They fit much closer to his hands, while the black material of the gloves still resembled leather from a distance. But its surface carried a slight metallic feel, and hidden beneath it were circuits that Ezra himself had designed. His Cognus entered those circuits. The white energy flowed through one channel after another, like water traveling through narrow connected streams, gradually filling the entire pattern. The moment the final circuit connected, the tip of each glove's index finger loosened. A single black thread shot downward from each finger. They moved quickly. One reached the bottom of the Desert Eagle's magazine. The other caught the Kel-Tec PMR-30. Neither handgun reached the ground. Ezra raised his hands. At the same moment. Bang! Bang! Gareth fired both Colts. Bang! Felix's Springfield roared from farther behind him. 3 bullets converged on Ezra. The black threads tightened, like stretched springs suddenly being released. Both hanging firearms snapped upward. The Desert Eagle flew perfectly into one hand, and the Kel-Tec PMR-30 returned to the other. Ezra stepped forward instead of retreating. His body tilted. The first Colt round passed beside his ribs, then he shifted his shoulder. The second crossed behind him. Felix's sniper bullet remained. Ezra raised the Kel-Tec. Bang! 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 3 shots left the barrel in rapid succession, which weren't fired randomly. Each bullet was aimed toward the same side of Felix's incoming sniper round. The first struck near its right edge. The second changed its direction further. The third completed the deflection. Clank! The sniper round was knocked away from Ezra's body. Before the sound of the collision had completely faded, Ezra's other arm was already moving. The Desert Eagle rose. Its barrel didn't point toward Tristan's stomach. It didn't aim for his legs. It wasn't even pointed toward one of his arms. The muzzle settled directly on the middle of the prince's forehead. Ezra pulled the trigger. Bang! The Desert Eagle roared far louder than the Kel-Tec. Its heavy round tore through the air with a single purpose. Kill. Tristan's smug expression disappeared with every strengthened sense in his body screaming at him. His hand was already moving to attack Ezra, but he immediately changed his intention. One of the remaining light blades responded to his control. It crossed the shadow cast by a nearby tree and seemed to disappear within the change of light. The instant it passed another shadow, its golden shape became visible again. It moved between patches of light and darkness so quickly that following its full path with ordinary sight was almost impossible. The light blade appeared directly in front of Tristan. Clank! The Desert Eagle round struck it. A metallic-like sound rang through the forest despite the blade being made from condensed light. Golden sparks scattered outward. Then another sound followed. Crack! Tristan blinked. A thin fracture had appeared across the surface of his light blade. For the first time since beginning the fight, his confident expression faltered. It cracked. His golden eyes immediately moved toward Ezra and met those black eyes, deep and empty, like there was something behind them that Tristan couldn't see the bottom of. His body reacted before his pride could stop it. He flinched. Only slightly. But it happened. Ezra noticed. More importantly, he finally summarized the answer he had already found. The reason Tristan remained positioned between Gareth and Felix. The reason he couldn't properly sense the movement of the light blades through changes in the surrounding air. The reason the attacks seemed to appear and disappear instead of traveling like normal projectiles. And finally, Tristan's current level as an adept alchemist. Every piece of information Ezra had gathered since the 3-on-1 battle began connected fully inside his mind. The strange movement of the blades, their relationship with the light and shadows around the forest, Tristan's position, his control, and his limitations. Everything finally clicked into place. Not too far from Ezra's battlefield, another part of the forest was suffering for an entirely different reason. Boom. 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 One tree after another cracked beneath heavy impacts, while chunks of soil, rocks, broken branches, and dry leaves were thrown across the forest floor. And all of that destruction was being caused by one extremely angry noble. Stop running. Basil's furious roar carried through the trees. His large body charged forward with surprising speed, crushing twigs beneath his boots as he chased after Cyrus, who continued running several meters ahead of him. Despite Basil's size, his speed wasn't something Cyrus could laugh at. The moment Cyrus slowed down too much, the distance between them immediately shortened. And judging from what Basil's fists had been doing to the forest since the chase began, Cyrus had absolutely no interest in finding out what would happen if one of those punches landed cleanly on his body. Cyrus glanced over his shoulder. Basil suddenly lowered himself while still running. Both of his thick arms reached toward a small boulder beside the path. His fingers dug underneath it. Then, using the momentum of his charge together with his physical strength, Basil ripped the boulder from the ground and raised it with both hands. "You annoying bastard." Cyrus's eyes widened. "Seriously?" Basil threw it. The boulder spun through the air, tearing through branches as it flew towards Cyrus. Cyrus immediately judged its path and stopped running for only a second. That single pause was enough. Boom. The boulder crashed into the ground directly in front of him. The earth shook beneath Cyrus's boots. Broken stone and dirt sprayed across his clothes as the boulder bounced once before settling only inches away from where he stood. Cyrus hadn't even recovered when another danger rushed toward him. Basil. He had used the boulder to stop Cyrus's movement. A fist came straight for Cyrus's head. Cyrus's eyes widened before he immediately dropped his body. Whoosh. Basil's fist passed directly over his hair. Bam! Instead of hitting Cyrus, the punch smashed into the boulder. Cracks instantly spread across the stone from the point of impact. Several pieces broke away and scattered across the forest floor. "I will kill you," Basil roared, turning towards Cyrus with an expression that showed he wasn't joking around anymore. Cyrus quickly moved away from him. As he did, another sound entered his ears. Ring, 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 ring. Small bells hanging around Basil's wrists shook with every violent movement he made. Whenever he stepped, they rang. Whenever he swung his arms, they rang again. Whenever his large body twisted during an attack, several different tones overlapped. Those bells hadn't been placed there merely as decoration. They were his resources. From the moment Basil started chasing Cyrus, every movement he made had continuously produced sound, giving him access to one of the resources required for the ignition of his alchemy. And that was because the Evermont Count House wasn't known only for its wealth or standing among Britannia's noble families. The Evermonts followed the alchemy path of sound. And for a sound alchemist, noise itself could become a resource. Cyrus's gaze briefly moved toward the bells. He didn't have long to look. Basil was already attacking again. Both of his large hands came together above his head, his fingers locking tightly as he formed one heavy double-handed fist. Then he brought it down. Cyrus threw himself sideways. Boom. Basil's joined fists smashed into the forest floor. The impact broke apart the earth. Soil erupted upward along with grass, dry leaves, stones, snapped twigs, and pieces of exposed roots. The force traveled through the ground strongly enough for Cyrus to feel the vibration through his arms as he rolled away. He planted one hand against the dirt. His body turned with the momentum. By the time his boots returned beneath him, Cyrus was already facing Basil. His expression changed. The lazy look he had worn while running disappeared. Clap. His palms came together. Cognis immediately rushed through his arms. A crimson glow appeared between his hands as the lines of an alchemy circle rapidly constructed themselves between his palms. Cyrus separated his hands slightly. The circle completed. Then he slammed his palms against the ground. The alchemy circle flashed. Crimson Cognis burst from beneath his hand and raced across the forest floor toward Basil. It moved like lightning, searching for something capable of conducting it. Basil's eyes followed the crimson stream. "What are you?" The Cognis suddenly split. One stream sank beneath the disturbed forest soil. The other changed direction sharply and raced toward the cracked boulder Basil had punched moments earlier. Only then did Basil notice something. Something small was lying among the cracks in the stone. A little bottle. And inside it, dragon's tear. Cyrus had already prepared it. The crimson Cognis reached both targets almost at the same moment. The alchemy ignited. Boom! A massive explosion swallowed Basil's position. Fire burst outward between the trees, carrying shattered pieces of rock and burning soil with it. The shockwave struck Cyrus a moment later. His top snapped violently behind him. His hair plugs were pushed backward as hot wind and dust washed across his face. Cyrus immediately raised an arm, shielding his eyes from the flying dirt and heat. Shit! He stared into the burning area. Flames covered the place where Basil had been standing, while thick smoke rolled upward and spread between the surrounding branches. Cyrus's expression became slightly uneasy. I hope I didn't go too far. For once, he actually looked worried. Although, it wasn't exactly because he was concerned about Basil. Cyrus swallowed. If that idiot actually died, his face stiffened. Killing another student during the examination was already enough to put him in serious trouble. But Basil wasn't simply another student. He was the child of an influential and powerful Count family. If he accidentally killed a son of House Evermont during an academy test, then whatever punishment waited for him afterward wasn't something he wanted to imagine. He stared into the flames more carefully. Come on. Cyrus muttered under his breath. Don't tell me you're actually that easy to kill. For several seconds, there was no answer. Only the crackling of flames could be heard. Then, ring. Cyrus's expression changed. Ring, ring. The faint sound of bells came from within the burning area. Cyrus narrowed his eyes. The ringing became clearer. Not random. Not weak. The bells were still moving. Then, clap. A pair of hands came together from somewhere inside the flames. Almost immediately, a powerful fluctuation of Cognis spread outward from the center of the burning zone. The nearby flames shook. The smoke twisted. Dry leaves across the forest floor were pushed away as the pressure rolled towards Cyrus. Cyrus' eyes sharpened. Oh. Cyrus slowly lowered the arm protecting his face. So you're still alive. Chapter 337, Gem Snatcher 12. The instant the fluctuation of Cognis spread out from the burning area, Cyrus knew he had already lost his chance to dodge. His body reacted before he could think of another option. Both forearms crossed in front of his chest and face, while Cognis immediately flowed through his shoulders and down his arms, gathering beneath his skin to reinforce the muscles and harden his forearms as much as possible. Facing a sound alchemist came with several annoying problems, but one of the biggest was the speed at which their alchemy could be ignited. Even at the novice rank, a sound alchemist who wasn't even a full alchemist could perform certain alchemy ignitions at speeds capable of competing with nature alchemy paths, and compared with most other alchemy paths, the difference could become troublesome in a direct fight. After all, sound didn't politely wait for someone to prepare. Once produced and controlled, it moved fast. Very fast. Cyrus couldn't see the incoming attack itself, because the sonic impact was colorless. Instead, what he could see, however, was the way it disturbed everything around it. The heated air above the flames suddenly distorted. Smoke twisted unnaturally. Dust and tiny pieces of ash were pushed apart as something invisible rushed toward him. Cyrus gritted his teeth and pressed more cognus into his forearms. Boom. The sonic impact slammed into him. His boots instantly left the ground. Ugh! Cyrus flew backward, his crossed arms still protecting his upper body as the force carried him several meters through the forest. Then his back struck a tree. Bam! Pain shot through his spine. The trunk bent from the collision before violently shaking from its roots to its highest branches, sending leaves raining down around him. Cyrus dropped onto his feet just as the damaged tree finally gave way. Crack! The trunk tilted. Branches scraped against the neighboring trees before the entire thing came crashing down behind him. Cyrus slowly lowered his arms. A dull pain pulsed through both forearms despite the cognus reinforcement, and his fingers trembled slightly as he opened and closed them. Tisk! He gritted his teeth. Cyrus had blocked it, but blocking didn't mean the attack had been weak. That was still the alchemy of a binder alchemist. Cyrus lifted his gaze. The flames ahead shifted, then a large figure walked through them. You really thought? Basil stepped out of the burning area. That little fire could finish me, you average Joe? His voice sounded firm and cold, but his appearance was another matter entirely. He looked exactly like someone who had just been caught in the middle of a large explosion. Parts of his academy training uniform had been burned away, leaving blackened edges across the damaged fabric. Burns covered several exposed parts of his skin, while soot stained his face and arms. If Basil had taken the explosion with nothing protecting him, he certainly wouldn't have walked out in that condition. Cognus had reinforced his body before the worst of the blast could reach him. More importantly, he wasn't relying only on the cognus stored within his own stars. The silver earrings decorating both ears, the necklace resting around his neck, and the silver rings covering the index fingers, thumbs, and pinky fingers of both hands. Each expensive accessory, and each serving another purpose. Storing cognus. Basil had drawn from those backup reserves to strengthen his defense and protect his body from Cyrus's explosion. As he walked forward, another change became visible. The damaged sections of his body began repairing themselves. Thin alchemy circuits hidden within the clothing lit up as the healing alchemy built into the academy uniform activated. The injured sections on Basil's body slowly began to recover. Cyrus glanced down at his own uniform. The same process had already started on the body parts damaged by the sonic impact and his collision with the tree. He tugged lightly at one recovering parts. This training uniform is pretty convenient, don't you think? Basil's eyebrow twitched. Shut up, weakling. Cyrus looked back at him. Basil's lips slowly curled into a mocking grin. Unlike your stepbrother. He lifted one hand. Snap. His fingers clicked together. He can ignite his alchemy with something as simple as that. Basil's grin widened. All he needs is a lighter as his alchemy medium, or even the flame from a candle, and he can perform alchemy worthy of an adept alchemist. Cyrus said nothing, while Basil continued with his grin widening. And your stepsister doesn't even need to rely on a medium the same way. He gestured towards Cyrus dismissively. She simply adds the required combustion symbols to her alchemy circle, and everyone already knows how skilled she is at materializing flames into weapons. Then Basil pointed directly at Cyrus. But you? His smile became unbearable. You use friction-based combustion. Cyrus's eyes remained on him. And that's not enough, is it? Basil laughed. You even carry bottles of draconium lacrimal extract just to strengthen your weak flame alchemy ignition. Ha ha ha. His laughter rang loudly through the damaged forest. Cyrus continued to stare at him for several seconds. Then he spoke. Idiot. The laughter stopped. Basil blinked. Huh. Cyrus's expression didn't change. What did you just say? Basil asked, frowning. My scholars. Cyrus sighed and pointed toward the head plugs hanging around his neck. Are you actually that deaf? Basil's face stiffened. I'm standing here using one of your family's best products to block my own ears. Cyrus lightly tapped the head plugs with one finger. Yet somehow, you can't hear a single word coming out of my mouth, Basil Evermont. He looked at Basil as though he had just discovered something truly disappointing. That's impressive in its own way. Basil's face darkened. But Cyrus raised his hand. I'll humor you. His lazy expression gradually disappeared. The look in his eyes became colder. And I'll repeat myself. He pointed directly at Basil. Louder this time, for a deaf pig like you. The veins near Basil's temple began to rise. Cyrus deliberately slowed his words. You. His finger remained pointed forward. R. Basil's fist tightened. An idiot. Cyrus paused just long enough for the words to settle. Basil. His eyes narrowed. The side of Basil's face twitched. Pig. For a moment, there was silence. The insult seemed to land harder than Cyrus's earlier explosion. A thick vein bulged along Basil's temple. Another appeared across his forehead. His face reddened as his anger shot upward so quickly that even Cyrus was slightly impressed. Why you? Basil's shoulders trembled. Cyrus watched him calmly. Why you? His hands shot together. Clap. You bastard. Cognition erupted from Basil's body. The force of it stirred the surrounding dust and sent several dry leaves sliding across the ground. An alchemy circle rapidly formed between his palms. Dark pink light sparked along its symbols. At the same moment, every bell attached around Basil's wrists began ringing. Ring, 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 ring. The alchemy circle responded. The sound produced by the bells was pulled toward it. Cyrus's expression immediately became serious. He could see the effect through the changes in the surrounding air. The different sounds were absorbed, combined, compressed, then amplified. Circular sonic waves began spreading violently outward from the sound alchemy circle. Cyrus moved immediately. Boom. The first sonic impact struck the ground where he had been standing. Earth exploded upward. Cyrus poured cognition into his legs, increasing his running speed as another invisible wave followed. Boom. A tree behind him burst apart. He changed direction smoothly. Boom. A large rock shattered. Cyrus continued running, using the broken trees and uneven ground to constantly change his path, while the sonic impacts chased him one after another. Every missed attack destroyed something behind him. Trees. Rocks. Bushes. The forest floor itself. The already chaotic battlefield was being torn apart even further. Then, clap. Cyrus' senses immediately caught a new heat signal from above. His eyes snapped upward. Basil's large body was airborne. Despite his size, he had launched himself high enough to pass over the broken terrain, and his hands were already pressed together. Another alchemy ignition, but this one felt different. The bells around Basil continued ringing, but they were no longer the only source of sound available to him. A tree collapsed nearby. Crack. Burning bushes popped beneath the flames. Crackle. Stones struck one another after being thrown by the previous sonic attacks. Clack. Clack. Branches broke. The ground cracked. Cyrus's boots struck the earth. Even the destruction Basil had caused moments earlier was now producing more resources for him. All those sounds were pulled toward the alchemy circle. To Cyrus's senses, the effect resembled waves of colorless gas vibrating through the air before gathering around Basil. Cyrus's eyes widened slightly. This asshole. Basil looked down at him. Let's see you survive this. More cognition poured into the alchemy circle. The ether symbols embedded in the circle brightened along with the other symbols required for the alchemy, while the gathered sound continued swelling inside the circle. More. And more. The pressure kept building. Like a balloon being filled far beyond what it should contain, the gathered sound reached its limit. Then it burst. Ba-am. The sonic wave exploded outward. This wasn't like the smaller attacks from before. The front of the sound wave tore through everything it touched. A falling tree was caught first. Its trunk shattered into pieces. Rocks cracked apart. Branches were ripped from trees. Loose soil exploded upward as the massive sonic attack rushed after Cyrus. Cyrus ran. Ran fast. Very fast. You crazy pig. He threw himself behind a large tree. You really want to kill me over an insult? The sonic wave reached the tree. Cyrus jumped away. Boom. The trunk exploded behind him. Chunks of wood shot through the air like broken arrows. Cyrus raised one arm to protect his face as he continued running. His mind worked quickly despite the destruction chasing him. The attack shouldn't last too long. He muttered between breaths as his boots struck the ground again. Cyrus glanced over his shoulder. Basil had already landed, and he was running after him. The sound alchemy circle remained active in front of his hands, functioning like the generator controlling the massive sonic attack. Whenever Cyrus changed direction, Basil moved the attack with him. Left. The sonic wave followed. Right. It changed direction again. Cyrus frowned. It's just that. He watched Basil for another second. Will using something like this actually exhaust him? He couldn't answer that. Basil was a binder rank alchemist, and he also had several Cognis storage accessories covering his body. Trying to simply wait until he ran out of Cognis might be a very stupid plan. Tisk. Cyrus changed tactics. More Cognis flowed into his legs. This time, he sent part of it all the way down to the soles of his boots. He stepped toward a nearby tree. His boot landed against the trunk. Instead of falling backward, Cyrus ran upward. One step. Then another. With Cognis reinforcing his movement and grip, running along the trunk felt almost like running across ordinary ground. The sonic wave followed. Cyrus reached several meters above the forest floor before pushing away. The instant he jumped. Boom. The tree behind him shattered. Cyrus crossed the gap toward another tall tree. His boot struck the side of its trunk before he turned his body. Now facing Basil. He reached into his space bag. 2 small bottles appeared between his fingers. Dragon's Tear. Basil immediately noticed them. His expression twisted further. Die trash. He thrust both hands forward. The sound alchemy circle remained in front of him as the source controlling the attack. Hatred had already swallowed whatever restraint he had possessed earlier. At that moment, Basil didn't care anymore whether Cyrus actually survived. The sonic wave surged forward. Cyrus waited. One heartbeat. Then another. The moment the distance became right, he jumped from the tree. At the same time, he threw both bottles forward. The small containers spun through the air toward the incoming sonic attack. Cyrus brought his hands together while falling. Clap. Cognis flashed between his palms. His alchemy circle formed. Crimson Cognis erupted from it like branching lightning. The streams raced through the air and struck both bottles of Dragon's Tear. The sonic attack reached them at almost the exact same moment. For a fraction of a second, everything met in one place. Then, boom, a huge explosion erupted between Cyrus and Basil. Fire expanded through the forest. The blast struck the incoming sonic force, and the collision released a violent wave of pressure in every direction. Cyrus was caught by it in midair. His body was pushed backward as his coat and hair plugs snapped violently in the wind. Basil was struck from the opposite direction. His large body swayed backward while his boots dragged across the broken ground. Trees surrounding the explosion shook. Leaves were torn from their branches. Smoke rolled upward through the canopy. The roar traveled far beyond their battlefield, spreading through different parts of the examination forest. For several seconds, neither boy could clearly see the other through the flames, smoke, and debris filling the space between them. Back at Ezra's battlefield, the exchange continued from the exact moment the thin crack appeared across Tristan's light blade. Ezra saw it. Tristan saw it. And for that brief instant, the prince's attention remained fixed on the damaged blade, while Ezra immediately moved. Without warning, he swung his arm and threw the Kel-Tec PMR-30 directly toward Gareth, who was already rushing toward him from the front. Gareth's eyes followed the spinning handgun. He threw his handgun. The action didn't make sense. Why would Ezra willingly throw away one of his weapons in the middle of a 3-on-1 fight? Still, Gareth didn't waste time trying to understand it. The Kel-Tec spun toward his face. He calmly raised one hand. Clank. The back of his Colt struck the incoming handgun and slapped it away. The Kel-Tec flew toward the side, spinning through the air before disappearing from Gareth's immediate attention. His eyes returned to Ezra. Whatever Ezra had intended by throwing the handgun, Gareth wasn't going to give him time to complete it. But Gareth wasn't the only one attacking. Farther in front of him, Felix had already found another opening. His finger pulled the trigger. Bang! The Springfield M1903A roared. A sniper round shot across the battlefield toward Ezra. Ezra didn't even turn his head to look at it. His black eyes remained forward. The Desert Eagle in his other hand rose. Bang! He fired. The heavier handgun round crossed the incoming sniper bullet's path. Clank! Both bullets collided. Unlike Ezra's earlier attempt with the Kel-Tec PMR-30, there was no need to use 3 separate rounds to force Felix's sniper bullet away. The power of the Desert Eagle was enough. The 2 bullets struck each other with such force that both lost their momentum and dropped onto the forest floor, bent and pressed against one another from the collision. Felix blinked behind the Springfield's optic scope. His expression changed. Did he enhance the hardness of his bullet? The thought had barely entered his mind when something strange appeared within the edge of his vision. Felix's eyes widened. The handgun. Since when? The handgun Ezra had just fired wasn't simply hanging in his hand anymore. It was coming toward Felix, and attached to it was a thin black metallic thread. Felix immediately tried to move the Springfield. Too late. The Desert Eagle spun around the long body of the sniper rifle. Once. Then again. The metallic thread followed the rotation, wrapping tightly around the Springfield's barrel and body until the Desert Eagle itself became caught against the rifle. Felix stared at it in disbelief. What? Ezra moved at the same time. His knees bent. His entire body dropped. Bang! Gareth fired. The Colt round passed through the space where Ezra's head had been a fraction of a second earlier. Ezra could feel the air shift above his hair as the bullet continued behind him. He didn't look up. Instead, his hand pulled sharply toward his body. The thin metallic thread attached to the Desert Eagle instantly became tight. That thread wasn't ordinary. Neither were the black gloves covering Ezra's hands. This was one of Ezra's gadget inventions during his preparation for the Royal Academy. Ezra had created the gloves from materials he had specifically chosen for this kind of combat. Magnetism, 30%. Black steel, 70%. He had combined the 2 metals into an alloy before incorporating that alloy into the special leather commonly used for alchemy accessories. The result wasn't a heavy piece of armor covering his hands. Ezra had deliberately kept the gloves slim enough that they wouldn't interfere with his fingers, grip, trigger control, or the quick movements required when changing between firearms. But beneath that simple appearance was the important part. Magnetic force. The magnetism, black steel alloy gave the gloves a powerful attraction toward compatible metals, and Ezra had extended that function into the thin threads hidden within the gloves. Even a single thread could form a strong magnetic attachment once it made contact with metal. That alone would have been useful, but Ezra took it further. He constructed circuits throughout the gloves and continued those circuits into the thin metallic threads themselves, allowing cognizance to flow through the system and strengthen the special functions he had designed into it. That was why he could drop a handgun and pull it back into his palm effortlessly, and that was why he could throw one weapon away without truly giving it up. And that was why the Desert Eagle wrapped around Felix's Springfield wasn't merely a handgun caught on a string. It was an anchor. Ezra's hand snapped backward, with the circuit inside the thread responding. The magnetic connection tightened, then the entire line pulled. Felix suddenly felt a violent force jerk the Springfield sideways. His hands tightened around the rifle instantly, but it didn't matter. Ezra combined the pull of his arm with the momentum of his lowering body, and the thread drew tight enough that the Springfield was ripped straight out of Felix's grip. Felix's fingers closed around empty air. His eyes widened further. The sniper rifle flew across the battlefield. Only then did Felix understand. The Kel-Tec Ezra had thrown at Gareth. The Desert Eagle. The strange thin black threads. The guns weren't simply weapons in Ezra's hands anymore. They were part of his movement, part of his reach, part of the way he controlled the space around himself. And now Felix's own weapon had been dragged into that same system. The Springfield M1903A spun through the air, still wrapped tightly by the metallic thread connected to Ezra's Desert Eagle. Its direction wasn't random. Gareth had already moved away from the center while continuing his close-range assault. That left a clear path, directly toward Prince Tristan. Tristan had just recovered from the shock of seeing his light blade crack, and his hand was already rising as he prepared his next attack on Ezra. His golden eyes caught movement from the side. He turned. The stolen Springfield was already there. Bam! Chapter 338, Gem Snatcher 13. Bam! The body of the Springfield M1903A slammed straight into Tristan's face. The prince's head snapped sideways from the impact as the heavy sniper rifle struck his cheek like a metal club, catching him before he could properly react. Ugh! Tristan staggered half a step. For someone who had been standing there with such a smug expression only moments ago, getting smacked across the face with Felix's own sniper rifle was probably the last thing he had expected. And Ezra didn't waste that opening. More cognition immediately flowed from his hands into the circuits running through the two black metallic threads attached to the Desert Eagle and Kel-Tec PMR-30. The thin threads tightened. For an instant, they bulged slightly as the magnetic force running through the magnetism alloy changed. Ezra reversed it. The pulling force shifted into repulsion, causing the threads to release what they had caught before immediately retracting. Both lines snapped back toward him. Fast. Very fast. The Desert Eagle tore itself free from the Springfield and flew toward Ezra's left hand, while the Kel-Tec PMR-30 that Gareth had slapped away earlier suddenly changed direction as its own thread retracted. In that same moment, Gareth was already in front of him. He didn't know exactly what Ezra was doing with the strange gloves, but he wasn't going to stand there and wait to understand it. His Colt 1911 rose. At this distance, there was almost no room to miss. The muzzle aimed directly at Ezra's shoulder. Gareth's finger tightened. But Ezra's movements hadn't stopped since the moment he threw the Kel-Tec. Everything had been a connection. Throwing the handgun. Having Gareth knock it away. Using the Desert Eagle to catch Felix's Springfield. Pulling the sniper rifle from Felix's grip. Striking Tristan with it. And now, the Kel-Tec returned. The handgun snapped through the air and landed perfectly inside Ezra's waiting hand at the exact moment Gareth fired. Bang! Ezra's Kel-Tec answered. Bang! Clank! The bullets struck each other between them. Both boys continued firing. Bang! Bang! Clank! Clank! Their arms shifted with every shot, neither keeping the muzzles completely still as they adjusted their aim around the other's body. Gareth stepped forward. Ezra shifted backward. Bang! 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 Clank! Clank! Gunfire filled the space between them. Several bullets collided in midair, while others tore past shoulders, arms, and faces close enough for both boys to feel the air they displaced. Gareth's expression became more focused. He brought up his second Colt. Ezra's other hand moved at nearly the same time. The retracting black thread returned the Desert Eagle to him. Both fighters were now dual-wielding. Gareth aimed both Colt 1911s. Ezra raised the Kel-Tec and Desert Eagle. Their fingers moved. Bang! 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 The Desert Eagle round struck one of Gareth's Colt rounds head-on. But unlike the earlier collisions between their matching handguns, this one didn't end with both bullets simply losing their momentum. The Desert Eagle carried more force. Clank! Gareth's bullet was knocked violently away from its original path, and Ezra's round continued. Gareth's eyes widened slightly as the damaged bullet spun toward his shoulder. He immediately stepped aside. The round passed beside him and buried itself in the ground. His boot scraped across the soil as he smoothly shifted his weight and regained his stance. Why is his bullet so much stronger? Gareth glanced briefly at Ezra's Desert Eagle. The answer was obvious enough to him once he thought about the difference in bullet hardness, but there was something else bothering him. Ezra wasn't simply firing. His timing was becoming much better. He was using the difference between which handgun had the stronger bullet instead of treating every handgun the same way. That was what Gareth concluded on, but before he could press forward again. How dare you? A violent surge of cognition spread across the battlefield. Ezra's eyes immediately shifted. Prince Tristan was coming. Coming really fast. The earlier calm and royal dignity on his face had almost completely disappeared. A red mark had formed across his cheek where Felix's Springfield had struck him, and the swelling made his otherwise graceful face look far less charming. More importantly, he was furious. Tristan rushed forward and thrust his left hand toward Ezra. At this same time, Felix moved with him. The two boys had apparently decided that standing back and allowing Gareth to carry most of the close-range pressure wasn't working anymore. Well, that was Felix's choice, since Tristan was just charging due to anger. At that moment, all three would attack from different directions. Tristan rushed at Ezra from the center. Gareth remained close enough to pressure Ezra physically, while Felix repositioned closer, switching from a sniper to an assault rifle, where he could attack from an angle without Gareth blocking his line of fire. Ezra's dull black eyes moved between all three. Once. And that was enough for him. His attention first settled on Gareth. He's reloading. Gareth's hands moved quickly, but Ezra wasn't watching the magazines. He was watching his legs. There. A slight shift. Gareth's lead foot had already angled toward one side. He's preparing to move where he thinks I'll dodge after avoiding the prince's light blade. Ezra's pupils moved toward Felix. Felix had abandoned the Springfield M1903A after losing it, now holding an AK-47 in his hands. The rifle stock settled against his shoulder. But before Felix even raised the muzzle completely, his eyes moved. Only slightly. A quick glance toward one particular area beside Ezra, which Ezra noticed immediately. He's aiming for a different place. The two were coordinating, using Tristan crash out, which would force Ezra to dodge. Gareth would close off the most natural escape route, and Felix would fire into the position he expects Ezra to choose. Simple, but annoying. And very dangerous. But that wasn't the most important problem. Ezra's awareness expanded. The forest around him seemed to change. Not physically, but inside his mind. His senses spread outward until the world became something different from what his eyes alone could see. Darkness seemed to cover everything within his perception. Against that darkness, the environment appeared like a rough white sketch. Trees. Branches. Leaves. Moving bodies. The trembling ground. The wind passing through the canopy. Every vibration produced information. Even farther away, the violent battle between Cyrus and Basil entered the edge of Ezra's perception. Explosions. Breaking trees. Heavy impacts. Sound waves traveling through the forest. Too much noise. Ezra ignored it. He didn't need to sense Gareth, since he could see him, and he didn't also need to rely entirely on sound to follow Felix either, since his eyes could track the AK-47. What Ezra needed was something much smaller. Something that had nearly killed him several times already. The light blade. His concentration narrowed. He filtered the larger noises away one after another. Gun movement. Footsteps. Breaking branches. Distant explosions. Breathing. Clothing rubbing against skin. All of it became less important. Ezra searched for one specific disturbance. The faint sound created when Tristan's light blade moved through the air. It was difficult. Really difficult. Since the blades were slim, and the particles making up their bodies allowed Tristan to hide them inside the reflected rays of sunlight passing through the forest. The environment made that ability even more troublesome. The canopy above them and around them was thick. Even though part of the trees had been destroyed, the number was still enough. Tall trees blocked most of the afternoon sun, allowing only narrow beams to escape through the gaps between leaves and branches. Those rays struck tree trunks, rocks, leaves, weapons, and even the dust floating in the air. Light reflected everywhere, and Tristan used those reflections as camouflage. A light blade could hover inside one bright ray and become almost impossible to notice. Then it would move. Once it crossed a darker section of the forest, its shape would briefly become visible again before entering another reflected ray and disappearing from normal sight. That was why Ezra had struggled to track the attacks earlier. The blades weren't truly vanishing. They were hiding. But camouflage didn't remove their physical presence from the world, since they still moved through air. And movement created disturbance, but very little. But now that he focused all his attention on the smallest noise around him, that little disturbance was enough. There. Ezra heard it. A faint cutting sound, signaling the second light blade incoming, straight toward his heart. But this time, Ezra didn't immediately dodge. Tristan's eyes narrowed as the blade continued moving forward. Ezra waited. Closer. The golden tip touched his academy cardigan, tearing through the fabric. Still, Ezra waited. The blade pushed deeper and sliced through part of the academy training uniform beneath it. Then it reached the black long-sleeved armor suit Ezra wore as inner protection. TSSSK? Golden sparks flashed as the light blade scraped against the armored material slightly. Only then did Ezra move. His upper body shifted backward. The blade passed him. A narrow tear remained across his outer clothing, but the attack hadn't reached his flesh. Tristan frowned angrily. He couldn't believe how Ezra could swiftly evade his light alchemy attack. But Ezra already knew the answer. He had needed the blade closer. Close enough for his senses to clearly register the exact disturbance it created while moving. And now, he memorized it. The pitch noise, the tiny change in airflow, and the vibration produced by the blade's passage. Once his boot touched the ground, the world inside his mind changed again. Ezra filtered everything else, and that was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Felix was still armed and Gareth was still close. Ignoring the sounds produced by those two meant deliberately weakening part of his awareness against opponents who could seriously injure him. But it was a risk Ezra needed to take. Because once that noise disappeared, the light blades appeared. Not to his eyes, but to his senses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ezra's pupils narrowed. The blade that had just attacked him moved back toward a ray of sunlight, hiding its visible form again. 2 more were already hovering near Ezra's position, waiting. The remaining 3 stayed closer to Tristan. One of those was the light blade Ezra's Desert Eagle had cracked slightly earlier. Ezra understood immediately. 3 for attacking. His attention shifted toward the prince. 3 for defense. Tristan kept half of the 6 light blades near himself. If Ezra fired at him again, those blades could immediately move to intercept the attack, exactly as one had done when the Desert Eagle round had been heading toward Tristan's forehead. The other 3 were his offensive weapons, a balanced formation of attack and defense. But there was something even more important. Tristan wasn't controlling all 6 simultaneously. Ezra had already noticed that despite having 6 light blades available, the prince only actively manipulated 1 at a time. That weakness connected directly to Tristan's current alchemist rank. He was technically an adept alchemist. That alone gave him an advantage over Ezra, but his 3rd star was still only at the beginning of its construction, and he hadn't completed it. More importantly, he wasn't constructing a perfect star that would give him the level of control expected from a full alchemist of the adept rank. And Tristan's strategy required control. A lot of it. He needed to materialize 6 light blades, hide them among the reflected sunlight, maintain their positions, choose the correct one to attack or defend, and then guide that blade at extreme speed without losing control over his cogniz. That limitation explained everything. The 6 blades were dangerous, their speed was terrifying, and their camouflage made them even worse. But Tristan couldn't freely command all 6 at once. Ezra's black eyes settled on the prince. For the first time since the 3-on-1 battle began, the light blades no longer felt invisible and dangerous. Because inside the dark world formed by Ezra's senses, all 6 of them had finally entered his awareness. The moment Ezra understood the arrangement of Tristan's 6 light blades, Gareth and Felix acted. They had no intention of giving him time to think. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted from 2 directions almost at the same time. Gareth fired a single round from his Colt 1911, while Felix followed with a short burst from the AK-47, sending several bullets toward the space directly in front of Ezra. At first glance, Their shots seemed to overlap without much thought. But it wasn't. There was an understanding between Gareth and Felix that had been built from fighting together. Both had watched Ezra's movements since the battle began, and both had reached nearly the same conclusion about where he would move next. Gareth's first shot wasn't even the most dangerous one. Its timing was meant to hide another. The Colt roared at nearly the same instant as one of Felix's AK-47 rounds, allowing the louder combination of gunfire to cover the approach of the bullet that truly mattered. If Ezra followed the escape route Gareth and Felix had predicted, that hidden round would meet him there. It was a simple trap. Force him to move. Predict where he would go. Then place the real attack there before he arrived. Unfortunately for them, Ezra had already stopped depending entirely on his hearing for their attacks. Ezra, who was still in a leaning position from just weaving the second light blade, leaned more backwards as the first bullet passed across his front. At the same moment, Cognis rushed into the circuit running through the glove on his right hand. His wrist snapped toward the side, releasing the Kel-Tec PMR-30 on the hand. It spun rapidly through the air toward a tree several meters away. Felix's eyes caught something following it. The thin black line flashing beneath the broken sunlight. His expression immediately changed. He's going to use that black thread again. Gareth reacted without hesitation. He changed direction and rushed toward Ezra instead of continuing to fire. The Kel-Tec passed around a thick branch of the distant tree, and the black metallic thread connected to Ezra's glove followed it, wrapping around the branch while the handgun became the anchor at the other end. The thread tightened. Ezra's body was about to be pulled away when Gareth reached him first. His hand shot forward and caught Ezra's left arm. "Got you." Gareth tightened his grip. If he could stop Ezra's arm before the magnetic thread dragged him away, then Ezra would lose the mobility advantage those strange gloves had been giving him. But the instant Gareth grabbed him, Ezra's black eyes shifted toward him. Gareth immediately felt something was wrong, but the feeling came too late. Ezra didn't fight against his grip. He used it. His body was already being pulled toward the tree by the tightening magnetic thread, so instead of resisting Gareth's hold, Ezra turned his wrist and shifted his shoulder in the same direction. His hand closed around Gareth's arm, reversing the grip. Then Ezra twisted. Gareth's eyes widened. His own forward momentum combined with the force pulling Ezra sideways. His shoulder turned first, then his waist. Before Gareth could properly plant his feet, Ezra redirected the entire motion through the arm he had grabbed. For Felix, the sight was painfully familiar. Gareth's body suddenly left its stable position. His legs rose high. The forest turned upside down in his vision. Again? Felix blinked. For a brief second, all he could remember was the final stage of the trial of steel. Ezra had embarrassed him with a similar reversal back then. And now, his closest friend and combat partner was experiencing it himself. Even Gareth looked stunned. He had approached Ezra intending to stop him from escaping. Instead, the ground was rapidly coming toward his face. Bam! Gareth slammed face first into the forest floor. Dirt and dry leaves burst outward beneath him. But Ezra couldn't spare even a second to glance at the result. A golden light appeared above him. Tristan had jumped. The prince came down with one of his light blades gripped directly in his hand, its narrow golden edge aimed toward Ezra's body like a sword. Lowline. The blade descended. Ezra activated the circuit in his glove. The magnetic force running through the thread reversed. His body was suddenly pulled backward toward the Kel-Tec anchored around the distant branch. He shot away from Gareth, and Tristan's light blade missed him. Boom. The prince landed where Ezra had been standing. His boots struck the forest floor with enough force to throw dirt outward, while the light blade stabbed into the earth beside him. Tristan immediately looked up. Ezra was already several meters away. But Ezra wasn't simply escaping. His desert eagle rose. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy rounds tore toward the prince. Tristan's expression hardened. He pulled the light blade free and swung it across his body. Clank! The first bullet was cut away. His wrist turned. Clank! The second was slashed aside before it could reach him. Get back here, lowline! Tristan burst forward. Whatever graceful image he had maintained earlier was disappearing with every passing second. The red mark from the Springfield remained across his cheek. His uniform had already picked up dirt from the battle, and anger now controlled most of his expression as he chased Ezra through the damaged forest. Felix wasn't far behind in supporting him. The muzzle of the AK-47 sharply followed Ezra's moving body as his finger pressed down. Bang, 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 bang. The rifle shook against his shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. A stream of bullets chased Ezra across the forest floor. Ezra's boots scraped against the dirt as he changed direction. One round struck the ground beside his left foot. He shifted. Another tore through the edge of his cardigan. Ezra lowered his body as two more rounds passed over his shoulder, then pushed hard from the ground. The magnetic thread tightened at the same time. Instead of merely jumping, Ezra allowed the pull to add to his momentum. His body rose sharply toward the tree. The Kel-Tec remained wrapped around the branch above him, acting as the anchor that drew him upward. Bullets followed. Bang, bang. Pieces of bark exploded from the trunk beneath his boots. Ezra reached the branch. The instant his foot came down, he changed the magnetic force again. The Kel-Tec released from its position and snapped back toward him, freeing the thread from around the branch. Ezra caught the handgun, but before he could properly settle onto the tree, clap. The sound of Tristan's hands meeting reached him. Ezra immediately looked. Tristan had stopped a bit far beneath him. The prince's palms were pressed together while Cognis gathered around his hands. An alchemy circle formed. The light blade Tristan had been holding responded first, then three of the other materialized light blades moved. Golden streaks crossed the forest. One after another, the three blades gathered around the light blade in Tristan's hand. Their structures began merging. Light folded into light. The shorter blade lengthened and its edge widened. The golden glow around it became stronger as the three additional light blades were compressed into the weapon Tristan already held. Within moments, the narrow light blade had transformed into a long sword of condensed golden light. Ezra's eyes narrowed. The weapon was different now. Larger. Heavier in the amount of cognis gathered within it. And unlike Tristan's earlier attacks, there was no attempt to hide what came next. Tristan gripped the long light sword and raised it above himself. His furious eyes locked onto Ezra. Die! He swung downward. The sword didn't need to physically reach Ezra. A massive slash of golden light erupted from its edge. This time, Ezra could see it clearly. The crescent-like attack tore upward through the forest, cutting through branches and leaves as it rushed toward the tree where Ezra stood. The air screamed around it. Ezra didn't wait to see what would happen if it reached him. His knees bent, then he jumped from the branch. At the same time, his arms snapped outward again. The Kel-Tec PMR-30 flew from his hand once again. The handgun spun through the air toward another tall, ancient tree farther away, dragging the thin black metallic thread behind it as Ezra turned his body in midair. Behind him, the golden sword slash reached the tree. Chapter 339, Gem Snatcher 14. The golden light slash tore through the ancient tree Ezra had been standing on only moments earlier. Shrock. The attack passed through the thick trunk without slowing down. For a brief moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then a thin golden line appeared across the middle of the tree. The upper half slowly shifted. Crack. The massive trunk separated cleanly into two, the cut surface so smooth that it almost looked polished. Branches crashed against the neighboring trees as the upper section tilted sideways, dragging leaves and smaller branches down with it before finally slamming into the forest floor. Boom. The ground shook from the impact. Dust and broken leaves rose around the fallen tree. Ezra was already gone. He remained airborne several meters away, his body still carrying the momentum from his earlier jump. The Kel-Tec PMR-30 he had thrown toward another distant tree continued flying ahead of him like a harpoon, dragging the thin black metallic thread connected to his glove behind it. The thread rapidly extended from the opening in his glove. Meter after meter slipped free. Ezra kept his right arm pointed toward the weapon while his black eyes followed its movement. The Kel-Tec finally reached the distant tree. Instead of simply striking the trunk, the handgun passed around a thick branch. The metallic thread followed. Once. Then tightened. The handgun became an anchor again, at almost the exact same moment. Don't let him move. Felix adjusted the muzzle of his AK-47. Bang, 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 bang. A burst of gunfire erupted from the rifle. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rushed toward Ezra while he was still suspended in the air. There was nowhere for him to plant his feet. And, normally, that would have made changing direction difficult. Ezra didn't need the ground. Cognus rushed through the circuit inside his glove. The magnetic connection strengthened. The thread snapped tight. His entire body was violently pulled away from the approaching bullets. Moving his faster. One round passed beneath his boot. Another crossed behind his waist. The rest tore through the space he had occupied less than a moment earlier. Felix immediately adjusted his aim, but Ezra was already being dragged toward the tree. Fast. His cardigan snapped behind him as the magnetic pull increased his speed, while wind rushed across his face strongly enough to push his black hair backward. The tree rapidly approached. Ezra didn't slow himself down. Instead of landing normally against the trunk, he twisted his body at the last moment. His boots touched the tree. One step. His body rotated. Then another. Using the force pulling him toward the anchor together with the momentum he had already built in the air, Ezra rolled around the trunk. Once. Twice. His body spun around the tree like a fan blade, the metallic thread guiding the center of his movement while his boots briefly touched the bark whenever he needed to correct his direction. Then Ezra pushed. Hard. His legs extended against the trunk. The magnetic pull changed. And instead of stopping at the tree, Ezra launched himself back toward the battlefield. His body shot through the forest. The sudden reversal was so fast that Felix's muzzle struggled to follow him. Tristan, however, was already preparing another attack. The prince still held the enlarged light sword created from the combination of his materialized light blades. His face still carried the mark left by the Springfield M1903A, and anger remained visible in his golden eyes. He saw Ezra coming. His hands tightened around the light sword. Die! Tristan swung. Another golden slash erupted from the blade. Shing! The light slash tore across the forest toward Ezra. This one was visible as well. Bright. Wide. And carrying enough power to cut through another tree if it connected. Ezra saw it clearly. But he didn't stop. His body was already moving too quickly for that. Instead, he twisted in midair. The light slash passed beside him. Golden light flashed across Ezra's face as the attack missed his body by a narrow distance and continued into the trees behind him. But that small turn had another purpose. Ezra used the rotation, his body completing the spin. His legs came forward. Tristan's eyes widened. The prince had been so focused on firing the light slash that he hadn't realized what Ezra's return path actually was. Ezra wasn't escaping anymore. He was coming directly back at him, and several of the large trees between them had briefly blocked Tristan's view of Ezra's approach. Combined with the brightness of his own light slash flashing across his vision, that momentary obstruction was enough. By the time Tristan properly saw Ezra again, 2 black boots filled his view. What? Bam! Both soles of Ezra's boots slammed directly into Tristan's face. The double kick landed perfectly. No glancing impact. No partial block. Both feet connected. Very hard. With Cognus enhancing the strength of the double kick. Tristan's cheeks compressed beneath the soles of Ezra's boots as the force of Ezra's flight, the magnetic acceleration from his glove system, and the strength behind his kick all transferred into the prince at once. Gareth had only just pushed himself back onto his feet. Dirt covered the front of his academy uniform, while even more clung to his face after Ezra had flipped him into the ground. He had been brushing some of it away when he looked up, and froze. Damn. His hand instinctively rose toward his own mouth. From where Gareth stood, he had a perfect view of Tristan's head snapping backward. Felix's expression wasn't much better. Even he looked stunned for a moment. After everything Tristan had thrown at Ezra, the lowline had somehow used the prince's own attack to hide his return and kick him directly in the face. Arg! Tristan's feet left the ground. His body flew backward like a rag doll. He hit the forest floor. Bam! Then rolled. Once. Twice. Again. His shoulder struck the dirt, followed by his back, then his side as the momentum continued carrying him across the uneven ground. On the next tumble, Tristan's face struck the soil. Ugh! His mouth opened from the impact. A small amount of dirt entered it. His eyes widened in disbelief before his body rolled again. Then, boom. His back crashed against a tree. The trunk shook violently. Leaves poured from its branches. A deep crack spread from the point where Tristan's body had struck it, and after standing for another second, the damaged tree slowly leaned backward. Crack. It collapsed. Ezra landed. His knees bent to absorb the remaining momentum before his boots slid several inches across the dirt. There was no celebration. No mocking smile. Not even a glance toward Gareth's shocked expression. Ezra immediately checked his weapons. His fingers moved toward the magazine release of the Kel-Tec PMR-30. Click. The empty magazine dropped. His other hand did the same with the Desert Eagle. Click. The second magazine fell toward the ground. Ezra's hands moved toward his space bag. Fresh magazines. He needed to reload before the others recovered. Felix noticed. His surprise disappeared immediately. The AK-47 rose again as he prepared to move toward Ezra and stop him from completing the reload. Gareth also regained his focus. His grip tightened around his Colts. Then, boom, a heavy fluctuation of cognus spread through the forest. Everyone paused. Ezra's hand remained near his space bag. Felix stopped before taking his next step. Gareth turned his head while he was just getting up. Even Tristan, still recovering near the fallen tree, reacted to the sudden pressure. The fluctuation had come from another section of the test forest, far enough that none of them could see what had caused it, but close enough that the pressure could still be felt. Leaves trembled. The air seemed to pulse for a moment. Ezra's black eyes shifted toward the source. Gareth looked in the same direction. Felix also glanced sideways. It was powerful. And judging by how suddenly it had appeared, something serious had happened elsewhere in the forest. For only a moment, the three opponents stopped thinking about one another. Then Ezra's gaze returned to Gareth. Gareth looked back at him. Felix's AK-47 moved again. The battle wasn't over. Whatever had happened somewhere else wasn't their problem. They were about to continue when, wah! A massive horn echoed across the entire forest. The sound rolled through the trees, spreading far beyond Ezra's battlefield. Everyone stopped. This time completely. The horn continued for several seconds, loud enough that students in almost every part of the training forest could hear it clearly. Students hiding beneath trees looked upward. Those who had still been searching through rocks and bushes for numbered gems stopped what they were doing. Groups that had been resting together in safer areas exchanged confused looks. And those who were still fighting paused in the middle of their battles. Weapons lowered. Alchemy circles faded. Some students simply stared at one another, breathing heavily as they tried to understand whether they were truly supposed to stop. For others, there was no confusion at all. Finally, Selena released a breath of genuine relief. Unlike many students who were covered in mud, torn clothing, scratches, and sweat after spending so much time inside the forest, Selena had somehow managed to create a small resting area for herself. She sat gracefully on a boulder, but she hadn't allowed herself to sit directly on the stone. A large white cover had first been spread carefully across its surface, protecting her clothes from whatever dirt might have been waiting there. Her academy training boots were sitting on the ground beside her. They were filthy. Mud covered the soles and parts of the sides from hours of walking through the forest. A pair of dirty gloves rested beside them as well. Selena had already changed into a cleaner pair she carried in case of situations like this. At the moment, she was holding a comb. Small pieces of dirt had gotten into her hair during the test, and she had been carefully removing them while waiting for everything to end. The horn sounded again in the distance. Selena stopped combing, relief settling across her face. Because she knew what that sound meant. The practical test was over. No more searching through bushes. No more walking through mud. No more worrying about someone suddenly appearing to steal her numbered gems. She could finally leave this filthy forest. Selena lowered the comb and looked toward the trees. However, that horn hadn't been the only thing she had noticed. Shortly before it sounded, for powerful fluctuations of cognition had appeared almost at the same time from another area of the training forest. The pressure had been large enough that students across a great part of the examination grounds had felt it. Selena's expression became slightly more curious. Whatever had happened there, it didn't involve ordinary students. And somewhere else in the forest, for people responsible for those sudden cognitive fluctuations had also heard the horn announcing the end of the test. A long set of minutes earlier, in another part of the test forest, long before the horn announcing the end of the test had sounded, the atmosphere was far more peaceful. Sunlight passed through the gaps in the canopy and fell across a small open clearing, where the grass hadn't been completely destroyed by fighting students. A few broken branches were scattered near the edges, and signs of previous battles could still be seen on several tree trunks. But compared to most areas of the forest, this place was strangely quiet. The leaves of a nearby bush suddenly rustled. Vera stepped through them. A small twig caught against the side of her academy training skirt, and she casually brushed it away before raising her head. Her deep black eyes immediately settled on someone sitting in the middle of the clearing. Vera stopped. She stared for a moment. Then she raised one finger and pointed. "Oh." Her expression remained completely plain. "You are here." There wasn't even a hint of surprise in her voice. The girl sitting ahead of her slowly opened her eyes. Vera. Diane was sitting cross-legged on a throw pillow she had placed directly on the grass. Her posture relaxed enough that it looked as though she had come to the forest for an afternoon nap rather than an academy examination. In fact, judging from her half-closed eyes, that was probably exactly what she had been doing. Vera looked at the pillow, then at Diane, then back at the pillow. Her head tilted slightly. "Aren't you supposed to be searching for numbered gems?" She paused, studying Diane's sleepy face. "Don't tell me you slept through the entire test, Sleeping Ice Beauty." Her tone remained dry, making it difficult to tell whether she was genuinely asking or simply insulting her friend. Diane blinked slowly. "I just wanted to take a break." Her voice carried almost the same flatness as Vera's, except hers came from genuine tiredness rather than deliberate sharpness. She rubbed one eye. "I already found plenty of gems." Another pause. "And I beat some students for theirs." She said it so casually that someone passing by might have thought she was talking about picking flowers. Diane's thoughts drifted back through her fights with her fellow students. She had encountered quite a few fellow first-year students. Her sleepy expression hadn't changed much even while she terrorized them, and several of those poor students had screamed as though some horrible monster had appeared in the forest instead of a tired-looking girl who seemed like she wanted nothing more than to return to bed. She had beaten them, taken their numbered gems, then continued on her way. At some point, she had even encountered two students who fought her together, Nicholas and Tracy. That battle had been more troublesome than most. Still, it ended in an overwhelming victory for Diane. Her thoughts lingered on the two for several seconds. Diane placed her index finger against her lips. "Yes." Her sleepy eyes moved upward toward the clear patches of sky visible between the trees. "I remember fighting." She frowned very slightly. "I think." Vera remained silent, simply watching. Diane continued, trying to pull the memory together before it disappeared from her mind again. "They used guns." Vera blinked plainly, once. Diane stared at the sky for another moment. "Maybe they're from your family." She paused. "Or maybe the Everg." Her eyebrows moved slightly as she searched for the name. "Since the Evergrees uses guns too, don't they?" Vera's expression remained unchanged. Diane lowered her gaze. "I didn't check their family crests." She thought about it again. "But they were strong." A tiny sigh escaped her lips. "They're the reason I got tired and decided to sleep." Vera stared at her. Silence remained between the two girls for several seconds. Then Vera finally spoke. Couldn't you have saved yourself all that thinking and simply admitted you're lazy? Diane looked at her. Vera folded her arms. And it's obvious they're from my family. There was no hesitation in her voice. I see. Diane nodded as though that settled everything. She slowly uncrossed her legs and stood from the pillow. Her academy training skirt had become slightly creased from sitting for so long, so she brushed both hands down the fabric before adjusting it around her waist. Then she bent down, picked up the throw pillow, and placed it inside her space bag. Once that was done, Diane looked toward Vera. So, Vera HM, I'm sure you have a good stash of numbered gems. Her voice sounded innocent. Far too innocent for what she was clearly suggesting. There wasn't even the slightest hint of intimidation in her expression. Vera's black eyes narrowed by a tiny amount. Are you trying to snatch my gems? I can take half. Diane answered without hesitation. Then, as if she were being extremely generous, she added, Since you're my only friend. Vera stared at her. A few seconds passed. Then Vera's arms folded beneath her chest. Don't worry. Her voice remained soft and perfectly calm. I wouldn't do something so cruel to my only friend. Diane blinked. Vera continued. I'll only take 70% of your gems and graciously return the remaining 30%. Silence. Diane stared at her. Vera stared back. Neither girl's expression changed. You don't actually think you can beat me, Vera? Diane spoke as plainly as ever. We've already seen how that went. There was no mockery in her voice. No attempt to provoke Vera. She wasn't even trying to sound superior. Her tired voice didn't let her. Diane was simply saying what she believed to be a fact. They had fought before, and Diane had won. Therefore, in Diane's mind, Vera claiming she would take 70% of her gems was simply incorrect. Vera didn't appear offended. That happened when I was still a greenhorn, I see. Her expression remained calm. Diane tilted her head slightly. But even if you've grown. She paused. I've grown too, Vera. Her sleepy eyes became a little more focused. You won't catch up to me that quickly since we are both grown. This time, there was certainty behind her words. Vera quietly studied her. Diane wasn't boasting. That made it more annoying. At least an arrogant person could be mocked properly. Diane simply stood there looking half asleep while explaining why Vera would lose as though she were reading the answer from a textbook. Vera's lips moved into the faintest hint of a smile. Then, she unfolded her arms. Let's see if that's still true, shall we? The sleepy atmosphere surrounding Diane changed. Not completely, though. Her face still remained as tired-looking as before, but her eyes focused. Neither girl needed another word. Vera's hand moved. Diane's moved at almost the same instant. Both reached for their respective alchemy mediums inside their space bag and threw them outward. Their hands came together. Clap. Clap. The two sounds overlapped so closely that they almost became one. Cognition flowed through Vera and Diane's bodies almost at the same time, rushing along their veins before gathering between their palms. The lines of their alchemy circles connected rapidly. Symbols formed. Cognition filled the completed structures. The entire construction took only milliseconds. Anyone watching from a distance would have expected the two girls to immediately attack each other. After all, they had just agreed to fight over their numbered gems. Vera stood directly in front of Diane. Diane stood directly in front of Vera. Their alchemy circles were ready. Yet neither girl aimed forward. Vera suddenly turned her alchemy circle toward her right. A completed firearm materialized within her grasp. The EV-26 Mk.2. She caught the shotgun naturally, pressed the stock into position, and pointed the muzzle toward a section of trees beside the clearing. Her finger pulled the trigger. Bang! The shotgun roared. At the exact same moment. Whoosh! Diane also turned away from Vera. Her frost alchemy circle faced another direction to her right, where the trees and bushes appeared completely empty. Cold air gathered around the circle. An ice thorn formed. Then Diane fired it. The sharp piece of ice tore through the air toward the seemingly empty section of forest. For a moment, nothing happened. Then two separate fluctuations of cognition erupted from the places the girls had attacked. Vera's black eyes remained calm. Diane's sleepy light blue gaze didn't change either. They had been right. Boom. A blast of flames suddenly erupted from the direction Vera had fired. Heat expanded between the trees, causing the air to twist and blur as the shotgun attack was intercepted. The impact of the flame caused the pellet of the shell to deflect to a different direction. From Diane's side came something completely different. A strange disintegrating sound passed through the clearing. The frost attack disappeared. Not shattered. Not knocked away. It seemed to break apart under whatever force had met it. The two reactions produced enough disturbance that hiding any longer became pointless. Heat rolled through one side of the clearing. Another fluctuation of cognizance remained on the other. Vera and Diane now knew exactly where both hidden observers were. A figure moved above them. I didn't expect to be found that quickly. Maxwell appeared from the tree where he had been hiding. He jumped from the branch. The air surrounding him was still distorted by waves of heat, making his outline shift slightly as he descended. His boots touched the ground. Maxwell straightened himself and looked toward the two girls. On the opposite side of the clearing, another figure stepped out. That was dangerous, Ezra Ashenlocke. Ravener walked from behind the trees with both hands resting casually inside his pockets. He appeared calm, almost as though Vera hadn't just fired a shotgun toward his hiding place. Vera looked at him. Spying on little girls is wrong, Ravener Bunwick. Her voice remained plain. There was no embarrassment in her expression, nor did she sound particularly offended. She simply stated it as though she were informing him of a basic rule he somehow hadn't learned. Ravener's expression barely changed. Vera then turned her head. Her black eyes settled on Maxwell, and she raised one hand. Her index finger pointed lazily toward him, the one who called himself the student of an unknown alchemist. Maxwell blinked. Ravener's eyes shifted toward Vera. He studied her face for a moment. Does she know about this commoner's master's actual identity? The thought immediately entered his mind. There was nothing in Vera's expression that gave him an answer, since she looked as calm as usual. I don't think the Duke of Ashenlocke would have told his children about Andraver, unlike my father, who told me all he knew about the son alchemist of this kingdom. But information concerning someone like Andraver wasn't exactly the kind of thing any noble family or powerful noble families casually discussed with their children. At least, that was what Ravener believed. Still, this was Ezra Ashenlocke. Ravener knew enough about her to understand that normal expectations didn't always apply. But at least, knowing Vera, his eyes narrowed slightly. There's a possibility she already understands that Maxwell isn't an ordinary person. His gaze moved away from Vera. It settled on Maxwell. This time, Ravener studied him more carefully. But now that I've found him here, a faint interest entered his eyes. This is my opportunity. His father had spoken highly of the alchemy path connected to Maxwell's master. Very highly. And that alone was enough to make Ravener curious, especially because of what that path represented to his own family. A path my family sought out to perfect our flame alchemy. Ravener's attention became more focused. He wanted to see it. Not through someone else's explanation. Not through illegal stories that could only be read in hidden doors. He wanted to watch the alchemy with his own eyes. Maxwell noticed the stare. He shifted slightly, then he looked down at his clothes. Nothing. His hand rose toward his face. Is there something on my face? He looked genuinely confused. Ravener didn't answer. Instead, he just continued gauging Maxwell. You boys should leave. Diane spoke. Everyone looked toward her. She was frowning. At least, she seemed to be trying to frown. Her eyebrows had barely moved enough for anyone to properly notice it. Her sleepy face remained almost exactly the same. Diane looked at Maxwell. Then Ravener. Vera and I are about to fight. Her voice carried the same tired flatness as before. The interruption clearly annoyed her, but even her annoyance looked exhausted. Maxwell glanced between the two girls, then at Ravener, then back toward Vera. With all these big figures standing here, his shoulders remained slightly tense. Why would I leave? There was still nervousness in his voice that hadn't disappeared. Yet underneath it was something completely different. Excitement. Maxwell pointed toward Vera. I was originally going to wait until you and the black-haired girl finished fighting. Vera's eyes moved toward his finger, then slowly back to his face. Her expression remained blank. The black-haired girl? She looked down briefly at her own hair, then back at Maxwell. You've already heard my name several times. Her tone stayed calm. Are you nervous, stupid, or simply bad with names? Maxwell's pointing finger slowly lowered, the excitement almost dying within him. Diane watched him sleepily. Ravener's lips moved slightly, although he didn't quite smile. Maxwell cleared his throat. I meant Ezra Ashenlocke. Congratulations. Vera nodded once. You remembered. Maxwell decided not to respond to that. He continued. I wanted to wait until you two finished fighting. His nervous expression gradually changed. Then fight whoever won. Vera looked at him plainly. Diane's eyes remained half open. Maxwell's gaze moved across everyone in the clearing. Ezra Ashenlocke. Diane. Ravener. And himself. He had originally intended to wait. Watch. Learn something from Vera and Diane's fight. Then challenge the winner. That plan was already ruined. They had discovered him before the fight even started. And Ravener had been discovered too. There wasn't much reason to hide anymore. Maxwell took a breath. His fingers slowly curled into fists. The nervousness remained on his face, but his golden eyes began to shine with growing excitement. But now that I've been caught, a grin gradually appeared. His golden eyes sparkled. The chance to fight one strong student had already interested him. Now there were 3 standing in front of him. Why would I walk away? I'll just beat all of you together. Silence followed. Vera raised an eyebrow. Diane stared at him blankly. Ravener also stared at him, narrowing his eyes. The confidence in Maxwell's words didn't match the nervous boy who had asked only moments earlier whether something was on his face. Vera was the first to react. Her head tilted slightly. You hide in a tree spying on girls, get discovered immediately, forget my name after hearing it. Her black eyes remained fixed on Maxwell. And somehow your conclusion is that you're going to beat everyone here. She paused. Your confidence is strangely healthy. Maxwell's grin twitched. Diane looked toward Vera. Is that an insult? Encouragement. Vera replied without hesitation. I see. Diane nodded as though the explanation made perfect sense. Ravener finally removed one hand from his pocket. His attention remained on Maxwell. The peaceful clearing from only a few minutes earlier no longer felt peaceful at all. For students now stood within it. For different alchemy paths. For different reasons for fighting. And none of them seemed interested in leaving. Chapter 340. Gem Snatcher 15. I'll just beat all of you together. Maxwell repeated his words again, this time firmly, without the slightest hint of hesitation in his voice even after hearing Vera's earlier words. This time, nobody answered him. Vera's black eyes remained fixed on his face, her gaze becoming a little more focused than before. Diane simply tilted her head, staring at Maxwell with the same sleepy expression she had worn since getting up from her throw pillow. Ravener's reaction was quieter. His eyes narrowed. 3 different stares settled on Maxwell at the same time. The confidence he had gathered only moments ago after Vera interrupted his first words immediately suffered. Maxwell swallowed. His shoulders stiffened slightly. Why are they all looking at me like that again? Vera noticed the change almost immediately. She turned her head toward Diane. He did say he would stand on top, right? Her voice carried its usual dry tone, but there was enough sarcasm mixed into it that Maxwell couldn't tell whether she was mocking him or simply reminding Diane of something he had actually said. And as always, it made it worse. Diane nodded. Yes, he did. She sounded completely serious. Maxwell's lips twitched. Ravener, however, didn't join their teasing. He's right, though. Vera's attention shifted toward him. Cognition had already started flowing through Ravener's body. It moved through his stars and veins in a controlled stream, causing the air around him to grow warmer as his gaze passed across the other 3 students standing in the clearing. Beating all of you here and now would solidify me passing this test. Ravener spoke calmly. There was no excitement in his voice like Maxwell's. To him, it was simply practical. For strong students had gathered in one place. All of them had survived this far into the test. There was a very good chance each of them possessed enough numbered gems to make fighting worthwhile. Vera tilted her head slightly. You sure about that? Her expression suddenly became thoughtful, almost too thoughtful. I might not even have the number of numbered gems you would like. Her tone sounded strangely convincing. Maxwell looked at her. Ravener did the same. For a brief moment, both boys almost considered the possibility that Vera genuinely didn't have many gems. Then Ravener remembered exactly who was speaking. His expression flattened. This was Ezra Ashenlocke. Believing her that easily would be stupid. We'll just have to find out. Ravener stepped forward. His boot pressed against the grass as he shifted into a combat stance, one side of his body turning slightly, while his attention remained divided between everyone in the clearing. Maxwell's earlier nervousness disappeared again the instant he saw Ravener preparing to fight. His golden eyes lit up. A grin spread across his face. As an alchemist, he raised both hands and cracked his knuckles. I don't discriminate with my fists. His gaze moved between Vera and Diane. So don't complain later, girls. Silence. Vera looked at him. Diane looked at him. Neither girl appeared impressed. Maxwell's grin weakened slightly. Ravener said nothing either. For several seconds, nobody moved. The wind passed through the clearing, stirring the grass around their boots and carrying a few loose leaves between them. For students stood within the open space. For different alchemists. Yet no one wanted to make the first careless move. Their eyes moved constantly. Vera observed Ravener, Diane, and Maxwell without changing her expression. Diane's sleepy gaze passed between them more slowly, but that didn't mean she wasn't paying attention. Ravener remained particularly focused on Maxwell, and Maxwell himself looked from one opponent to another, trying to decide who would move first. The greatest uncertainty among them was obvious. Maxwell. Vera didn't know his alchemy path. Diane didn't know it either. Ravener knew more because of what his father had told him, but even that knowledge made him more cautious rather than less. There was also something strange about Maxwell's cognizance. The amount they sensed from him didn't feel completely honest. It felt restrained. As though the level he had shown until now wasn't everything he possessed. That alone was enough to make Vera and Diane more alert. Ravener had even more reason to watch him. Still, none of them were helpless against the others. Vera knew enough about Diane. Diane knew enough about Vera. Both understood flame alchemy well enough to be cautious around Ravener. Ravener, in turn, knew exactly how dangerous the two girls could become if he underestimated them. They already had enough information about one another to prepare. Maxwell was the only missing piece. And Maxwell eventually grew tired of everyone staring, finally gaining his full excitement back. No wasting time. His shout broke the silence. Everyone's attention sharpened. Let's all go out from the start. Maxwell released his restraint. A massive surge of cognizance burst from his body. Boom. The grass around his boots flattened. His clothes snapped against the sudden pressure as cognizance rushed out from his constructing fourth star. At first, the streams were almost colorless. They flowed from the star into his veins like countless thin threads before gathering together, compressing more tightly as greater amounts were released at once. Then the nature of his path began to show. Golden light appeared. Thin streaks resembling golden lightning flowed faintly around Maxwell's body, flickering across his arms and shoulders before disappearing into the air. Vera's eyes narrowed slightly. Fourth star. The sudden pressure from Maxwell's cognizance spread across the clearing. It didn't remain unanswered. Vera released hers. Another heavy fluctuation followed. Cognizance surged through her body and spread outward, causing the lower edges of her training skirt and cardigan to shift beneath the pressure. Diane responded at nearly the same moment. Light blue streaks of cognizance flowed around her body like thin lightning, while the temperature surrounding her began dropping. Ravener was next. Scarlet-red cognizance escaped from him in faint sparks, and the air around his position grew warmer. For different fluctuations now occupied the same clearing. None gave way. Maxwell's golden cognizance, Ravener's scarlet-red cognizance, Diane's light blue cognizance, and Vera's own released power. The pressure from all four young alchemists collided within the open space, stirring the grass and shaking leaves from nearby branches. Then they moved. Almost together. Their space bags opened. Numerous alchemy materials flew into the air. with none of them needing to physically reach inside and pull out every resource one by one. Their cognizance influenced the materials, dragging them from their space bags and suspending them around their bodies as though invisible hands were holding everything in place. Vera released numerous bars of black steel and orichalcum bars. The metals spread through the air around her, rotating slowly as her cognizance wrapped around them. Diane's resources were simpler in appearance. Ice crystals. They emerged in the shape of small cubes and hovered above the ground around her. The temperature dropped further. A faint white mist began forming close to her boots. Ravener took out only one visible object. A lighter. It flipped through the air. Click. A flame appeared. The small fire lasted for barely an instant before Ravener's cognizance reached it. Whoosh. The flame exploded upward. Fire spread above Ravener like a fountain, twisting over his head while the heat rolling from it pushed against Diane's growing cold. Then came Maxwell. A piece of noverite left his space bag. The material rose into the air. Golden sparks immediately began jumping across its surface. Once. Twice. Then faster. The heat around it rose. Vera's gaze briefly moved toward the noverite. Diane also noticed it. Maxwell grinned. And then... clap. For pairs of hands came together almost simultaneously. The sound echoed across the clearing as if only one person had clapped. Cognizance surged. More. Far more. The fluctuations surrounding all four students suddenly climbed to another level. Alchemy circles constructed themselves between their palms. Lines appeared. Symbols connected. The circles completed within moments. Vera's eyes sharpened. Diane's sleepy expression finally became more focused. Ravener's gaze remained fixed forward. Maxwell's grin widened. Then all four moved. Boom. Their hands slammed toward the ground. For large alchemy circles spread beneath them. Vera's circle shone white. Diane's glowed light blue. Ravener's burned scarlet red. And Maxwell's radiated gold. The four circles expanded until they occupied large sections of the clearing around their respective alchemists. The ground trembled. Then the trembling grew stronger. Loose stones jumped against the soil. Grass bent beneath the pressure. Branches shook overhead as a wave of turbulence spread beyond the clearing and entered the surrounding forest. Students fighting far from the area paused for a moment. Others searching for numbered gems looked around in confusion as vibrations traveled beneath their feet. The amount of cognizance colliding in one location was impossible to completely hide. For large-scale alchemies had been ignited almost simultaneously. Mass alchemy. Vera's materials reacted first. The black steel and orichalcum bars suspended around her were pulled toward the mass alchemy circle. The metals separated. Mixed. Compressed. Their shapes changed rapidly under the influence of her alchemy. Long barrels formed. Receivers followed. Stocks. Internal components. One firearm after another rose from the white light. 10, 20, 30. The number continued increasing. By the time Vera's mass alchemy completed, 60 EV-26 Mk.2 shotguns surrounded her. All of them stood with their lower sections pressed into the ground, creating the appearance of a graveyard made entirely from shotguns. Vera stood calmly in the center of them. Her black hair shifted slightly beneath the pressure surrounding the clearing. Across from her, Diane's ice crystals reacted. The cubes compressed individually. Their shapes stretched. Edges sharpened. One ice shard after another formed. They stabbed into the ground around Diane. Dozens appeared. Then more. Until 100 ice shards surrounded her. Cold spread across the clearing. The grass beneath Diane began frosting over. A thick layer of icy fog rolled across the ground around her feet, flowing between the ice shards and spreading outward until the area surrounding her looked as though winter had suddenly claimed that part of the forest. Ravener's alchemy completed next. The fountain of flame burning above him suddenly collapsed downward. The mass alchemy circle absorbed it. For a moment, the fire disappeared completely. Then scarlet red light, flashed across Ravener's circle. Flames erupted from it, not spreading randomly. The fire formed a circular arrangement around Ravener, creating long lines of flame whose tips curved and shifted like tentacles. And Ravener stood at the center. The flames cracked and moved around him, responding to the flow of his cognus. Then everyone's attention was pulled toward the fourth alchemy. Maxwell. The Novarite hovering above him sparked violently. Crack. Its surface split. Golden fire erupted outward. The flame expanded rapidly until a large ball of golden fire burned above Maxwell, shining strongly enough to brighten the clearing. Heat rolled outward. Vera felt it against her skin. Ravener's flames responded almost immediately. Even Diane's icy fog reacted. Yet the golden fire didn't remain above Maxwell for long. His mass alchemy circle pulled almost like Ravener's alchemy. The entire ball of flame was dragged downward. The golden fire entered the circle as though being swallowed by an endless hole. More. More. Until the last flame disappeared. The golden circle beneath Maxwell became brighter. Then the energy returned in another form. Small balls of golden flame emerged from the mass alchemy circle, one after another. They rose around Maxwell. Several hovered beside him. Others floated behind his shoulders or above his head. The heat produced by them continued spreading. Waves distorted the air. Diane's cold reacted first more. More icy fog poured across the ground around her, thickening as her alchemy resisted Maxwell's heat. Ravener's flames crackled harder. His own fire responded to the rising temperature, adding even more heat to the clearing. Vera's 60 shotguns remained unchanged. The EV-26 MK-2 stood firmly around her despite the heat waves passing over their black steel and orichalcum bodies. All 4 alchemies were complete. For the first time, Maxwell's grin weakened slightly. His golden eyes moved from one creation to another. 60 shotguns. 100 ice shards. Ravener's surrounding flames. His own golden fire. They're strong. The thought didn't frighten him. If anything, his excitement grew. Ravener's feet shifted. Vera's hand moved toward one of the EV-26 MK-2s. Diane raised her gaze. Maxwell lowered his center of gravity. Everyone was ready. The 4 moved to attack. Wah! A massive horn suddenly echoed across the forest. The sound rolled through the clearing with enough force to make all 4 stop. Vera's hand remained inches away from one of her shotguns. Diane blinked. Ravener's flames continued moving around him for another moment. Maxwell stared ahead. Nobody attacked. The horn continued sounding. Vera slowly lowered her hand. Diane's shoulders relaxed. Ravener released a quiet breath through his nose. Maxwell looked genuinely offended by the timing. The 4 began withdrawing their cognus. Vera's mass alchemy circle faded. The 60 EV-26 MK.2 shotguns lost their constructed forms, breaking apart as the alchemy reversed until the black steel and orichalcum returned to their original states. The bars moved back into Vera's space bag. Diane did the same. Her 100 ice shards reverted into the ice crystals she had used as resources, while the fog around her slowly began thinning. Ravener's circular flame formation collapsed. His lighter reconstructed itself from the alchemy and returned toward him before disappearing into his space bag. Maxwell's golden balls of flame were absorbed back into his mass alchemy circle. The energy gathered, compressed, then returned to the Novarite. The piece reconstructed itself and flew back toward Maxwell. He caught it. His expression became thoughtful as he placed it into his space bag. Despite not getting the fight he wanted, he couldn't hide the impression the other 3 had left on him. All 4 of them had just performed large-scale alchemies that ordinary young alchemists wouldn't have been able to handle easily. And none of them looked slightly tired, even though he could feel their level was just at the adept alchemist rank. A crackling sound suddenly spread through the forest. Then an adult voice followed. Testing. Professor Kent's familiar voice echoed from somewhere none of them could immediately identify. Testing. Students across the forest looked upward. Kent continued calmly. The practical test has come to an end. Maxwell's shoulders dropped. No one is allowed to continue fighting or search for any more numbered gems. Vera looked toward the source of the voice. Diane remained quiet. Professor Kent paused. I'm watching every one of you, so if you do. Another short silence followed. You will be severely punished. His voice remained completely serious. Then he added, but I would like to encourage you to do so, since it's good for students to be rebellious. Silence filled the forest. Students in different areas slowly narrowed their eyes. Vera's expression became even flatter. Diane blinked once. Ravener said nothing. Maxwell looked upward suspiciously. The same thought seemed to pass through the minds of many students at once. Does he think we're that stupid? Professor Kent's voice continued to echo through every part of the forest. While some of you have already left through the exits, the rest of you who are still inside the Forest Training Center will be teleported back to this area. Kent looked across the different displays showing the remaining students scattered throughout the forest. A grin slowly appeared on his face. Many of them looked terrible. Some were covered in mud. Others had torn academy training uniforms that were still healing their injuries, and several students were sitting on the ground because their legs had already given up on them. There were even those who had spent the last few minutes dragging themselves toward an exit because they wanted nothing more than to leave the forest normally. Kent's grin widened. Safe travels. Then his voice disappeared. Silence fell across the forest. For a few seconds, the students simply stood there. Some looked down. Others looked around suspiciously, as though waiting for something terrible to happen. Then, a spatial alchemy circle suddenly appeared beneath one exhausted student. The student looked down. His face changed. Wait. The circle flashed. Whoosh. He vanished. Another spatial alchemy circle appeared beneath a different student. Then another. And another. Understanding spread throughout the forest. The exhausted cries of numerous students rose almost together. After everything they had endured during the practical test, Professor Kent apparently wasn't even going to let them walk back peacefully, since some of the students hated the nausea feeling the teleportation caused. Spatial alchemy circles appeared beneath students one after another, their symbols lighting up before warping each person away. Wait, I'm not ready. Whoosh. Another student disappeared. At least give me a sec. Whoosh. Gone. Professor, you bastard. Whoosh. That one disappeared before he could finish. Their screams continued echoing throughout the forest as the teleportation spread from one area to another. In the section where Cyrus and Basil had fought, there was barely anything left that resembled the peaceful forest from the beginning of the examination. Flames still burned across several patches of ground. Smoke rose from broken bushes and damaged tree trunks, while entire sections of the area had been blown apart by their alchemy. Trees lay scattered across the forest floor. Some had been broken by sonic impacts, while others had been destroyed by Cyrus's explosions. Rocks had been cracked into pieces, the ground was covered in holes, and scorched patches of soil showed where flames had burned away the grass and dry leaves. Standing in the middle of all that destruction were the two boys responsible. Well. Cyrus picked up his head plugs and placed them back over his ears. Too bad. He glanced toward Basil. The noble looked terrible. His face was swollen from the beating he had taken, while burns covered several parts of his exposed skin. Blood slowly ran from his injuries and stained what remained of his damaged training uniform. The healing alchemy built into the academy clothing had already activated. Alchemy circuits glowed faintly beneath the fabric as the uniform began healing the injuries beneath it. Even with that assistance, Basil could barely remain standing. His legs trembled as his shoulders rose and fell with each breath. One eye had swollen enough that he struggled to keep it fully open, yet his gaze remained fixed on Cyrus. How? His voice came out weak. Cyrus looked at him. Basil swallowed and tried again. How are you this SD? A spatial alchemy circle appeared beneath his feet. Basil looked down. Huh. The symbols flashed. Whoosh. He disappeared. Cyrus stared at the empty space. The unfinished question remained hanging in the air. Cyrus scratched the side of his head. Well, I guess I'll never know what he wanted to say. He wasn't particularly interested either. Now that the fight was over, the exhaustion he had ignored throughout the battle started settling into his body. His shoulders dropped. Ah. Cyrus reached into his space bag and pulled out his phone. His thumb moved across its surface. A moment later, music began playing through his head plugs. The melody covered the remaining crackling flames and distant noises of the forest. Much better. Cyrus reached into his space bag again and removed his academy cardigan. His training top underneath had been badly damaged during the fight, and although the built-in alchemy was working on healing the injuries, he didn't want other students looking at him. He slipped the cardigan on. The fabric covered most of the damage. Cyrus adjusted the collar before releasing another tired breath. Ah. His eyes moved across the destroyed battlefield. Broken trees. Scorched ground. Shattered rocks. Smoke. Burns across his own body. All because one angry noble couldn't handle being called Basil the Pig. Cyrus shook his head. I don't want to fight like that ever again. The music continued playing softly in his ears. Then a glow appeared beneath his boots. Cyrus looked down. A spatial alchemy circle had formed around his feet. The symbols brightened. Cyrus barely reacted. He simply placed both hands inside his cardigan pockets and allowed the music to continue playing. Whoosh. His body disappeared from the ruined forest. Not far away, the atmosphere around Ezra's battlefield had also changed completely after Professor Kent's announcement. Felix stood with his AK-47 still pointed in Ezra's direction. His finger remained near the trigger. But the fight was over, and he knew it. Tisk. Felix clicked his tongue as he lowered the rifle. Consider yourself lucky. Ezra looked at him plainly. He didn't respond. Felix's expression immediately became more irritated. Even after fighting 3 strong alchemists at the same time, Ezra still had that same dull look on his face. It was annoying. Felix turned away from him. His eyes moved toward Tristan. The prince was still struggling to properly get back onto his feet after Ezra's double foot kick had smashed into his face. Tristan planted one hand against the ground. His other hand formed a fist. Bam! He punched the soil. Damn it! His fist rose again. Bam! Damn it! Again. Bam! Damn it! Loose dirt jumped around his hand with each strike. I'll kill you. Tristan's face was a mess. The earlier hit from Felix's Springfield had already left its mark, but Ezra's final kick had made things much worse. Blood ran from his nose. His lips had been split. Dirt covered one side of his face from tumbling across the ground, and the swelling around his cheek had already started becoming more obvious. For someone who took great pride in his appearance, this was a disaster. Gareth approached him. Your Highness. He reached down and caught Tristan's arm, helping him back onto his feet. Tristan immediately pulled himself away. Leave me alone. Gareth released him without argument. Tristan wiped his mouth. When he pulled his hand away, blood covered his fingers. His golden eyes widened. He stared at it. Then slowly touched his face again. More blood. His expression twisted. My charming face. Ezra stood several meters away, still watching him without saying anything. Tristan's head snapped toward him. You bastard. His cognition surged. Forgetting Professor Kent's warning almost immediately, Tristan stepped forward as though he intended to charge Ezra again. A spatial alchemy circle suddenly appeared beneath him. Tristan froze. His eyes dropped. What? The circle flashed. Wait. Whoosh. He vanished. Silence followed. Gareth stared at the place where the prince had been standing. Then he looked toward Ezra. Ha ha ha. An awkward laugh escaped him. Well. A spatial alchemy circle appeared beneath Gareth's boots. Unlike Tristan, Gareth didn't seem particularly bothered. He simply lifted one hand. By Ezra Ashenlocke. His usual innocent smile returned to his face. Considering the fact that he had just spent the last several minutes trying to beat Ezra alongside Felix and Tristan, the casual goodbye almost felt strange. Ezra looked at him. Bye. Gareth's smile widened slightly. The spatial alchemy circle brightened. Whoosh. He disappeared. That left Felix. For several seconds, neither boy spoke. Felix stared at Ezra. Ezra stared back. The anger remained visible on Felix's face. Consider yourself lucky. He had said those words earlier. But standing there now? Felix knew they weren't completely true. His grip tightened around the AK-47. He, Gareth, and Tristan had fought Ezra together. Desmond had left before the battle properly began, leaving the three of them to handle Ezra themselves. They had the numbers. They had Felix attacking from range. Gareth pressured Ezra at close range. Tristan's light alchemy had given Ezra the greatest problem of all. Yet, they hadn't beaten him. Worse, Felix couldn't confidently tell himself that if Professor Kent hadn't ended the test, the three of them would have easily won. Maybe they would have. Maybe Ezra would have eventually been overwhelmed. But easily? Felix couldn't believe that anymore. Tisk. He clicked his tongue again. That realization pissed him off. Chapter 341. End of test. A spatial alchemy circle appeared beneath Felix's boots before he could say anything else. The symbols flashed. Felix gave Ezra one last irritated look, still holding the AK-47 in his hands, before his body vanished from the forest. Whoosh. Once Felix was gone, the damaged battlefield finally became quiet. Ezra remained where he stood for a moment, his black eyes passing over the empty spaces where Tristan, Gareth, and Felix had been. Only after confirming that the fight was truly over did he lower his weapons. The Keltec PMR-30 went into his space bag first, and the Desert Eagle followed. Ezra then looked down at the special black gloves covering his hands. He stopped supplying cognites to them. The faint flow of energy passing through the circuit lines immediately faded, causing the magnetic function of the magnetism, black steel alloy, to deactivate along with the thin threads he had used throughout the battle. Ezra flexed his fingers once. They worked well. There were still things he could improve, especially after using the gloves in an actual fight instead of only testing them under controlled conditions. But they had already done what he created them to do. His movement with firearms had changed completely and improved. And that was enough for now. A glow appeared beneath his boots. Ezra looked down and saw the spatial alchemy circle forming around him. Before it activated, he quickly removed the special gloves and returned them to his space bag. He took out the ordinary pair he had worn earlier to school and slipped them onto his hands instead. The spatial alchemy circle brightened. Whoosh. The damaged forest disappeared. Almost instantly, Ezra felt solid ground beneath his boots again. He had returned to the training quarters where the practical test had begun. The place looked very different now. When the students had first gathered there, the wide sandy training ground had been filled with excitement, nervous conversations, and students wondering what Professor Kent had prepared for them. Now, many of those same students were sitting or lying across the sand. Some leaned forward with their hands resting on their knees, breathing heavily after hours of running, fighting, and searching for numbered gems. Others were too exhausted to stand and had simply dropped wherever they found enough space. Then there were the injured students. Academy medics moved between them with medical supplies and alchemy materials, treating burns, cuts, broken bones, gunshot injuries, and whatever else the students had managed to do to one another inside the forest. Carla had already arranged for the medical team to be present by the time everyone returned. Ezra's gaze moved across the training ground. It soon landed on someone familiar. Basil. Two members of the medical team were leading him away. Calling it walking would have been generous. Basil could barely support his own weight, and both medics had one of his arms placed over their shoulders as they helped him toward the area where students with worse injuries were being treated. His swollen face made him difficult to recognize from a distance. Burn marks remained across parts of his skin, while his academy uniform was still repairing itself. Ezra's gaze moved away from him. Then he saw Cyrus. Cyrus sat on a foldable chair while one of the medical staff treated him. His academy cardigan covered most of his damaged training clothes, and his head plugs were still resting over his ears. Compared with Basil, he looked much better. That didn't mean he had escaped without injuries. Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke. Ezra turned. A female medical staff member stood beside another empty foldable chair. She pointed toward it. "Please come over for treatment." Ezra looked down at himself. He had managed to hold his own against every threat he encountered during the test, but that didn't mean he had walked away untouched. There were cuts across his face. Parts of his clothing had been torn during the fights. Blood still slowly leaked from some facial cuts, including the cut left by Tristan's light blade, which managed to cut his inner armor slightly. Ezra walked over and sat. The medical staff member immediately began preparing her healing alchemy. She placed the required herbs in front of her as the medium for the ignition. Then her hands came together. Clap. Cognis gathered between her palms. An alchemy circle formed. Once the construction was completed, she brought the alchemy toward Ezra's injuries and began treatment. A faint warmth spread across the damaged areas. Ezra remained still and allowed her to work. A short distance away, Professor Kent walked through the training ground with his hands behind his back. His calm eyes passed over the students lying on the sand. One student groaned while holding his side. Another was being carried toward the medical area. A third had his arm wrapped in bandages while complaining quietly about how much everything hurt. Kent shook his head. "You are all really weak-hearted." Several students looked at him. Kent continued walking. "Imagine this was a war." He glanced toward a group of exhausted students. "Is this how all of you would be acting?" A boy sitting on the sand stared at him in disbelief. He leaned slightly toward his friend, speaking like he's been to war before. The friend beside him gave a tired snort. "How can there even be a war? Britannia has been peaceful since before I was born." Kent stopped walking. The two boys froze. Slowly, Professor Kent turned his head. His calm eyes settled directly on them. Neither student said another word. Kent stared for another second before continuing on his way. "We will wait 10 minutes for these lazy classmates of yours to stand up before I announce the winner of this test." The effect of those words was immediate. Students who had been half-dead moments earlier suddenly found a little energy. Heads lifted. Quiet conversation started. Even some of those sitting on the ground straightened their backs. The winner. That was what everyone had been waiting for. The first-place reward alone was enough to make the entire practical test worth the trouble. 10,000 points. But first place wasn't the only position that mattered. Under the normal class test ranking system, the students who placed from 2nd to 10th would receive 3,000 points, while those ranked from 11th to 150th would receive 500 points. Students ranked from 151st to 500th would receive 50 points. Anyone below the top 500 received nothing from a normal class test. While main tests worked differently. In a main test, students who ranked below the top 500 would still receive 6 points each. That ranking system was one of the reasons the competition inside the forest had become so fierce. The numbered gems weren't simply objects Professor Kent had scattered around for entertainment. Every gem could affect a student's position. And position meant points. Points affected rankings. So even students who knew they had little chance of taking first place had still fought to climb as high as they could. While conversations about the results spread through the training ground, another group had gathered a short distance away. Lady Selena. Selena turned. Her usual group of girls hurried toward her. The moment Selena saw them, the relief on her face disappeared. All of them were injured. One girl had a bandage wrapped around her arm. Another had part of her face covered near the side of one eye. One had bandages around her stomach, while the remaining two had injuries around their necks and arms. Selena's expression fell. "You girls really didn't have to do what you did for me." There was no elegance or practiced politeness hiding her feelings this time. She genuinely looked hurt seeing them in that condition. The girl with the bandage near her eye smiled. "It's our duty, Lady Selena." Another girl nodded happily. "We couldn't let you get hurt." "Yeah." The others agreed together. Selena stared at them. For a moment, her eyes became slightly wet. She had told them not to do it. She remembered that clearly. Yet they had refused to listen. Her gaze moved away from the girls and settled on someone standing nearby. Sasha. Sasha was looking directly at her, and unlike Selena's followers, she didn't look happy at all. Her foot tapped repeatedly against the ground. Tisk. Sasha clicked her tongue. "You were lucky, Galehart." Selena released a tired sigh. She shook her head with her usual grace. The entire chase immediately returned to her mind. She had already met up with her female followers inside the forest and had been helping them search for more numbered gems so they could all finish the test with better rankings. Things had been going well. Then Sasha appeared, and everything became troublesome. Sasha had quickly realized Selena possessed a good number of numbered gems. From that point onward, she chased her, and continued chasing her. Selena had known from the beginning that fighting Sasha directly wasn't a good choice. They might have been within the same alchemist rank, but that didn't mean their combat strength was equal. Even if Selena fought with everything she had, she knew Sasha was stronger, much stronger. And Selena had no intention of losing all the numbered gems she had spent so much time gathering. So she ran. Her followers had run with her at first. Eventually, however, the girls decided they needed to stop Sasha. Selena had disagreed. If they were going to fight, she wanted all of them to work together. Even then, defeating Sasha would have been an extremely difficult task. Her followers refused. They told Selena to leave. Then they stayed behind. The girls had thrown everything they had at Sasha simply to hold her in place. Sasha hadn't wanted to seriously hurt them at first. That was why they managed to keep pestering her for as long as they did. Unfortunately for them, Sasha eventually ran out of patience. The result was standing in front of Selena now. Bandages, bruises, and several girls who somehow still looked proud of themselves. By the time Sasha finally dealt with them and continued the chase, Selena had already disappeared with her numbered gems. That was why Sasha was standing there now, tapping her foot with the expression of someone who had watched her prey escape at the last second. Selena looked at her injured followers again. Then she sighed. "You really are all troublesome." The girl smiled. Sasha clicked her tongue once more. Time continued passing as the remaining students received treatment and waited for the final ranking to begin. 10 minutes finally passed. By then, the training quarters had settled down considerably. Students who needed more serious treatment had already been taken away by the medical staff and transported to the Royal Academy Hospital, while those whose injuries could be handled on the training ground had been patched up enough to remain. The remaining students gathered once again. Some still had bandages wrapped around their arms, heads, or legs, while others stood in new academy training uniforms after giving time to change in the changing room close by. Exhaustion could still be seen on many faces, but now that the moment everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived, most students forced themselves to remain standing. "Hey, who do you think will rank first?" One student quietly asked his friends. That single question seemed to spread. Whispers started throughout the crowd. "Maybe one of the young lords? I don't know. There were too many fights happening. I heard some students were stealing entire stashes. Didn't someone cause that huge cognitive fluctuation near the end?" Similar conversations appeared everywhere. Too much had happened across the forest for anyone to confidently predict the result. There had been fights that only a handful of students witnessed, while other battles happened so far away that most students only heard the explosions or felt the cognitive fluctuations afterward. Some students had focused on searching for numbered gems. Others had hunted their classmates. A few had done both. But regardless of how everyone had approached the test, only one student could take first place and receive 10,000 points, which would also give that person a major advantage in the first-year rankings. That was enough to make even normally confident students nervous. Professor Kent stood before them. His eyes calmly moved across the crowd. "You all look nervous." Several students exchanged glances. Willow eventually raised her hand slightly. "Professor, I think a lot of us just feel pressured. We all tried our best, but none of us really knows how much better someone else might have done." Yes, Miss Willow." Kent casually waved his hand. "I understand." Willow lowered her hand. "But before I announce the results." Kent suddenly turned. His eyes settled on one student in particular. "I have one thing I need to mention." The conversations around the training ground gradually died down. Kent's expression became more serious. "Many of you nearly killed your fellow students during this test." A few students immediately looked away. "I understand that things became heated. I really do." Kent's eyes remained on Veda. "But don't allow your anger to get you arrested while attending the Royal Academy, because you broke not only school rules, but the laws of Britannia." Kent paused for a moment. "Is that clear?" His gaze sharpened slightly. Young Lord of Ash. Several students immediately looked toward Veda. Veda didn't argue. Instead, he nodded once. I'm sorry for the problem. His apology came without hesitation. Kent's expression softened a little. Don't worry. I'll also be scolding the Evergrees for the assault they carried out on Miss Faye Ashenlocke. He gave a faint, helpless smile. Kent could at least understand why Veda had reacted the way he did. Veda carried the title of Young Lord of Ashenlocke. When he learned that members of his family had been attacked and badly injured, he had responded as someone carrying that responsibility, regardless of whether Faye belonged to another branch of the family or was in a different year. That didn't excuse nearly killing other students. But Kent understood where the anger had come from. They did what? Vera's voice suddenly rose plainly above the crowd. Several nearby students turned toward her. It was strange enough hearing Vera raise her voice that even a few Ashenlocks looked at her. Her black eyes had already moved toward the crowd. There was only one Evergrey standing among the students. Grant. Vera found him immediately. Her expression remained controlled, but the relaxed look she had carried earlier was gone. Grant noticed her gaze. He lowered his head. For once, he didn't seem interested in meeting the eyes of an Ashenlocke. They attacked Faye? Nina's expression darkened. No wonder I didn't see her. Her fist tightened beside her body. Those bastards. She sharply turned toward Grant as well. And Nina wasn't alone. Henry Ashenlocke and Bess Ashforge, standing beside each other as usual, both stared at him with narrowed eyes. Their expressions carried none of the casual mood from before. Even Garrett's usual easygoing expression disappeared. Felix openly glared at Grant. How dare a Count family mess with us? Felix stepped forward. Even though he actually didn't care about Faye getting almost killed, he hated the fact a noble family lower than the Ashenlocke openly acted against them. And it was the Evergrey of all people. Gareth immediately caught his arm. Felix, let it go. Professor Kent literally just finished warning Veda about this. Garrett's voice remained calm. Felix clicked his tongue, but he stopped moving. The sudden tension between the two noble families didn't go unnoticed. Whispers spread throughout the students again. I expected something like this to happen eventually. Why? They're both Gun Alchemist families. But the Evergrees really have the guts to openly attack the Ashenlocks. I wonder what's going to happen between the families after this. Another student leaned closer. But what exactly did the young lord do? His friend looked at him strangely. Can't you see that most of the Evergrees aren't even here? The boy paused. His eyes moved across the crowd. Grant was present. But many other Evergrey students were missing. Oh, what happened to Lady Grace Evergrey? That question caused even more whispers. Clap. Kent brought his hands together. The light clap wasn't particularly loud, but it was enough. End this matter for now. His firm voice cut through the conversations. Let's focus on class. The students gradually fell silent. No one argued. The conflict between Ashenlocke and Evergrey clearly wasn't something that would disappear because Professor Kent told them to stop talking about it. But this wasn't the place to continue it. Now. Kent turned back toward the students. Where was I? His eyes suddenly landed on Cyrus. Cyrus blinked. He looked behind himself. Nobody. He looked back at Kent with visible confusion. Why is he looking at me? Kent didn't explain. His gaze moved from Cyrus toward Ezra. Ezra simply looked back at him. Professor Kent stared at the two boys for another moment before faintly shaking his head. A small smile appeared on his face. Whatever he was thinking, he kept it to himself. Carla. He pointed toward her. Please show them the results. Carla nodded. She was already holding her phone tablet. All right. She walked to the front of the gathered students and turned so everyone could see her clearly. Good job, everyone. Her voice was calm and careful. A few students straightened themselves. Before we show the rankings, I'll quickly explain how the numbered gems were counted. Carla raised her phone tablet. The numbers engraved on each gems are the reason we call them numbered gems. But those numbers aren't only there to tell us how many gems Professor Kent hid throughout the forest training zone. Her fingers moved across the screen. Every numbered gem has its individual number registered inside the course application. Carla dragged 2 fingers outward across the tablet. A holographic screen expanded from it. Light formed in the air until a large transparent display appeared behind her, making it possible for the gathered students to see what she was talking about. Rows of numbers filled the screen. The students watched quietly. When a student picks up a numbered gem, that particular gem sends a signal to the course application and becomes registered as taken. Carla tapped one of the numbers. Its status changed on the holographic display. That happens with every registered gem that was found during the practical test. Several students nodded. Carla continued. Then, once the test is over, we use the final sorting system. Her finger moved toward another section of the application. A button marked for sorting appeared. This identifies which student currently possesses each numbered gem through your last touch print and calculates the total number belonging to each of you. A student near the front looked down at his hands. Carla noticed. Yes, your touch print. She raised the tablet slightly. Once you handled the gem, the system had what it needed to identify you during the final count. That explanation caused a few students to whisper again. Carla ignored them. So, her finger hovered above the button. All I need to do now is sort the results. The training ground became quiet. Students who had been whispering stopped. Those who had spent the entire test confidently stealing gems suddenly looked a little less relaxed. Others unconsciously reached toward their space bags, as though checking their numbered gems one last time could somehow change the result. Carla tapped the button. Click. The holographic screen changed. A loading icon appeared in its center. It slowly rotated. Every student's attention locked onto it. The final ranking was being calculated. Chapter 342. Next class. The loading icon on the holographic screen spun for a few more seconds before suddenly disappearing. The entire display flashed blue. Then, one by one, the names of every student began appearing from the very bottom of the rankings, climbing upward in ascending order. The training ground immediately fell silent. Every pair of eyes remained fixed on the floating screen. Students whose names appeared near the bottom frowned almost instantly. Some lowered their heads in disappointment. Others simply sighed. Many of them hadn't performed poorly because they lacked ability. Their numbered gems had been stolen. Several students had managed to collect respectable amounts during the practical test, only to lose everything after being ambushed or overwhelmed by stronger opponents near the end. Some had even watched 4 or 5 numbered gems disappear into someone else's space bag before they were beaten badly enough to be carried away by the academy medics. The frustration on those students' faces was obvious. Their friends noticed it. Neutral students noticed it. Even the very people who had stolen those gems quietly glanced in their direction before looking back at the ranking screen. The names continued climbing upward. Slowly. Steadily. And eventually, the list reached the top 500. The scrolling speed increased. Students who managed to enter the rewarding positions brightened immediately, while those who had barely missed the cut could only sigh helplessly. Finally, beep, beep. The ranking stopped. The first-place position appeared. Many students instinctively widened their eyes. Professor Kent folded his hands behind his back. Unlike many of you, who spent most of your time searching for fights, his calm gaze swept across the crowd. There was one student who patiently searched for numbered gems while carefully choosing which opponents were worth robbing and which ones were worth avoiding. Several students immediately understood who he was talking about. A gentle smile appeared on Selena's face. Kent nodded. Congratulations, Miss Selena Galehart. He raised one hand toward her. You ranked first in this first practical class test. Applause immediately broke out. Selena gracefully stepped forward and bowed. Thank you, Professor. Her voice remained gentle as always. Lady Selena. Her fangirls were the first to celebrate. Members of House Galehart, along with several students who admired her, hurried toward her with bright smiles. Congratulations, Lady Selena. You really did it. You ranked first. Selena smiled elegantly at everyone surrounding her. Thank you. She slightly lowered her head. I couldn't have done it without everyone's support. The girls around her became even happier. Not far away, Tisk. Sasha clicked her tongue loudly. Her expression clearly showed her dissatisfaction. I just knew it. She folded her arms. If I had stolen her numbered gems, I'd be the one standing there. Beside her, Ravener narrowed his eyes. At least you ranked second. Sasha immediately turned toward him. What exactly were you doing? She glared at him. You couldn't even make it into the top 5? Her tone sounded less like a stepsister and more like a mother scolding her disappointing son. Ravener didn't react much. Does it matter? He looked back toward the ranking screen. Everyone from 2nd to 10th receives the same number of points. His attention remained on the bold list displaying the top rankings. Meanwhile, more conversations had already erupted throughout the training ground. Top 10 Practical Class Test. First, Selena Galehart, 68 numbered gems. Second, Sasha Bunwick, 42 numbered gems. Third, Ezra Ashenlocke, 40 numbered gems. Fourth, Willow Derlise, 38 numbered gems. Fifth, Vera Ashenlocke, 37 numbered gems. Sixth, Diane Bergwin, 33 numbered gems. Seventh, Ravener Bunwick, 32 numbered gems. Eighth, Maxwell, 31 numbered gems. Ninth, Stella Ethelmont, 31 numbered gems. 10th, Fatima Drakes, 27 numbered gems. How did that lowline gather that many numbered gems? Tristan's voice carried obvious disbelief. His face was still covered with fresh bandages, making his annoyed expression look even more amusing. He pointed directly at Ezra's name. Third place. His wrapped hand tightened slightly. Professor Kent calmly glanced at him. It's called searching, Your Highness. Silence. Several students immediately pressed their lips together. Others quickly looked away. A few couldn't hold it anymore, with small bursts of laughter escaping from different corners of the training ground. Even Charles and Stella instinctively turned their faces away from looking at their brother. Neither of them wanted Tristan to catch them laughing. Tristan was just about to protest. Kent casually raised one hand. Prince Tristan Ethelmont. Kent's tone remained calm. You still ranked within the top 20. He glanced at the ranking again. Not within the top 15. He shrugged lightly. But close enough. Then he looked directly at Tristan. Sometimes it's healthy to accept a loss as a loss. Tristan slowly lowered his hand. His jaw tightened beneath the bandages. He didn't reply. The silence alone showed how unhappy he was. Elsewhere, attention gradually shifted away from Tristan and toward another name. Ezra Ashenlocke. Many students quietly stared at him. So, the creator of the Phantom Rolls is actually that strong? What if he simply got lucky finding numbered gems? The student beside him immediately frowned. Don't be ridiculous. He pointed toward Ezra. Didn't you notice the injuries on his forehead and cheek? He obviously fought. Another student joined the conversation. If he only hid, why would he come back looking like that? Someone else quickly replied. Then what about Lady Selena? She isn't covered in injuries either. That's different. She avoided battles she didn't need and chose her opponents carefully. So, the boy looked back at Ezra. Maybe he did both. More conversations followed. Some students discussed the rankings. Others compared the different noble families. Several simply argued over which of the top 10 students had performed the best. Another name that surprised many people was Vera Ashenlocke. 5th place. Even Nina looked slightly disappointed. If only I had found you. She held Vera's forearm with both hands, looking genuinely upset. I would have given you some of my numbered gems. Vera looked down at Nina, then gently rubbed the girl's hair. It doesn't matter, Nina. Her expression remained as calm as always. Although, the truth was a little different. Vera had indeed spent time searching for numbered gems, but she had simply chosen not to fight every student she encountered. Most of the students who recognized her immediately fled instead. None of them wanted to challenge Vera Ashenlocke unless they absolutely had to. Only 2 groups had been confident enough to attack her together. But both battles ended exactly the same way. Complete defeat. Those groups became the only students whose numbered gems Vera personally stole during the entire practical test. If only I had a little more time. Vera quietly murmured. Nina blinked. She tilted her head. What did you say? Vera calmly looked at her. Nothing. Nina remained confused. However, among all the discussions taking place across the training ground, 3 names became the biggest surprises. Maxwell. Rank 13. Cyrus Bunwick. Rank 11. Both had far exceeded what many students expected, but the greatest surprise of all spread mainly among the high-status noble students. The Ashenlockes. One noble slowly looked around. Every Ashenlocke student ranked within the top 150. The statement quickly spread. More nobles began counting the rankings themselves. He's right. Every single one. Logan Drakes looked genuinely amazed. I thought the Ashenlocks were the disgrace of we Duke families that always struggled in the overall academy rankings. They were. Another noble quietly replied. But not anymore, apparently. On another side of the crowd, a female student whispered to her friends. Several Ashenlocks even ranked ahead of members from the other Duke houses. Her friend nodded slowly. Is this? She looked toward Ezra, Vera, Veda, Henry, Nina, and the others. The rise of House Ashenlocke. The discussion continued growing. Professor Kent waited until the conversations naturally settled before speaking again. All right, students. His voice spread clearly across the training ground. This concludes today's class. Several students immediately relaxed. Your break show? Kent suddenly stopped. He blinked once. Oh, he looked genuinely thoughtful. I forgot. He checked the time. Your break is already over. Silence. The realization slowly reached the students. Many faces became lifeless. Kent remained completely calm. I believe your final class begins in about 1 hour. He lightly rubbed his chin. Prince Charles raised his hand. Professor Kent. He smiled politely despite looking exhausted. Couldn't we at least rest for a little longer? Kent shrugged. Take that up with the professor teaching your next class. He waved both hands. Don't ask me, Your Highness. Charles sighed helplessly. Kent smiled. All right. He flicked his wrist toward the academy. Shoo. Another wave. Shoo. The students immediately began leaving the training ground. Some walked quietly. Others complained under their breath. I'm heading straight to the cafeteria. Same. I'm starving. Should we skip the last class? You already know we can't. The injured students are the lucky ones. They get to rest in the hospital. I suddenly wish someone had broken my leg. You're insane. Professor Kent quietly watched the students leave. His expression remained unreadable. Standing beside him, Carla smiled helplessly. You know? Professor Kent suddenly spoke while he still kept watching the students gradually leave the training ground. Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke could have ranked first if he hadn't shared his numbered gems with Mr. Cyrus Bunwick. His eyes briefly followed Ezra, who was quietly walking away with the same plain expression he always carried, showing no excitement despite finishing third in the rankings. Yes. Carla nodded thoughtfully. He was the only student, apart from Miss Vera Ashenlocke, who discovered the main area where you hid the largest number of numbered gems. She turned toward Kent with genuine curiosity. I'm still wondering, why did you decide to hide so many numbered gems beneath those boulders? Kent smiled and gave a playful shrug. Because who, in their right mind, would willingly waste their energy lifting boulders during an examination? He chuckled lightly before continuing. Who would have guessed that after finding numbered gems beneath the very first boulder he checked, he would immediately realize there might be more hidden around the surrounding rocks and boulders? Kent shook his head with an amused smile. He practically stumbled into the area where I had hidden most of them. His eyes remained on Ezra's departing figure. Even then, he still didn't manage to find every single gem I placed there. He paused before glancing toward Vera, who was quietly walking together with Nina. As for Miss Vera, she was fortunate enough to discover one of the boulders that contained numbered gems. Unfortunately, she wandered too far away from the main section where I had concentrated most of the hidden stash. Carla quietly listened as Ken explained his observations. Everything he mentioned matched what she had watched through the monitoring system during the practical test. Every important decision, every battle, every route the students had chosen. Professor Kent folded his hands behind his back, with a satisfying smile slowly appeared on his face. This academy year, he looked toward the students leaving in different directions, is going to be filled with plenty of competition. His smile widened just a little. And surprises. With those final words, he turned and began walking away. Carla remained where she was for another moment, silently watching his back before quickly following after him. As Professor Kent walked, several students naturally came to mind. Maxwell, the hidden disciple of Andraver. Ezra Ashenlocke, the mysterious rising genius of House Ashenlocke. The recognized geniuses born into each of Britannia's great noble families. The students who had already begun revealing their brilliance. And those who still stubbornly hid their true abilities beneath ordinary appearances. He thought about the rivalry growing between the younger generations. The hidden family conflicts slowly beginning to surface. The talents that would one day shake the kingdom. Kent's smile slowly deepened. This first practical test had only confirmed what he already suspected. The students admitted this year were unlike those from previous generations. They possessed ambition, conviction, talent, and more importantly, they possessed the potential to collide with one another in ways that would shape the future of Britannia. 1 hour later, the academy grounds became lively once again. The students, now having rested enough to continue their day, returned to the classrooms of the optional courses they had personally selected at the beginning of the semester. Groups split apart as they headed toward different classes. Ezra quietly followed a different path from most of the students. His destination wasn't mainly where the majority of the classrooms were. Instead, he walked toward a more isolated section of the academy grounds, where only a handful of specialized courses took place. Chapter 343, Study on Cognitive Physics. Ezra walked into the classroom, only to realize he was the first student to arrive. The room was quiet. Rows of neat joint tables stretched from the front of the classroom to the back, while the morning sunlight slipped through the tall windows, casting long patches of light across the polished wooden floor. Without wasting any time, Ezra walked toward the center row on the left side of the classroom. That had gradually become his preferred seat, not too close to the front, not too far from the professor. He sat down quietly. After placing his new jotter on the desk, he took out a fresh quill and arranged both neatly in front of him before reaching into his space bag again. This time, he brought out his Starlix 11. Resting one forearm on the joint table, Ezra leaned his cheek against it while casually scrolling through the general news posted across Britannia. Most of the headlines were the same topics that had circulated for days. Political matters, merchant reports, several announcements from noble territories. Nothing particularly caught his interest. Then, a familiar publisher's name appeared. B&C Group. Ezra's eyes stopped moving. A report regarding the first confirmed signs of a mass group of Kalian sightings after an entire town had been destroyed. According to the report, nothing remained. Only a strange flag had been left standing in the middle of the ruined settlement. Ezra quietly read through the article. The first sign since she went there all those times. He silently noted the information. His expression didn't change, but he remembered the earlier reports connected to the Kalians. Just as he finished reading, the classroom door opened. "Oh," a familiar voice echoed across the room. "I spotted a comrade." Cyrus pointed directly at Ezra with a bright smile. Without waiting for permission, he immediately walked toward him and dropped into the seat beside him. "You really came early." He leaned back comfortably. "I thought I'd be the first." Ezra looked at him for a brief second before he simply returned his attention to the Starlix. Cyrus shook his head before he smiled helplessly. Not long afterward, more students gradually entered the classroom. The earlier silence disappeared as conversations naturally began filling the room. Several students discussed the practical test. Others compared their rankings. A few were still complaining about losing their numbered gems near the end of the examination. The overlapping conversations continued until almost every seat in the classroom had been occupied. Then, the classroom door opened once again. A woman in her early 30s stepped inside. She had long chestnut-colored hair tied neatly behind her back, soft green eyes, and round glasses that gave her an approachable appearance. Rather than the strict aura many professors carried, her smile made her seem more like someone genuinely happy to be standing inside a classroom. Following closely behind her was another young woman carrying several books and teaching materials. The assistant quietly walked past the professor and headed toward the podium to arrange everything. Professor Paulina Greenwood stopped near the entrance. She looked around the classroom. Then she blinked. Ah. Her expression became noticeably puzzled. Why does my class look this empty? She counted the students once with her eyes. Then she looked behind herself toward the corridor. Are there still latecomers? The assistant continued arranging the teaching materials without saying anything. A moment later, Cain Casper calmly raised his hand. Professor. Paulina immediately looked toward him. Maybe some of the students are still in the academy hospital. Cain spoke in his usual calm manner. Our practical test was quite intense. Several students immediately nodded. That's true. A lot of people got injured. They're probably still receiving treatment. Professor Paulina looked at Cain as though he had solved a mystery that had genuinely been bothering her. Oh, she nodded once. That actually makes sense. The confused expression on her face disappeared, replaced by another warm smile. All right. She lightly clapped her hands together. Let's get today's class started. Walking toward the podium, she placed both hands behind her back before introducing herself. My name is Professor Paulina Greenwood. She smiled at the class. I'll be teaching all of you the study of cognitive physics. Then she turned toward the young woman standing beside the podium. And this? She gestured toward her. Is my wonderful assistant, Ella Greenwood. Ella bowed politely. It's a pleasure to help every one of you. Her gentle voice immediately earned polite nods from several students. A few even returned the bow. Professor Paulina smiled, clearly pleased by the response. Now that introductions are over, she brought her hands together again. There is one small thing I'd like to change. Many students instinctively became alert. Everyone sitting on both far sides of the classroom. She pointed toward the empty center section. Please move to the middle seats. Silence. Several students looked at one another. Elena Galehart, who was seated on the third row along the right side, slowly raised her hand. Professor. She hesitated slightly. Why do we have to move? Professor Paulina smiled. Because this classroom feels too separated. She looked around again. This is an academy, so I'd like it if everyone sat a little closer together. She folded her hands in front of herself, especially since this is one of the smaller optional courses. Some students clearly disliked the sudden seating arrangement. Others simply shrugged. To them, changing seats made little difference. After a few moments of moving from seats and gathering books, everyone eventually settled into the middle section of the classroom. The atmosphere immediately felt less empty. Professor Paulina looked around once more. Her satisfied smile returned. Much better. She nodded happily. Now. She picked up her glassboard quill pen. Let's officially begin. With a gentle wave of her hand, the holographic teaching screen behind her came to life. The first slide appeared. Study of Cognitive Physics. Professor Paulina pointed toward the title with her quill pen. As all of you already know, this course focuses on studying how cognition functions within us as alchemists. She slowly raised her left hand. A faint stream of cognition flowed toward her palm. Although invisible to ordinary people, every student inside the classroom could clearly sense the familiar fluctuation spreading from her hand. The flow remained perfectly controlled. Not a single trace leaked away unnecessarily. Several students unconsciously straightened in their seats. As young alchemists, Professor Paulina continued, you already understand that cognition enriches your bodies as you continue growing stronger. She lowered her hand and stepped away from the podium. Rather than remaining in one place, she slowly walked between the first rows while speaking, making sure every student naturally followed her movements instead of becoming distracted. From the moment each of you underwent your baptism of cognition as infants, your minds, your bodies, and your internal systems gradually reconstructed themselves. She lightly tapped the side of her head. You became capable of sensing, gathering, and circulating cognition from your mind realm throughout your entire body. Turning back toward the holographic display, she lightly waved her hand. The slide changed. Several detailed diagrams immediately appeared. One showed an infant who had undergone the baptism of Cognus. Another displayed an infant who had not. Beside them were illustrations comparing a young alchemist with an ordinary adult who had never awakened Cognus. Professor Paulina allowed the students a few moments to examine the diagrams before continuing. As you can see, the difference isn't simply strength. She pointed toward the internal diagrams. Our organs, our cells, our entire bodies. Everything becomes richer through Cognus than those of ordinary people. Her voice remained calm. To ordinary people. Professor Paulina smiled warmly as she looked around the classroom. We alchemists are almost like a higher breed, while many non-alchemists even see us as gods. She chuckled lightly. That becomes even more common when they encounter an adept alchemist, or someone of an even higher rank. A few students laughed after hearing her comparison. Others remained quiet, though small smiles still appeared on several faces. Seeing the atmosphere become more relaxed, Professor Paulina nodded with satisfaction before continuing. And within this growth that Cognus grants our bodies. She waved her hand toward the holographic display. Comes the enhancement abilities that every alchemist is familiar with. The diagrams on the screen shifted. A human figure appeared, with different parts of the body glowing as various enhancements were highlighted. For example, she pointed toward the first illustration. Increased physical strength. The highlighted muscles brightened. Speed. The image changed again. Reaction speed. Another change followed. Endurance. She continued listing the basic enhancements that every alchemist gradually developed through Cognus. Only after finishing the common enhancements did she move to the next section. Then, her expression became a little more serious. There are the advanced enhancement abilities. She slowly raised one finger. Hardening, grip, presence concealment. She paused for a brief moment before mentioning the last one. And levitation. The classroom immediately became much quieter. Several students quickly picked up their quills. Scratch. 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 The sound of writing spread throughout the room as many hurriedly copied the list into their notebooks. Professor Paulina waited until they had written enough before continuing. Some of the enhancement abilities I just mentioned aren't commonly known by all young alchemists. She folded one arm beneath the other. And this isn't because they're secret. It's because most of you simply don't possess enough Cognus yet to begin studying that aspect of Cognus. Her eyes slowly moved across the classroom. Certain abilities only become possible after reaching a particular alchemist rank, because only then does your Cognus pool become large enough to support them. Several students nodded in understanding. Professor Paulina smiled. Now, she gently raised her index finger. I'd like to add something important. The warmth in her expression disappeared, replaced by a seriousness that immediately drew the students' attention. In my opinion, the single most important factor in becoming a truly powerful alchemist, whether you're a combat-based alchemist, a craftsman-based alchemist, or a support-based alchemist. She paused. Is remaining a full alchemist throughout every stage of your growth. No one spoke. She continued. If you achieve the novice rank as a full alchemist, then continue into the binder rank while remaining a full alchemist, and later do the same after reaching the adept rank. Her gaze became firmer. Your foundation will continue strengthening with every star you construct. She allowed those words to settle before speaking again. But, if you reach the novice rank as a full alchemist, and then become a binder alchemist with a poorly constructed star, she slowly shook her head. Your future path becomes much more difficult. Several students unconsciously frowned. Professor Paulina turned back toward the holographic display. With a wave of her hand, the next slide appeared. It displayed several incomplete alchemist stars alongside perfectly constructed ones. The higher your rank becomes, the more obvious that weakness will reveal itself. She pointed toward the incomplete star. There are alchemists who still manage to advance despite having imperfect foundations. That much is possible. She nodded honestly. However, don't expect your journey to remain smooth. Her finger moved toward another diagram displaying multiple completed stars. Forget about constructing a 7th star, even forget about an 8th star. She looked directly at the students. Some alchemists spend the rest of their lives struggling to properly construct even their 6th star. The room became noticeably quieter. No one wanted to imagine their future stopping because of impatience. Professor Paulina noticed their expressions. The seriousness disappeared from her face, replaced once again by her usual gentle smile. So, she clasped her hands together. To summarize everything I've been trying to say, she lightly tapped the holographic image of a completed alchemist star. Proper star construction is extremely important. She smiled warmly. In my opinion, there is no need to rush. Just because your current star or stars have already begun releasing streams of gaseous cognis doesn't mean you should immediately begin constructing the next one. She shook her head again. Take your time. Her voice softened. Alchemists live long lives. As long as you don't lose your life to serious illness, combat situations, or a mistake made while cultivating cognis, you have plenty of time. Several students quietly listened without writing. Professor Paulina wasn't simply teaching anymore. She was giving advice gathered from experience. Be patient. She placed a hand over her chest. Wait until your own body tells you it's ready for the next star construction. I know every one of you understands how painful that process is. Several students instinctively nodded. Some even smiled bitterly. No matter how talented someone was, constructing an alchemist star wasn't pleasant. It doesn't become painless. Professor Paulina laughed softly. You simply become more accustomed to it. Your mind gradually accepts the pain as part of growing stronger. She folded her hands together again. I've also heard of alchemists who struggled to construct stars because they forced themselves to do so while suffering from serious illnesses. Her expression became caring once more. That is exactly why you shouldn't rush. Construct your star when your body is in its healthiest condition. She looked around the classroom. Never underestimate how important your body is. Silence filled the room for several seconds. Even the students who had been treating the class casually earlier found themselves listening carefully. Professor Paulina smiled after seeing everyone's attention focused on her. All right. She lightly clapped her hands. I wandered away from today's lesson a little. A few students laughed. Let's return to today's introduction. The class continued. Time quietly passed as Professor Paulina introduced the basic principles behind the study of cognis physics, occasionally stopping to answer questions from the students, and using simple demonstrations whenever she felt a concept was easier to understand by seeing it rather than simply reading it. By the time the lesson finally came to an end, the afternoon sun had already shifted noticeably outside the classroom windows. Professor Paulina gathered her teaching materials. Unlike several other professors at the academy, she didn't assign any homework. I'll see everyone during our next lesson. She smiled before leaving the classroom together with Ella. The moment the door closed behind them, many students visibly relaxed. I told you. A non-noble boy laughed while throwing his bag over his shoulder. This optional course is going to be easy. His friends nodded as they began leaving with him. Yeah. I can see why so many students didn't even bother choosing it. One of them grinned. Cognis is something every alchemist already learns from childhood. I mean, we've been training with it ever since we started cultivating. Another friend laughed. So, we're basically getting free academy points. The group burst into laughter as they walked out of the classroom. Ezra left much later with Cyrus naturally walking beside him, casually talking about everything except the lesson they had just finished. Although Ezra silently admitted that those boys weren't completely wrong. The academy points awarded for passing the study of cognis physics course were indeed lower than most of the other optional courses students could choose from. Even so, something about studying cognis itself, the very energy that transformed ordinary people into alchemists, made him feel this wasn't a subject he should ignore, especially after today's class. Out of every professor Ezra had met since entering the Royal Academy, Professor Paulina Greenwood possessed the strongest and most stable foundation of cognis he had sensed. It wasn't merely the amount of cognis within her. It was the quality, the steadiness, the way her cognis flowed without the slightest trace of instability. For someone teaching the fundamentals of cognis, Ezra couldn't think of anyone more convincing. Quietly, He made a mental note. He would pay even closer attention during her future classes. Chapter 344. Introduction to Foreign Class, The World Beyond Britannia. The next morning arrived with bright sunlight stretching across the Royal Academy. Students gradually returned to school after the previous day's practical test. Many of those who had spent the night in the Royal Academy Hospital had already been discharged and were making their way back to class. Some still had fresh bandages wrapped around their arms, heads, or shoulders. Others walked a little slower than usual because of lingering injuries, but none of them wanted to miss another day of lessons. The academy quickly regained its usual liveliness. Groups of students walked through the stone pathways while conversations overlapped from every direction. Some discussed the practical test. Others argued over the final rankings. Several students were already making plans for the next examination, convinced they would perform much better. Inside the large general classroom, the atmosphere wasn't much different. Students filled the room little by little, chatting with their classmates as they waited for the professor to arrive. Settle down, settle down. An elderly man's voice interrupted the noisy classroom. The conversations gradually quieted as the students looked toward the entrance. A male professor walked inside at an unhurried pace. Following behind him were two assistants carrying stacks of teaching materials and several neatly organized books. The moment many students saw his face, quiet whispers immediately spread across the classroom. "Hey, isn't that Professor Donald Jones?" "Yeah. It really is him." Students glanced toward the elderly man with obvious curiosity. Some even looked pleasantly surprised. "Wow, I can't believe one of Britannia's explorers and researchers is going to teach us." "Well," another student nodded. "This is the foreign class. I guess it makes sense." Donald calmly walked toward the front of the classroom while his assistants placed the teaching materials on the podium. Unlike the assistants who usually remained throughout other professors' lectures, the two politely bowed once their work was finished. Without saying another word, they quietly left the classroom. The door closed behind them. Silence gradually settled over the room. The remaining whispers quickly disappeared as everyone returned their attention to the professor. Ezra sat in his usual section of the classroom. As always, the Ashenlocke students naturally gathered together. Veda occupied the seat beside him. Nicholas sat on one side. Nate remained on the other. Over the past several weeks, that arrangement had quietly become routine. Of course, the Ashenlocks weren't sitting by themselves anymore. Students who had gradually become acquainted with Veda often gathered near their row. Several students sitting closer to Nicholas frequently started conversations with both him and Veda before class began. Likewise, students seated closer to Nate often found themselves speaking with Ezra whenever the opportunity presented itself. Although most of those conversations were surprisingly one-sided. Ezra usually replied with only a few words before quietly returning to whatever he had been doing. Even so, the students never seemed discouraged. Perhaps they had simply grown used to his personality. Professor Donald looked around the classroom before placing one hand over his chest. "Good morning, children of Royal." His calm greeting echoed throughout the room. "Good morning, Professor." The students replied together. Some answered energetically. Some sounded sleepy after the previous day's exhausting practical test. Others simply greeted him with their usual calm expressions. Donald smiled faintly. "Many of you probably already know my name through Skynet." A few students nodded. He chuckled. "Even so, introductions are still necessary." He lightly adjusted the sleeve of his coat. "My name is Donald Jones. I'll be the professor leading this course." He paused briefly. On the study of the world beyond Britannia. Several students immediately became more attentive. Donald walked toward the glass teaching board mounted behind the podium. He activated it. A soft blue light spread across its surface before expanding into a large holographic display that hovered above the front of the classroom. Afterward, he returned to the podium. Taking out his phone tablet, he dragged today's prepared lesson from the device directly into the holographic display. The document enlarged smoothly. The first slide appeared before everyone. Almost immediately, many students reached for their notebooks. Quills scratched against paper. Others unlocked their different tablet devices and opened digital notebooks instead. A handful of students remained relaxed, apparently intending to listen first before deciding what was worth writing down. Ezra quietly opened his notebook. Among all the compulsory subjects taught at the Royal Academy, this was one of the classes he had looked forward to the most. Ever since he was still living in Stirling Manor, he had spent countless hours reading every map and geography book he could find. That curiosity had only grown stronger during his years inside the Trial of Steel base. Whenever he had free time, he searched for books related to the world outside Britannia. Unfortunately, there wasn't much information available. Most books simply described the 6 continents and their rough locations. Anything beyond that was either missing or intentionally left out. The few detailed records Ezra managed to find mostly covered Britannia itself and several neighboring countries. The wider world remained largely unknown. That was precisely why today's lesson interested him. Donald slowly looked around the classroom. This course, he began calmly, has become increasingly important. He clasped both hands behind his back as he slowly walked across the front of the room. Because one day, many of you will become the future leaders of Britannia. His eyes moved from one row to another. Some of you will govern noble territories. Some will command military forces. Others will lead companies, research institutions, or organizations that influence our kingdom. He paused. When that day comes, it won't be enough for you to understand Britannia alone. His voice remained calm. You must also understand the world that exists beyond our borders. And he pointed toward the holographic display, where our kingdom stands within that world. Many students quietly nodded. Even those who hadn't planned on taking notes eventually picked up their quills. Donald smiled faintly after seeing their attention. As this is only our first lesson, today's topic will simply serve as an introduction. He tapped the first line displayed on the holographic screen. One sentence enlarged. Different nations, different cultures, different beliefs. The very first thing every student studying foreign civilizations must understand, Donald said while pointing toward the words, is that the world doesn't revolve around Britannia. He slowly looked around the classroom. Every kingdom, every nation, and every civilization developed under different circumstances. As a result, they possessed different traditions, different cultures, and different beliefs governing their existence. As he spoke, he enlarged several sections of the holographic display with simple hand gestures, allowing every student to read them clearly. Before he could continue, a hand rose. Donald immediately noticed it. Go ahead. He smiled politely. Young Lord of Byrne. Ravener slowly stood. Professor. He spoke calmly. You mentioned different beliefs. His eyes briefly moved toward the enlarged words floating behind Donald. Is it really true that every nation outside Britannia follows beliefs completely different from ours? Donald looked pleased by the question. He nodded once. Before he could answer, another hand rose. Professor. Donald shifted his gaze. Nate stood this time. I'd also like to add something to the young Lord of Brunwick's question. Donald smiled. Go ahead. Nate nodded respectfully. Like young Lord Ravener said, I don't believe the era of migration, which happened so many years ago and led to wars and the collapse of numerous kingdoms and nations. He paused briefly while organizing his thoughts. Could have ended without leaving lasting influences on different civilizations. Several students quietly listened. Nate continued. So, wouldn't there be kingdoms or nations whose governments eventually developed systems similar to Britannia's? He looked directly at Professor Donald. For example, nations where we Britannians also control the affairs of their government. Nate finished speaking before calmly taking his seat again. Many nearby students glanced toward him with curiosity. Donald gently stroked his long gray beard. A smile slowly appeared. You know, your question reaches much deeper into our future lessons. He admitted honestly. But since you've already asked, I'll indulge your curiosity. The classroom became even quieter, with everyone waiting for his answer. I'm sure every one of you is already familiar with the era records. Professor Donald slowly folded his hands behind his back as he spoke, giving the students enough time to recall the history they had all studied before entering the Royal Academy. The era of migration. He turned toward the holographic display, where an old map of the world slowly materialized. As Mr. Nate Ashenlocke mentioned, this era was the period when many developed kingdoms and nations across the world decided they had seen enough of the lands within their borders and sought to discover what lay beyond them. The map gradually expanded, showing routes stretching across seas and continents. Unfortunately, Donald sighed faintly. That curiosity wasn't driven entirely by the desire for knowledge. He pointed towards several marked regions on the map. During that movement, many terrible events unfolded. Wars broke out. Powerful nations forcefully dominated weaker ones, and entire kingdoms collapsed. He paused for a brief moment before adding another point. There was even a nation that began pursuing complete control over the entire world. His voice remained calm. He wasn't exaggerating the history. Neither was he trying to hide any of it. These were all recorded events. Unlike ordinary commoners, the students sitting before him had been given access to historical records from a young age. Whether they were nobles or non-nobles of Britannia, they had all grown up studying these events. Commoners, however, rarely had that privilege. Many historical records concerning the outside world were intentionally kept away from the public. Some commoners even lived their entire lives believing Britannia was the only true civilization that existed. Donald let the silence settle before continuing. But it wasn't only war that came from the era of migration. His expression softened slightly. Nations also learned from one another. He gestured toward the map again. They discovered different methods of converting essence. Some kingdoms found their own paths toward creating converted essence. Others adopted and refined methods developed by neighboring civilizations. He nodded faintly. So, although the era of migration brought destruction, it also accelerated the world development of countless civilizations. Donald slowly walked toward the center of the classroom. Eventually, after years of conflict that culminated in what history now records as the First World War, his voice became steadier. The strongest kingdoms and nations finally reached a common conclusion and established a peace agreement. A new document appeared on the holographic display. Large signatures gradually filled the bottom of the page. The purpose of that agreement was to end uncontrolled mass migration between nations, which all developed kingdoms and nations of the world all signed that treaty. He looked toward Nate. So, the answer to your question is yes. There are many kingdoms whose traditions developed after learning from stronger civilizations, and there are also nations that independently created their own systems without relying on anyone else. Donald smiled faintly. As for Britannia and other powerful nations around the world, he slowly shook his head. No, we cannot control the governing body of another kingdom or nation. Doing so would violate the international treaty. He finished his explanation. Nate nodded once. Thank you, Professor. His curiosity had been satisfied. Ravener also gave a small nod before quietly writing several notes into his notebook. Professor Donald smiled before turning back toward the holographic display. All right, let's return to today's introduction. With a smooth swipe of his hand, the previous slide disappeared. A new title appeared. Converted Essence. Donald allowed the words to remain on the screen for several seconds. I'm sure many of you have wondered about this topic the moment you heard you would be studying the world beyond Britannia. His eyes swept across the classroom. The first question that usually comes to mind is, he pointed toward the students. Do people in other nations also use cognites? He paused. Or are they all alchemists like us? Several students quietly nodded. That had indeed been the question lingering in their minds. Donald smiled. The answer was already hidden inside my earlier explanation. He turned back toward the holographic display. Because every civilization possesses different traditions and different beliefs, they also develop different forms of converted essence. He slowly folded his hands behind his back again. Many of those systems function completely differently from the way we alchemists use cognites. The classroom became noticeably quieter yet again, with everyone focused on what he was explaining. Donald continued speaking in a calm, steady tone, making sure every student could easily follow the lesson. There are civilizations whose converted essence is generated from the stomach. There are even others whose converted essence originates from the heart itself. The classroom immediately became restless. Several students widened their eyes. What? That's actually possible? A few whispers spread throughout the room. Maxwell blinked in confusion. He turned toward Cherry, who was sitting beside him as usual. Wouldn't their hearts be destroyed? His voice wasn't particularly loud. Considering how violent our own converted essence is, Donald heard the question. Although Maxwell hadn't directed it toward him, the professor answered anyway. That. He smiled gently. Depends entirely on the nature of the essence their converted essence focuses on. The whispers gradually died down. Dozens of confused faces looked toward the front of the classroom. The nature of essence. Someone quietly repeated. More students blinked in confusion. Donald looked around the room. Then he sighed. Not an annoyed sigh, but a disappointing one. Haven't any of you started reading the research articles on essence? Several students awkwardly looked away. Others scratched their cheeks. Donald quickly noticed something encouraging. Not everyone looked confused. A handful of students, including Ezra, Ravener, Nate, Vera, Willow, and several others, remained calm, clearly recognizing what he was referring to. That eased his disappointment slightly. You may think, because cogniz is what makes you an alchemist, that understanding cogniz alone is enough. He slowly shook his head. It isn't. His tone became firmer. At the very least, you should spend some time studying essence itself. The existence of cogniz only became possible because essence exists. He tapped the holographic display with one finger. If you understand essence, this course will become much easier to follow. And when you advance into your second and third years, you'll understand the more advanced courses relating to this course far more easily. Many students immediately began writing that advice into their notebooks. Donald patiently waited until the scratching of quills slowed. So, he resumed. Unlike cogniz, whose nature is wild, there are forms of converted essence that possess much gentler characteristics. He stepped away from the podium and walked closer to the front row. One example is the converted essence used by one of Britannia's neighboring ally nations. He paused. Avalon. The unfamiliar name immediately caught some of the students' attention. Donald looked around the classroom before smiling. Truthfully, this isn't something I should be discussing in your very first lesson. A few students exchanged curious glances. But, since you are students of the Royal Academy, you've earned the privilege of hearing information that many other academies aren't permitted to teach at this stage. There was unmistakable pride in his voice. The Royal Academy wasn't simply another school. Its students were expected to become future leaders of Britannia. Naturally, their education reached further than that of ordinary academies. Donald folded his hands behind his back once more. Although the Treaty of Non-Immigration remains active, it only prohibits mass migration and movement beyond one's own continent. His gaze slowly moved across the classroom. That does not prevent diplomacy. It does not prevent trade, and it certainly does not prevent communication. He nodded. For many years now, Britannia and Avalon have maintained friendly diplomatic relations. Trade serves as the foundation of that relationship. He smiled faintly. And Avalon isn't our only neighboring ally nation. Another map appeared on the holographic screen. Several nearby nations gradually lit up. We also maintain relations with nations such as Damgard, Scott, and Germany. Many students quietly stared at the map. For some of them, it was the first time the world beyond Britannia had begun to feel truly real than just reading them from books. Chapter 345, First Club Activity. After the foreign class finally came to an end, many students left their seats with pleased expressions, going to their friend group, still talking about everything Professor Donald had revealed about the world beyond Britannia. For most of them, it was the first time they had received that much information about foreign nations in a single lesson. Now, the world they knew suddenly felt much larger. I didn't know people from other parts of the world could have completely different ways of fighting. I wonder if they're more developed than us. Obviously not. We definitely have better technology than them. How can you possibly know that? A mocking laugh suddenly came from nearby. Felix and Desmond watched their fellow students with amused expressions, looking at them as if they were children who had just tasted sweets for the first time in their lives. They're acting like babies. Felix spoke without bothering to lower his voice, glancing towards several students who were still discussing converted essence and the foreign nations Professor Donald had mentioned. His words immediately made some of them feel awkward. A few conversations quieted down, while others continued after the students deliberately ignored him. It's not really their fault, Gareth replied calmly, wearing the same simple smile he usually had. Even though some of them are nobles and non-nobles from wealthy families with long histories, their families don't necessarily have enough authority to gain access to information like this. Felix leaned back against his seat. My mom has already traveled to places like the Eastern continent. His voice carried obvious pride. She even visited our allied kingdom there for a mission. You mean the Zenith Empire? Desmond asked from where he sat cross-legged on top of the joined long table, looking completely relaxed despite still being inside the classroom. Felix nodded. You guys are just lucky because you have close relatives who are war alchemists. Tristan joined the conversation with a grin. The injuries he had suffered during the practical test were already completely healed, and without the bandages covering his face, the prince had returned to his usual calm and confident appearance. Desmond turned toward him. Says the prince who owns a lot of foreign goods. His teasing reply immediately earned laughter from the boys and several students gathered around them. Tristan simply shook his head with a grin. On Ezra's side of the classroom, a similar discussion was taking place. The Ashenlocke row had become surrounded by students talking about what they had just learned, with Veda himself unexpectedly becoming the one who started one of the larger conversations. Do you guys think it's possible? Veda leaned slightly against his desk. What if something like Ezra's phantom rolls already exists in another nation far away from Britannia? That question immediately caught the attention of the students around him. That's actually possible. One student nodded thoughtfully. If other civilizations developed their own technology without us knowing much about them, then someone could have already invented something similar. But would it still work like the phantom rolls? Another student joined in. They might not even use Novarite or Crytalix as their source of energy. Exactly. Another boy leaned closer. The professor already said their converted essence can work differently from Cognis, so their technology could be completely different too. That thought quickly caused the conversation to branch into another topic. If that's true, what about combat? Do other nations use firearms? Maybe. Or maybe their weapons are completely different. What about close combat techniques? Would they fight like we Britannian alchemists? Questions continued passing around the group. Ezra listened quietly. Occasionally, someone directly asked him whether he believed another civilization could have created something similar to the phantom rolls. Whenever that happened, he gave a short answer. Possible. Or, I don't know enough. Most of the time, however, Ezra simply remained quiet and listened. There wasn't enough information available for him to make a proper conclusion. Professor Donald's introduction had only shown them how little they actually knew about the outside world. Eventually, the second class of the day began, forcing the students to end their conversations and return their attention to their lessons. Time continued moving as it always did. One class followed another. One day followed the next, until Friday finally arrived. Apart from their first general class of the day, which covered intermediate biology, the rest of their schedule was different. Today was the day many first-year students had been waiting for, their first official club activity. After intermediate biology ended, students left the main academy buildings and headed toward the nearest mini streamliner stations. The compact streamliners quickly filled with students from different years at different districts of the Royal Academy, and before long, they began traveling toward the mix arena. By the time Ezra's group arrived, the mix arena was already lively. Students moved across its wide grounds in different directions, no longer dressed in the standard academy uniform they usually wore during lessons. Instead, they had changed into the outfits belonging to their respective clubs. Different club emblems could be seen stitched onto jackets, shirts, coats, and training clothes, making it easy to tell where most students were heading. Some groups disappeared into large buildings surrounding the mix arena. Others headed toward the smaller sections. The larger and more established clubs had been granted private buildings by the academy, with some of those structures being large enough to resemble miniature shopping complexes or small company headquarters. Smaller clubs weren't given that luxury. Most of them operated from individual rooms provided by the academy. Among the larger buildings stood the clubhouse belonging to the Craft and Research Seekers Club. Ezra walked toward it with Cyrus beside him. Lucy followed closely behind, naturally remaining near her master's side. As they approached the building, Lucy raised her head. Wow. Her eyes moved from one end of the structure to the other. This looks impressive. The clubhouse was built mainly from stone, with its tall structure and older architectural design making it stand apart from several of the newer buildings around the mix arena. Yeah. Cyrus nodded in agreement. It looks cool. It just gives off old vibes. Nothing much. A familiar voice came from behind them. Cain Casper walked past the three without slowing down. Cyrus immediately looked at him. But those old vibes make me think about all those ancient castle theater movies I've watched. He raised both fists excitedly, moving them slightly as though he were already imagining himself inside one. Cain stopped for half a second. He looked back at Cyrus. Weird. That was all he said. He walked toward the entrance, scanned his student ID against the security device, and the large door opened for him. Cain stepped inside without another word. Cyrus watched him disappear. He's no fun, right, Lucy? He turned toward Lucy as though they had suddenly become comrades against Cain's lack of enthusiasm. Lucy nodded seriously. Yes. Ezra glanced at both of them with his usual plain expression. He said nothing. Instead, he walked toward the entrance, scanned his student ID, and entered the clubhouse. Seeing him leave, Lucy and Cyrus quickly followed. Cyrus scanned his student ID. Lucy used her attendant ID. The door opened once more. The moment they entered, Lucy's eyes brightened. The interior was far larger than she had expected. Glass displays occupied different sections of the wide hall, and unlike the smaller specimens that had been shown at the club booth during recruitment, the things preserved here were much larger. Some displays contained complete skeletal structures. Others contained preserved biological samples. One of the largest displays immediately caught Lucy's attention. Inside stood the preserved skeletal structure of an adult Aurelian eagle. Its massive wings had been arranged outward, showing the full width of the creature's frame, while its golden eyes had somehow been preserved and remained positioned within the skull. Lucy stared upward. Damn. Her eyes moved across the hall. This place looks like a museum. She turned slowly, only to notice the skeletal remains of another apex monster preserved behind a different glass display. It reminds me of the glass museum we went to in Northwick. Lucy looked toward her master. Ezra didn't answer. His attention had already been taken by something else. A large display stood several meters away. Inside it were multiple skeletons arranged according to size. Ground apes. Ezra's black eyes remained fixed on them. The display showed their growth cycle, beginning with the smaller classifications and gradually increasing until his gaze finally reached the enormous skeletal structure towering above the others. A colossal ground ape. For a brief moment, the clubhouse around Ezra seemed to fade from his attention. Memories surfaced. The fourth trial. The Hell Maze. Then, the fifth trial. Tower defense. Images of massive stone-skinned bodies charging through the battlefield passed through his mind. The sounds. The attacks. The pressure of facing creatures that could crush young alchemists beneath their toes or feet or bodies if they made even one mistake. Ezra's expression remained unchanged. His gaze slowly moved downward. Beside the display stood a blackboard with silver writing engraved across its surface. Names. Students who had captured and brought back the bodies used for the display. Ezra quietly read several of them. The ground ape skeletons weren't the only things displayed throughout the hall. There were also inventions. Most weren't completely original technologies. Instead, they were recreated versions of existing devices that previous club members had rebuilt using different materials, structures, and construction methods. One particular invention quickly gathered several first years around it. It was a streamliner. Except, parts of the vehicle had been recreated using concealings. Cyrus stared at it. Lucy leaned closer to the display. Several other first years gathered around them. This is impressive. Maxwell's golden eyes moved across the construction with open amazement. It is. Cherry nodded beside him. Compared to how tense she usually became around large crowds, she appeared noticeably more relaxed. Because there weren't many first years inside the club. More importantly, Maxwell was standing close beside her. That alone seemed to give her enough comfort to remain calm. A familiar dry voice suddenly came from the entrance. I told you this place was more amazing. Vera walked inside. Her black eyes calmly swept across the hall before shifting toward the girl beside her. I see. Diane entered with her. I also like the weather. A faint smile briefly appeared on Diane's face, but it vanished almost as quickly as it came. Several first-year boys noticed it, and a few upperclassmen entering from the deeper section of the clubhouse noticed it too. More than one face immediately reddened. Diane didn't seem to notice. The cold makes me want to sleep peacefully. She raised one hand and covered her mouth as a soft yawn escaped. The cold she was feeling didn't come from the weather outside. Cooling devices had been installed throughout the reception hall to maintain the temperature required to preserve the biological specimens displayed there. Although, there wasn't actually a reception counter or office inside the hall to make it a true reception hall. The entire space was simply filled with displays, preserved specimens, recreated inventions, and the steady flow of cold air. First years, please gather around. Letitia Gray's voice suddenly rose above the conversations. She stood farther inside the hall with a pleasant smile, raising one hand to catch everyone's attention. The first years who had been wandering between the displays gradually began moving toward her. Let's join them, Cherry. Maxwell pointed toward the gathering area. Cherry immediately tightened her fingers around his sleeve. Was this club always this crowded? Her eyes moved toward the growing number of students, and the comfort she had shown earlier slowly began disappearing. But most of them are upperclassmen. Maxwell gave her a helpless smile. Before he could encourage her again, his eyes happened to move toward two girls walking toward the gathering crowd. Vera. Diane. Maxwell's expression immediately brightened. It's you two. His voice came out louder than he intended. Vera and Diane stopped. Both girls turned toward him. Their expressions were almost equally plain. The sudden shout also attracted the attention of several first years and upperclassmen, with most of the boys looking between Maxwell and the two girls with questioning expressions. Does he know them? An upperclassman quietly asked a first year standing nearby. No way. The first year answered with complete certainty. He's just a commoner. How would he know them? Several nobles and non-nobles nearby seemed to share that thought. Even now, many of them still hadn't fully accepted Maxwell's presence among them. He was a commoner. No powerful family. No known background. No respected surname. The only thing supporting his position among these students was his identity as the disciple of an alchemist all of them had never even heard of. Diane stared at Maxwell for several seconds. Then she slowly turned toward Vera. Do you know him, Vera? The question struck Maxwell harder than any insult from the surrounding students. His body visibly flinched. Vera stared blankly at Diane. Why are you asking me that kind of question? I see. Because you're the one with a lot of friends, though. Diane replied as though she were simply stating an obvious fact. Vera's expression didn't change. Speaking to people doesn't mean you know them. Her reply came quickly, carrying the same dry certainty she used whenever explaining something she considered obvious. An interaction can last a few seconds or a few minutes. You need to communicate with someone for at least several days before you can even consider remembering their face. Diane quietly stared at her, then she nodded. I see. She looked as though Vera had just taught her something genuinely useful. A few students around Maxwell immediately began snickering. So, he's just trying to look cool knowing our Britannia flowers. Lame. The laughter spread. Cherry lowered her eyes. She felt bad for Maxwell. She wanted to defend him, but the words refused to come out. Besides, she hadn't even been there when Maxwell supposedly met Vera and Diane. All she knew was what Maxwell had excitedly told her after the practical test. He had found new rivals. Wait. Maxwell quickly raised both hands. He wasn't particularly bothered by the mocking laughter. What embarrassed him was something completely different. Why are these two acting like we didn't almost fight? He looked between Vera and Diane. Remember? His voice became slightly nervous. We almost fought during the practical test, but the timer stopped us. Diane continued staring at him through her tired eyes. Several seconds passed. Then, she slowly tilted her head. Oh, a trace of realization finally entered her sleepy expression. Chapter 346, Craft and Research Seekers. I think I can remember now. Diane tilted her head slightly as she stared at Maxwell with her tired light blue eyes, taking a few seconds to properly search through her memory. Vera folded her arms, looking at her from the side. He's the one whose alchemy was releasing that immense amount of heat. Oh, Diane's eyes remained on Maxwell. He's strong. She said it so straightforwardly that Maxwell blinked. But he's also good at hiding his cognizance level. Diane continued staring at him, almost as though she were measuring the amount of cognizance hidden inside his body. Maxwell finally released the breath he had been holding. Finally. Relief immediately appeared on his face. At least they remembered him. So he actually knows them. A non-noble boy commented from among the gathered students, looking at Maxwell with a little more interest than before. It's not really that he knows them. A non-noble girl beside him replied firmly, having watched the entire conversation. I think he just met them during the practical test. Please, everyone. Letitia's voice rose above the growing whispers. She looked toward the first years, then towards several students from her own year whose attention had also been pulled toward Maxwell, Vera, and Diane. Can we focus over here? Her voice remained gentle and polite. She clearly didn't want to sound rude toward Vera and Diane, especially when the two girls hadn't intentionally interrupted anything. The first years gradually turned back toward Letitia, although a few whispers continued between them. Vera didn't bother saying anything else. She simply turned around and walked toward the gathering area. Diane followed beside her without another word, her tired expression already making it seem as though the short conversation had taken more energy from her than the practical test itself. Ah. Maxwell sighed. Sir Maxwell. Cherry's quiet voice reached him. She looked at him with a mixture of concern and confusion. Maxwell watched Vera and Diane leave before rubbing the side of his face. Aren't they supposed to be called the flowers of Britannia? He looked genuinely tired from that single interaction. Shouldn't flowers bring a person peace? Cherry stared at him quietly. She didn't seem to know how she was supposed to answer that. The two eventually joined the rest of the first years. Thank you all for your cooperation. Letitia brought her hands together with a pleased smile. Now that everyone's attention had returned to her, she stepped forward. My name is Letitia Gray. Her friendly voice carried easily through the reception hall. Yes. She smiled. From House Gray. A few students nodded in recognition. I'm a second-year student and also the vice president of this beautiful club. She lightly spread her hands toward the clubhouse around them. Hi, Miss Letitia. Several first years greeted her in playful voices. The second-year students standing nearby immediately laughed. Letitia's cheeks reddened slightly. Thank you, thank you. She waved both hands gently, trying to calm them down. Finally, in power, Letitia. One of the upperclassmen called out with a teasing grin. More laughter spread through the hall. Even several first years who didn't understand the full joke laughed along after seeing Letitia's embarrassed expression. All right. A male upperclassman eventually stepped in. That's enough. He looked toward the students, teasing her. Stop bullying our vice president. We're not bullying her. Someone immediately replied. We're celebrating her promotion. That earned another round of laughter. Letitia lowered her head for a moment and released a helpless breath before gathering herself. When she looked up again, the embarrassment on her face had faded. Let's get back on track. She turned toward one of the largest displays in the reception hall. As members of the Craft and Research Seekers Club, some of our club activities involve recreating technologies and machines that already exist throughout Britannia. She raised one hand and began listing examples. Transportation systems, devices, machines, and many other types of technology currently used throughout the kingdom. Her hand shifted toward the streamliner displayed nearby. The first years naturally followed her gesture. Like this. Inside the display stood the strange streamliner, which several of the first years had already examined earlier. This is a third-class streamliner that past members of our club recreated completely from scratch using only conceals. Several first years immediately looked at the invention differently. So, it's actually a third-class streamliner. One boy looked a little closer to the glass. His eyes moved along the body of the vehicle, examining the strange materials used to recreate its structure. Vice President Letitia Gray, a female first year, raised her hand. Letitia immediately looked toward her. Yes. Was the streamliner built with the same dimensions as the original one? Yes. Letitia answered without hesitation. The dimensions matched the original. She walked closer to the display, with the first years following her. When judges review a recreated invention, accuracy to the original creation is extremely important. She lightly tapped the glass surrounding the streamliner. And that doesn't apply only to us. It applies to every craft-based club. The female student nodded while listening. So, Letitia continued, if we're preparing a craft-based presentation for the club tournament or showcase day, we have to remain faithful to whatever we're recreating. She glanced around the group. The materials can be different and the methods you use can be different too. That is part of the challenge. But if you're claiming to have recreated something, then the finished work needs to properly represent the original. Several students immediately began looking at the concealed streamliner with more appreciation. Cyrus raised his hand next. Can I ask something too? Of course, Mr. Cyrus Bunwick. Letitia smiled softly. You can ask whatever you want. Her gaze moved around the group. That applies to everyone. Cyrus lowered his hand. Does this club only create technology-based inventions? He looked toward the displays surrounding the reception hall. Because other than the skeletons and biological displays, almost everything I've seen so far is some kind of technology. Letitia nodded. No, we don't only work on technology. She thought for a moment. A while back, even before I entered the academy, the club had several other kinds of crafted works on display. Yeah. A female upperclassman standing nearby joined the conversation. Like the statue of His Majesty that our current third-year seniors showed us when we were first years. She smiled slightly as she remembered it. But that was already inside the storage room by then. A male upperclassman added. Letitia nodded. From what I was told, the club eventually started focusing more heavily on technology because technology-based crafted inventions generally earned better results than some of the other fields. She paused. And when Professor Nine took over, several first years immediately became more attentive at the mention of their club professor. Like I've already explained to some of you, the club began shifting even further toward research. Letitia gestured toward the skeletal displays. Although research was already part of the club before Professor Nine became involved, it became much more important afterward. Her eyes moved toward the preserved monster remains. You can see that from all the monster skeletons and bone displays around us. She smiled. Although these days, most of our active research focuses on smaller organisms. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. Cyrus nodded, with his curiosity satisfied. That single question seemed to give the other first years confidence. Another hand immediately rose. Then another. Questions began coming one after another. Some asked about the club history. Others wanted to know what kinds of inventions they would be allowed to recreate. A few were more interested in the research side of the club and asked about the organisms they would be studying. Letitia patiently answered every question she could. Whenever a question concerned something she wasn't directly responsible for, one of the upperclassmen nearby stepped in and explained instead. The atmosphere gradually became much more comfortable. By the time the questioning ended, the first years were no longer standing stiffly around the reception hall. All right. Letitia clapped once. Now that most of the basic questions are out of the way, she pointed toward the deeper section of the clubhouse. Let's actually show you around. The tour began. Their first destination was the research laboratory. The room was filled with long work tables, glass containers, measuring devices, research equipment, and locked cabinets holding materials that first years weren't yet allowed to handle without supervision. A few upperclassmen were still working inside when the group entered. Some barely looked up. Others smiled at the first years before returning to their work. From there, Letitia led them into the science laboratory. Although similar to the research laboratory, this room contained more equipment meant for testing and analyzing materials rather than storing research specimens. Their next stop was the craft workshop, which immediately caught the attention of students who had joined primarily for the crafting side of the club. Tools covered several workbenches. Pieces of metal and unfinished components were arranged along shelves, while half-completed projects belonging to upperclassmen occupied marked sections of the workshop. Cyrus looked around with obvious interest. Even Ezra spent a little more time examining the equipment before following the group onward. Then they reached the storage room containing the smaller organisms used for research. The moment Letitia opened the outer entrance, cold air slipped into the corridor. Ezra stopped walking. Cyrus took 2 more steps before realizing Ezra was no longer beside him. He turned. Ezra stood outside the room. His black eyes stared through the large viewing window built into the wall. "You aren't coming?" Cyrus asked. "No." Ezra answered plainly. Inside, Letitia was already showing the first years the different storage sections. Lucy had followed the others and was looking around with bright eyes, clearly interested in everything being shown, while Ezra remained outside. He could see enough through the viewing window, meaning there was absolutely no reason to willingly walk into that cold room. At least, that was how he saw it. It wasn't until an upperclassman noticed him standing outside and returned carrying a full laboratory bodysuit designed to resist low temperatures that Ezra finally changed his mind. After he put it on, Cyrus immediately grinned when Ezra entered. "You really don't like the cold." "Quite." Ezra replied plainly. Cyrus laughed in a low tone. Lucy quickly returned to her master's side, as her eyes continued moving around the room as she followed him, taking in the containers and research specimens stored throughout the cold environment. Once Letitia finished explaining the purpose of the room, the group left. Their next destination was far more secure. A sealed iron door stood before them. Unlike the other rooms, there wasn't an ordinary student ID scanner beside it. Letitia stepped forward. "Stay back a little." The first years obeyed. She placed her thumb against the security scanner. A small needle emerged. Prick. A drop of blood appeared on her thumb. The machine collected the sample before a thin scanning light moved across her hand. Beep. A green glow spread around the edges of the iron door. Click. Click. Heavy mechanical locks released one after another. The sound of gears turning echoed through the corridor. Then, hiss. Steam flowed from the sides as the sealed door slowly opened. "Wow." Several first years stared inside with amazed expressions. Even some who had been casually talking moments earlier became quiet. Letitia smiled. "Welcome to the old storage section." The group entered. Rows of glass sealed displays stretched through the room. Unlike the clean exhibits in the reception hall, many of these had gathered thin layers of dust after spending years in storage. Old crafted inventions stood behind the glass. Skeletal displays occupied another section. There were even research articles written by previous club members, carefully preserved inside sealed cases so the paper wouldn't decay. Ezra's eyes moved from one display to another. Some of the inventions still looked surprisingly new despite their age. "So," Letitia spread one hand toward the stored works. "We actually sell these older club displays when the club tournament begins." Several first years immediately turned toward her. "Sell them?" "Yes." Letitia smiled brightly. One part of the tournament requires every participating club to operate some form of business. She began walking slowly between the displays while explaining. That business can involve selling products or providing a service. The club that earns the highest amount during that part of the tournament wins the round. That information immediately changed how several students looked at the storage room. These weren't simply forgotten projects. They were potential merchandise. "So, people actually buy old student projects?" one first year asked. "Of course." Letitia nodded. "Especially when they're good." She pointed toward one of the preserved research works. "Some people buy them because they're interested in the research." She pointed toward another crafted display. "Others simply like collecting academy works." and depending on who originally created something. Her smile became slightly playful. The price can become much higher. A few first years immediately understood. If a student later became a famous alchemist, researcher, noble figure, or inventor, something they had created during their academy years could naturally gain value. Immediately, many first years understood this. Many eyes turned to a certain low-line noble of a duke family who was busy looking around with his plain eyes, while his maid with sparkling eyes of amazement followed behind him. Letitia continued leading them deeper into the room. However, she only showed them roughly half of the storage area. Several upperclassmen accompanying the tour also stopped at that point. Whatever was stored farther inside apparently wasn't something the first years needed to see yet. The group eventually left. The iron door closed behind them with another heavy sequence of mechanical clicks. Their tour continued. The next location was far more relaxing. The chilling space. It was built within an open courtyard located directly at the center of the clubhouse. A small park occupied the area, surrounded on every side by the club building. Paths crossed between patches of grass, while several pavilions had been built neatly throughout the courtyard, giving students places to sit, talk, eat, or simply rest between club activities. This is where most members come when they want to relax. Letitia explained. You can also use it for casual discussions if the meeting rooms aren't necessary, and when it only revolves around a small group of people who want to discuss important things amongst themselves. Several first years immediately looked pleased. After seeing laboratories, cold storage rooms, and workshops, having a quiet place to sit suddenly felt important. From the courtyard, they were taken to the kitchen. This isn't really for serious cooking, Letitia explained while opening the door. It's mostly for attendance. Several students with attendance naturally looked around. They can prepare tea here, or warm meals that were already prepared at your residences before coming to the mix arena. Lucy nodded thoughtfully. She was clearly paying much more attention to this room than her master was. After the kitchen came the meeting room. A large table occupied the center, with enough chairs arranged around it for club members to gather whenever important plans needed to be discussed. This is where we organize our major club activities, Letitia explained. Especially when we're preparing for competitions. Their next destination immediately changed the mood. The butchering room. Several first years slowed down upon entering. Large metal work tables occupied the room. Tools designed for cutting monster bodies were arranged neatly along the walls, while drainage channels ran through parts of the floor. This is where captured monster bodies are dismantled. Letitia's explanation remained casual. The flesh is removed from the bones here before anything needed for research is taken to the proper laboratory. Some first years looked fascinated. Others looked slightly uncomfortable. Cherry remained especially close to Maxwell upon seeing all these blades and heavy cutting machinery used for dismantling flesh. Lucy, on the other hand, stared around with open curiosity. The room beside it was the skeletal assembly room. Clean monster bones were taken there and reconstructed into complete skeletal structures before being moved into displays or used for research. By the time the tour finished, several hours had passed. The first years had seen laboratories, workshops, storage rooms, research facilities, relaxation areas, and specialized rooms they hadn't expected a student club to possess. For many of them, the Craft and Research Seekers Club no longer felt like an ordinary academy club. The building had almost everything they could possibly need. Then, ding dong. Ding dong. The deep ringing of a large clock spread throughout the mix arena. Students across the different club buildings immediately recognized the signal. Closing time. Activity throughout the mix arena began slowing down. Students packed their belongings. Attendants gathered the items belonging to their masters and mistresses. And groups started heading toward the exits while talking excitedly about their first official club day. The first years of the Craft and Research Seekers Club were no different. Most wore bright expressions as they prepared to leave. Guys. Letitia clapped her hands several times. The conversations continued. She raised her voice slightly. Please quiet down, everyone. A few upperclassmen immediately helped. First years. Listen to the vice president. Stop talking for a minute. The whispers gradually faded. Letitia waited patiently until enough people were looking at her. Okay. She smiled. Tomorrow, the first thing we're going to discuss is how all of you first years will be involved in our club activities. Several students immediately became attentive again. We'll also begin discussing our preparations for the coming club tournament. Excitement slowly returned to her voice. So, everyone should come prepared. Her smile widened. It's going to be fun. Letitia raised one hand high. Let's enjoy ourselves crafting and researching, guys. Her energetic voice spread through the clubhouse. Chapter 347, Love Rumors. Yeah. The first years and upperclassmen responded with nearly the same energy Letitia had shown, raising their voices together as applause quickly filled the reception hall. The earlier excitement from touring the clubhouse hadn't disappeared yet, and with tomorrow being the day, they would finally begin discussing their actual activities for the coming club tournament. Many of the first years were already looking forward to returning. See you tomorrow. Letitia waved at them with a bright smile. See you tomorrow, Vice President. Several first years called back. Some of the female students didn't immediately leave. Instead, they walked over to Letitia and began speaking with her, asking a few last questions while she answered with the same friendly energy she had maintained throughout the tour. The upperclassmen also began mixing with the new members. Some introduced themselves. Others approached first years they had found interesting during the tour, while those who already knew each other naturally gathered into their own groups. However, among all the conversations spreading through the reception hall, one gathering attracted more attention than the others. Vera and Diane were walking toward the exit. Or at least, they were trying to. A group of female first years had already gathered around them. Lady Ezra Ashenlocke, I still can't believe you're in the same club as me. One girl spoke with enough excitement that Vera slowly turned her eyes toward her. Yes. Another immediately joined in. It feels like a dream. And having Lady Diane Bergwin here too is such a blessing. A third girl looked as though she might actually start crying. Diane stared at her with tired light blue eyes, while Vera, on the other hand, continued walking at the same calm pace. It's only temporary, though. Her plain response immediately caused several girls to look disappointed. But Vera added without changing her expression, I'm looking forward to staying here for a while. She still spoke plainly, but that was apparently enough to restore their happiness. The girls surrounding them immediately began talking again. Vera listened without showing much reaction. Then, while one of the girls was still speaking, her black eyes shifted away from the group, landing on Ezra, who hadn't left yet. Several upperclassmen had stopped him and were speaking to him with clear excitement, knowing his reputation as a rising young craftsman of the kingdom. Vera stared at him. Not merely a quick glance. Her eyes remained there for a long second. Naturally, the girls surrounding her noticed. One looked toward Vera, then toward Ezra. Another followed. Within moments, nearly all of them were staring in the same direction. Their expressions changed. The excitement from earlier somehow became even worse. Two girls looked at each other. So, one whispered, It's really true. The second girl nodded quickly. Lady Ezra Ashenlocke. One of the girls finally spoke. Her earlier excitement had disappeared, replaced by obvious nervousness. She brought her hands together and repeatedly touched the tips of her index fingers, as though she needed the small movement to gather enough courage for whatever she wanted to ask. Vera looked at her. Ask away. Her voice remained flat. The girl swallowed. Are the rumors about you and Ezra Ashenlocke true? Several girls immediately straightened. Every single one of them wanted the answer. Vera tilted her head slightly. What rumors exactly? The question came out with such a clueless tone that the girl hesitated. For a moment, she actually wondered whether Vera didn't know. But Vera's expression offered absolutely nothing. No embarrassment. No nervousness. No hint that she understood exactly what rumor the girl meant. The girl pressed her index fingers together again. I'm talking about. Her cheeks reddened. The rumors saying that you and Ezra are secretly dating. She squeezed her eyes shut and forced the entire question out in one breath. Unfortunately, she had also spoken much louder than she intended. The surrounding conversations immediately weakened, then stopped. Heads turned. First years looked over. Upperclassmen looked over. Even students who had been preparing to leave paused near the entrance. Cyrus, who had gone back to examining some of the displays before leaving, slowly turned his head. His eyes moved toward Vera, then toward Ezra. A grin immediately threatened to appear on his face. Even Ezra had heard it too. He turned toward the gathering of girls, with his black eyes locking on them completely blank. Lucy froze beside him. Her eyes widened. Secretly dating? She looked at her master. Then Lady Vera. Then back at her master. Vera remained silent for a moment. A faint smile finally touched her lips. Ezra and I are just business partners. She raised one hand and gave a slow, almost lazy wave. The answer sounded simple enough. Then she continued. I just like his beautiful mind. The reception hall became noticeably quieter again. Vera's black eyes moved directly toward Ezra. Their gazes met across the room. She didn't look away. And he knows that. Her tone remained dry until the very end, as though she had merely explained something everyone should already understand. Ezra stared at her, and Vera stared back. She didn't say anything else other than that. And that was apparently enough for the girls yet again. Several immediately nodded. Yes, I knew it was just a rumor. Exactly. One girl placed a hand against her chest. It's not that Ezra Ashenlocke would be a bad choice. She hesitated. But I think someone like Lady Vera should be with Sir Ravener Bunwick. I reject that. Another girl answered instantly. The first girl turned toward her. Why? I think they'd be perfect together. Yeah. A third girl quickly joined in. Didn't you see their dance? I saw it, and that's exactly why I disagree. The girl who had rejected the idea folded her arms. Sir Ravener Bunwick could never make my queen shine that brightly. What does that even mean? It means exactly what I said. It doesn't. The conversation exploded into something completely different. Within seconds, the girls had stopped discussing whether Vera and Ezra were secretly dating and had instead begun arguing over which boy would make the best future partner for Vera. Names were thrown around. Opinions clashed. Some defended Ravener. Others immediately rejected him. A few even returned to Ezra despite Vera having just denied the rumor. Vera stood in the center of it all with the same expression she had worn before the conversation began. A soft voice suddenly came from beside her. Diane slowly opened her eyes. Why is everyone so noisy? She looked at Vera with a sleepy expression. Aren't we supposed to be leaving now? Several girls stopped speaking, while turning their attention to Diane. Then at the hand she had been using to hold onto Vera's club shirt. Diane had been asleep. The entire time. She had somehow slept through the discussion about Vera and Ezra, the sudden silence of the reception hall, and the argument that followed afterward. We're leaving now. Vera replied dryly. She took Diane's hand before the sleepy girl could drift off again. Then she gave the surrounding girls a small wave. Goodbye. Bye, Lady Vera. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, Lady Diane. Several girls who were also preparing to leave immediately followed behind Vera and Diane, gathering around them again like chicks following their mother hen. By that time, Ezra had already begun walking toward the exit. Once Vera gave her answer, there was no reason for him to remain standing there listening to people discuss who she should eventually date. Cyrus quickly caught up. He walked beside Ezra for several seconds. Then he glanced at him. The grin finally escaped. Were you looking forward to her say? Ezra turned his head, looking at him with one eyebrow rising. Cyrus stopped talking immediately. He stared at Ezra's face for a moment. Yeah. He nodded wisely. I'll just be quiet. Ezra faced forward again. Ha ha. Lucy laughed quietly behind them, covering part of her mouth. She had watched the entire exchange. Who would have expected a rumor like that to spread? She smiled as she followed her master. Ezra didn't even turn around. You. Lucy blinked. Ezra approached the security door. You're talking like this rumor hasn't already been spreading among you and your fellow attendants. His student ID touched the scanner. Beep. Lucy froze. Her mouth opened. She had been prepared to deny it. But, leaving soon. Vera's voice suddenly came from beside Ezra. Lucy immediately closed her mouth. Vera had somehow crossed the distance between them without anyone noticing exactly when she had started walking faster. Diane remained beside her, allowing Vera to lead her by the hand. The girls who had been following them were now several steps behind after Vera suddenly increased her pace. Ezra glanced at Vera. He didn't reply. The security door opened. Ezra simply walked through it and left the clubhouse. For a brief moment, Vera remained standing there. Cyrus looked toward her. Lucy looked toward her. Diane looked like she might fall asleep again. Vera's expression didn't change. She calmly raised her student ID and scanned it. Beep. Diane followed. Then Cyrus. Lucy used her attendant ID. One after another, they left the Craft and Research Seekers Clubhouse. Outside, the mix arena remained busy despite the closing bell. Students from different clubs poured out of the surrounding buildings, gathering into groups as they headed toward the mini streamliner stations or waited for their friends. While the noble of higher status traveled back through their personal vehicles, Ezra had stopped a short distance from the entrance. He wasn't waiting for Vera. He was patiently waiting for Lucy to come outside. Vera stepped through the doorway. Her eyes immediately found him. She had barely taken another step when a familiar voice reached her from ahead. A voice she recognized far too easily, and judging from the slight change in her eyes, it was also a voice she found very annoying. My beautiful Vera. Vera stopped. Her gaze moved forward. A boy stood directly along their path. He wore a luxurious white and gold top matched with similarly designed shorts, the fabric and decorations making his royal status obvious even before anyone looked properly at his face. Two maids stood behind him. Together, they held a large umbrella over his head, shielding him from no sunlight with the sun descending. Two other students dressed in matching white and gold clothing knelt in front of him. Each held a large bouquet of red roses. Both bouquets were pointed toward Vera. We finally meet again. The boy smiled broadly. The nearby students noticed him, and their reactions were immediate. First years stopped walking. Second years straightened. Even students who had been laughing moments earlier quickly corrected their posture. Then they all bowed. Greetings to the second prince. The greeting came from many voices at once. Prince Daniel Ethelmont paid almost none of them any attention. His blue eyes and whole attention remained fixed on Vera. Chapter 348, Marriage Letters. Maxwell had only just stepped out of the Craft and Research Seekers Clubhouse when Sherry suddenly grabbed him and pulled him down with her. Caught completely off guard, Maxwell stumbled forward before managing to steady himself. Around them, students from different years had already lowered their heads in greeting toward the young man standing ahead. Sherry did the same. Greetings to the second prince. Her voice came out quickly, carrying none of the relaxed tone she had managed to use while speaking with Maxwell inside the clubhouse. Maxwell glanced at her from the corner of his eye. What's going on, Cherry? He looked genuinely confused. Cherry raised her eyes just enough to look at him. That's the second prince. She replied in a low voice, as though the answer alone should have explained everything. So, Maxwell's confusion only deepened. Cherry's eyes widened slightly. Maxwell glanced toward Prince Daniel before looking at all the students bowing around them. We have that Tristan guy in our year, and Stella too, but I don't see this much respect being shown to either of them. There wasn't any mockery in his voice. He was honestly confused. And what Maxwell said wasn't exactly wrong. Prince Tristan and Princess Stella were both treated the way members of Britannia's royal family should be treated. Students respected their status, addressed them properly, and understood the difference between themselves and members of the royal bloodline. However, what Maxwell was seeing now felt different. Students from every year had bowed. Even several upperclassmen who normally carried themselves with confidence had immediately stopped what they were doing to greet the second prince. There was clearly something more behind that difference. Sir Maxwell. Cherry's fingers tightened slightly around his sleeve. Her expression had become more worried. Please. She glanced toward the people surrounding Prince Daniel before quickly looking back at Maxwell. I'll explain later. Maxwell studied her face. Seeing how nervous she had suddenly become, he decided not to push the matter. Okay. That was enough for Cherry. Once the formal greeting ended, students gradually raised their heads and continued with their day. Some still glanced toward the second prince as they walked away, but nobody openly remained around simply to watch what he was doing. After all, whatever business had brought him here clearly involved Ezra Ashenlocke. Prince Daniel. Vera's voice came out plain as she tilted her head slightly. She stared at him for a few seconds before looking around the mix arena as though she were searching for something. What flooded a big fish like you here? Her eyes wandered toward the surrounding buildings, then toward the stone pathways, then back toward Daniel. There aren't any big waves in this place, though. She spoke as though they were genuinely standing beside a large body of water, and she couldn't understand how a fish of his size had somehow washed ashore. Several of Daniel's followers froze. One of the students kneeling at his right side immediately raised his head. How deep? Daniel's eyes moved toward him. That was all it took. The student's mouth snapped shut before the rest of his words could escape. He lowered his head again, still holding the large bouquet of roses in both hands. Daniel returned his attention to Vera. I'm sorry for the foolishness of my stupid follower. His earlier warm smile returned so smoothly that it almost seemed as though the interruption had never happened. He placed one hand against his chest. Would 2 bouquets of flowers be enough to calm your anger? Snap. The fingers of his other hand came together. The 2 students holding the bouquets immediately rose and stepped closer, presenting the flowers at either side of their prince. Red roses filled Vera's sight. She looked at them, then at Daniel. Her expression remained unchanged. Daniel continued before she could answer. I'll also take you for a ride in the Royal Phantom Rolls. His smile widened slightly. I can personally escort you back to your residence, and during the journey, we can finally catch up. After saying that, his eyes moved past Vera. Huh? Daniel blinked. His gaze searched the space behind her. Wasn't Diane also there? Vera continued staring at him plainly. She knew exactly where Diane had gone. The moment Diane's sleepy light blue eyes landed on Daniel's, she ran. There hadn't even been a warning. One moment, Diane had been standing beside Vera. The next, she was already slipping into the dispersing crowd with more energy than Vera had seen her use throughout most of the day. Ezra had disappeared as well, although his reason was probably different. The moment Ezra saw the flowers, the attendants, and Prince Daniel standing directly in Vera's path, he seemed to understand exactly why the prince had come, and his senses told him. Staying here would only bring annoying trouble to his side. Then he left. Quietly. So quietly, in fact, that Lucy and Cyrus were still standing among the dispersing students wondering where he had gone. Lucy looked left, then right. Where did my master go? Cyrus stared at the place where Ezra had been standing only moments earlier. I don't know. He blinked. He was literally just here. Neither had noticed the exact moment Ezra disappeared into the crowd. Back near Vera, Daniel eventually stopped searching for Diane. Well, it doesn't matter. He reached toward the student standing on his left and took one of the bouquets. Then he personally extended it toward Vera. His warm smile remained. Vera looked down at the flowers. I don't want them. Her answer came without hesitation. Daniel's hand remained stretched out, while Vera was already looking away. Also, it's closing hour. She began walking. So, I'll be taking my leave now, Prince 2. Her voice remained as dry as before. She hadn't even made it several steps when one of Daniel's maids moved. The woman stepped directly into Vera's path, making her stop. Her black eyes slowly rose from the maid's shoes to her face. The maid stood without moving. This is harassment, you know, Vera said blankly. The maid didn't respond. Neither did she move aside. Vera quietly examined her. There was no hesitation in the woman's stance, and even though she wasn't openly releasing cognizance, Vera could tell that she wasn't an ordinary attendant. She's strong. Vera's eyes shifted toward the second maid. The other woman was watching her just as carefully. Both of them are strong alchemists. Vera reached that conclusion without allowing anything to show on her face. Please don't see it like that. Daniel spoke behind her. Vera glanced over her shoulder. The second prince looked almost wounded, wearing the expression of an innocent young man whose feelings were being cruelly rejected. You know you're a very slippery person. His voice became softer. So sometimes I have to act like this just to stop you from leaving. Vera stared at him. For several seconds, she said nothing. Then her head tilted. You sound like you're moaning. Daniel's smile stiffened. Vera continued in exactly the same dry tone. Is something wrong with your voice? The people surrounding Daniel froze. One of his followers immediately lowered his head. His shoulders shook once. Another student pressed his lips together so tightly that his cheeks moved. Someone else turned his face away. None of them dared laugh. But several were clearly fighting for their lives not to. Daniel felt as though someone had driven a nail directly into his chest. Unfortunately for him, not everyone found Vera's words funny. Several followers immediately glared at her. Their hostility appeared almost the instant the words left her mouth. Daniel's expression changed. Vera. He spoke more firmly this time. You'll become my fiancée soon. Vera's eyes remained on him. Especially now that I've already sent the marriage request to your family. Daniel stepped forward. The earlier softness in his expression gradually returned as he stretched one hand toward her. And once I rule the throne of Britannia. His smile returned. You'll become my queen. Vera stared at his extended hand. So, you can't keep talking to me like that. There was a brief silence. Then Vera blinked. You're talking like the king is dead or something. Daniel's expression froze. Several students nearby immediately lowered their eyes. Vera wasn't finished. Also, she raised one finger. Isn't your brother, the first prince, still alive? A second finger rose. We also have the first princess. Another. And the second princess. She lowered her hand. Her black eyes remained completely plain. So, what makes you think you're some kind of main character? Daniel's lips parted slightly. Delusional prince too. The words landed harder than they had any right to. Daniel's actually shifted one step backward. The followers around him looked at their prince. Then Vera. Then back toward Daniel's. A vein slowly became visible near the side of his forehead. His fingers tightened. Still. He forced himself to remain calm. Vera watched him struggle. You know? Her voice came again. It must actually be amazing being you. Daniels narrowed his eyes. Vera turned slightly toward him, being delusional and seeing absolutely no problem with being Delulu. One of Daniel's followers immediately looked down. His lips disappeared between his teeth. Vera turned toward the maid, still blocking her path. I mean. She tilted her head. Doesn't your prince too deserve a round of applause? The maid remained silent. Vera looked toward the rest of Daniel's followers. No. Her hand made a small motion toward their prince. You should all be applauding him. Her blank black eyes returned to Daniel's. The prince's jaw had tightened. He was using nearly everything he had to keep himself calm. But Vera didn't care. She turned around totally unbothered and was leaving. The maid was still standing in her way, but Vera simply walked forward as though the woman wasn't there. She knew the Royal Academy's rules, that attendants weren't permitted to attack or physically harm a student, not even for a reason, especially not someone like Ezra Ashenlocke. However, the maid served Daniels. And for people like her, an order from the second prince wasn't something to question, even if that order eventually meant death. Stop her now. Daniel finally roared with his composure shattering completely. Several nearby students immediately turned their heads. The maid moved. I'm sorry, Lady of Ash. Her voice remained calm. Her body shot forward to stop Vera. Vera's eyes moved toward her. There was still no panic on her face. Before the maid could reach her, a hand landed on her. The movement looked almost casual, yet the maid stopped instantly. Her eyes widened. She tried to move forward. Nothing happened. The hand resting on her had locked her in place. That's enough. An older woman's voice entered the scene. Silence followed. Vera's maid stood beside Daniel's attendant. Her grip remained firm, preventing the woman from taking even another half step toward Vera. Daniel's people stared. Even Daniel himself looked surprised. Since when did she appear? Several of them immediately looked around. None had noticed her approach. The older maid calmly turned toward the second prince. Your Highness. She bowed respectfully. Her posture remained proper despite one hand still keeping Daniel's, made completely pinned. The family has received your letter. Daniel's expression changed slightly. The maid continued. As well as numerous letters from other influential gentlemen. Several people nearby immediately became attentive. Vera's expression remained unchanged. So there has been no final decision. The maid's voice stayed respectful, but the meaning behind her words was clear. Daniel's marriage request wasn't the only one, and nothing had been decided yet. And with that, Vera immediately stepped forward before anyone could turn the matter into another long conversation. I'm leaving. She walked away without adding another word. The older maid watched her mistress leave before finally releasing Daniel's attendant. The prince's maid immediately regained her balance and stepped back. Vera's maid then turned toward Daniel. She gave him another proper bow. Your Highness. After showing the respect expected toward a prince of Britannia, she turned around and followed Vera. Daniel remained where he stood. The roses were still there. His followers were still there. But Ezra Ashenlocke was already walking away. Chapter 349. Do you truly love him? Vera quietly entered her royal steam carriage, stepping into the warm interior while Rose stood beside the open door and held it for her. The noise around the mix arena became softer the moment Vera entered. She moved toward the cushioned seat and sat down without wasting any time, crossing one leg over the other before folding her arms across her chest. I already sent Miss Nina and Mr. Nate ahead of you, since they had been waiting patiently. Rose reported the matter in her usual respectful manner. Thank you, Rose. Vera replied dryly. Rose gave a polite bow. Once she made sure her lady was properly seated, she closed the carriage door before walking around the vehicle and entering the second seat beside the driver's position. The driver waited until Rose was settled. Then he started the steam furnace engine. The familiar mechanical hum spread beneath the carriage, followed by the soft movements of its internal components as the royal steam carriage slowly pulled away from the mix arena. Outside the window, the academy grounds passed by little. Vera remained seated with her arms folded and legs crossed, her black eyes following the scenery without much interest. Father should tear that marriage proposal. She suddenly spoke. Her voice remained plain, as though she were talking about a troublesome document that had been left on her desk rather than a marriage request from the second Prince of Britannia. Rose glanced toward her through the driver's mirror. It isn't a decision the Duke can simply make, though, my lady. Rose answered carefully. Especially after the king made that request. Vera remained quiet. Her eyes continued following the academy buildings passing beyond the carriage window. Sometimes. She finally spoke. I wish I hadn't done what I did back then. Rose listened without interrupting. Or maybe if I'd seen the king earlier, I would have known what would happen before I acted that way. Vera's voice remained as dry as before. There wasn't any obvious frustration in her expression. She wasn't pouting. Nor was she angrily complaining about the situation. Even when talking about something that clearly affected her future, Vera sounded almost as though she were calmly examining a mistake she had made during an experiment and wondering which earlier decision had led to the current result. Rose watched her lady's reflection in the mirror. Well. Her expression softened. It has already happened. The royal steam carriage continued along the Academy Road, gradually carrying them toward Vera's residence in the West Wing. But I'm sure it doesn't mean much to you, my lady. Rose's eyes remained on the mirror for another moment. Vera's face was reflected there, still plain, still difficult to read. And her attention remained on the window. Rose eventually looked ahead again. Neither spoke. The steam carriage continued forward, its wheels rolling steadily across the road while the warmth inside gave a relaxing vibe of the ride. Several minutes passed that way. Rose remained quiet for most of the journey. Yet there was something she had been thinking about for quite some time. Something she had noticed even before the rumors began spreading through the academy. She hesitated to speak first, then finally decided to ask. My lady. Rose spoke calmly. I have to know something. Vera's eyes immediately shifted, but she didn't move her head at first. Her gaze simply landed on the back of the seat Rose occupied. Rose waited a moment, then asked the question. Do you truly love Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke? Vera didn't answer. Her black eyes remained fixed on Rose's seat for a few seconds. Then she slowly turned back toward the window. Her reflection stared back at her from the glass. Love, huh? Vera quietly looked at herself. That word was difficult. Then again, most feelings were difficult for her. Happiness. Sadness. Anger. Affection. She understood what those feelings were supposed to mean. She could recognize them in other people, and she could even understand the actions they caused. But when it came to expressing those same feelings herself, everything became far less simple. So how was she supposed to answer a question about love when she couldn't even properly identify whether that was what she felt? Vera continued staring at her reflection. There was one thing she understood. The way she saw Ezra wasn't simple. That much was obvious even to her. Rose remained silent in the front seat. She didn't pressure her mistress for an answer. Instead, she quietly thought about the question herself. She understood why her mistress had originally become interested in Ezra. Their similarity. That had been the beginning. Ezra was different from most children their age. The way he behaved. The way he thought. The things he created. There were parts of him Vera seemed to recognize within herself, and that similarity had caught her attention. However, that was precisely why Rose had asked the question. If Vera remained around Ezra only because she found someone similar to herself interesting, then could that truly be called love? Perhaps not. Perhaps what Vera felt was simply fascination. Interest. Nothing more. Rose quietly released a breath through her nose. So, it must only be interest. That seemed like the most reasonable answer. Then, Rose. Vera finally spoke. Rose's attention immediately returned to her. Yes, my lady. Vera remained facing the window. I do find Ezra interesting. A brief pause followed. Really interesting. Another. Super interesting. Rose blinked. Mega interesting. The corner of Rose's lips moved slightly. Undeniably interesting. Vera finally stopped. Her expression remained completely plain despite the ridiculous number of times she had just repeated the same point. That much is obvious. She continued after a short silence. Since I'm always waiting for the next big thing he'll do. Her eyes lowered slightly toward her reflection. Something that'll amaze me. Rose listened. But Vera stopped again. This pause lasted longer. Her eyes remained on the girl reflected in the window. Something about the question had forced her to look at her own actions differently. Interest explained why she wanted to see what Ezra created. Interest explained why she enjoyed watching his mind work. Interest even explained why she wanted to understand the strange ideas he constantly produced. But there was something else. Since when? Vera's voice came out quieter, though it remained dry. Did I start wanting to know more about him than what he shows me? Rose's expression changed slightly. Vera continued looking at herself. Not at Rose. Not at the passing academy grounds. Only her own reflection. Rose. She spoke again. I don't truly know my answer. She admitted it without hesitation, since there was no reason to pretend she understood something she didn't. But I do know one thing. Rose waited. Vera's black eyes remained still. I want to be the one who knows him more than anyone else. The carriage became quiet again. Vera didn't add anything. She didn't call the feeling she had love. She didn't call it affection. Nor did she even attempt to explain why she had begun feeling that way. She had simply said the one thing she knew was true. Rose stared through the mirror at her lady. A pleased smile gradually appeared on her face. I guess I was wrong. The thought brought an unexpected happiness with it. She turned her attention back toward the road and allowed Vera to return to her silence. The royal steam carriage continued toward the west wing. The next day arrived with snow falling gently across the Royal Academy. White flakes drifted from the cloudy sky, gathering along rooftops, stone paths, trees, and the open grounds surrounding the academy buildings. Despite the weather, students were already making their way toward the mix arena for their first full day of club activities. Ezra arrived at the Craft and Research Seekers Clubhouse earlier than most. By the time he entered, only Letitia and several upperclassmen belonging to the club's directing committee had already arrived. Today, however, there was one major difference. The president was present, and so were most of the third-year members. Ezra entered the meeting room with Lucy following behind him. "Good morning, seniors." His voice remained plain, but he gave the older students the respect expected from a first year. Several heads immediately turned toward him. "Good morning." "Morning, Ezra Ashenlocke." "Good morning." A few upperclassmen waved. Others simply nodded. Lucy stepped into the room afterward and bowed politely. "Good morning." After greeting them, she moved toward the section prepared for attendance, where several others were already waiting for their masters and mistresses. Letitia noticed Ezra almost immediately. "Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke." She walked toward him with her usual bright expression. "Please come over here." Ezra followed without question. Letitia brought him toward a young man standing among the third years. "President Luke Andrew." She gestured toward Ezra. "This is Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke." Then she turned slightly toward Ezra. "Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke, this is Luke Andrew, the president of the Craft and Research Seekers Club." Luke looked at Ezra with clear interest. "The creator of the Phantom Rolls." He extended his hand. "It's my pleasure, and this club's pleasure, to have you here." Ezra looked at the offered hand before accepting it. "Thank you." Their hands met in a firm shake. Luke's smile remained friendly. "Please, make yourself comfortable." He pointed toward the chairs already arranged throughout the meeting room. "Yeah, Ezra." One of the upperclasswomen nearby immediately joined in, wearing a bright smile. "Make yourself comfortable." Another upperclassman looked toward Ezra with anticipation. "I can't wait to see what you'll add to the club." Several of the older students clearly shared that curiosity. Whatever their personal opinions about Ezra might have been, the fact remained that a first-year student responsible for creating something like the Phantom Rolls had joined a craft and research club. Naturally, expectations would follow. "I'll do my best," Ezra replied simply. He walked toward the arranged chairs and took his seat. More students gradually began arriving afterward. The quiet meeting room slowly filled with conversations, greetings, and the scraping sounds of chairs being moved. Vera and Diane eventually appeared. Unlike Ezra's quiet entrance, the two girls entered with what almost looked like a small flock surrounding them. Boys. Girls. First years. Second years. Even the remaining third years. Some were simply interested in speaking with them. Others wanted to build connections with two girls belonging to powerful duke houses, while a few seemed genuinely interested in becoming their friends. Vera walked through the crowd without appearing bothered. Diane looked like she would rather have remained asleep. The moment the two entered the meeting room, Luke approached them personally. "Lady Vera Ashenlocke." He greeted her politely. "Lady Diane Bergwin." His gaze moved between them. "Thank you both for joining our club." Vera gave a small nod. Diane remained silent. Her sleepy eyes moved around the meeting room as though she were searching for the nearest comfortable place to sit. Vera didn't leave her to choose. She took Diane with her. Then she walked directly toward Ezra's section and sat nearby. Diane followed. More students arrived afterward. Cyrus eventually entered alongside Kane Casper. Maxwell and Cherry came in behind them, followed by several other students. The room continued filling. One group after another arrived until nearly an hour had passed. By then, the meeting room was packed with club members. Conversations overlapped from different directions. Some first years were still getting acquainted with their seniors, while older members discussed projects they had already begun before the first years joined. At the front of the room, Luke finally stood. "Now." His voice carried across the meeting room. "Let's begin." The conversations gradually stopped. Letitia moved toward the glass board and switched it on. A soft light spread across its surface before the first holographic slide appeared. Large words formed above them. "The club tournament." Luke waited until everyone's attention settled on him. The club tournament, as all of you already know, is very important for every one of us. He gestured toward the information displayed behind him. Performing well allows us to increase our academy points, and because of that, every club in this academy has already begun preparing since the start of the academy session. Several first years listened carefully. The second and third years were already familiar with most of this information. Practice. Luke continued. planning and strategy. Every serious club has already begun working toward the tournament. He pointed toward the date displayed on the slide. And as all of you should know, the club tournament will take place during the final week of the 4th month. A few first years immediately checked the date. There was still time, but not enough time to waste. So, Luke looked toward the older members. As your second years already know, he moved one hand. Letitia swiped the holographic display. The first slide disappeared. A second appeared. 2 large sections were displayed. Crafting and research. We'll be grouping everyone. Luke explained. Some members will focus primarily on the crafting side of the club. He pointed toward the first section. Others will focus on research. His fingers shifted toward the second. But don't misunderstand the division. His tone became firmer. We're still one club. The room remained quiet. Every team will work together to seek deeper knowledge about whichever subject they've chosen. He looked toward the crafting section. For the crafting teams, you'll decide on the particular invention your group wants to create. Then toward research. For the research teams, you'll decide which research subject you want to study and eventually bring to light. Several first years immediately began whispering quietly among themselves. Ideas were already forming. Luke allowed the whispers for several seconds before continuing. When your projects reach the proper stage, he placed both hands against the table before him. We'll bring everything together. His gaze moved across the students. Every crafting project and every research project. We'll compare them and determine which works are best suited to represent this club. The authority in his voice became more noticeable as he continued. The final selection won't be made by one person alone. Luke pointed toward himself. I'll be involved. Then toward Letitia. Vice President Letitia will also be involved. His hand moved toward another section of the room. The assistant to our club supervisor will take part in the decision. He paused. And, of course, our supervisor himself, Professor 9. Several first years immediately understood the weight of the selection. Luke straightened. Together, we'll choose the best work for our presentation. The holographic screen remained glowing behind him. Luke looked around the meeting room. Some students were thoughtful. Some already looked excited. Others were clearly beginning to calculate which side of the club suited them better. Crafting or research. Luke smiled faintly. So, his eyes swept across the room one last time. Any questions? Chapter 350, Recommended Books on Essence. I have a question, President. Ezra raised his hand from where he sat among the other first years. His black eyes focused calmly on Luke at the front of the meeting room. Luke immediately noticed him. Go ahead, Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke. Ezra lowered his hand. Would it be possible for me to conduct my own personal research apart from participating in the general club activities? His expression remained as plain as usual, but the question immediately caught the attention of some of the upperclassmen. Considering who had asked it, several of them weren't particularly surprised. Ezra Ashenlocke had already created the phantom roles before entering the Royal Academy, so expecting him to have his own research interests wasn't strange. Yes. Luke nodded without needing much time to think. You are allowed to conduct personal research. He rested one hand against the table in front of him before continuing. Although, we prefer that you handle personal projects during your leisure time, rather than allowing them to interfere with whatever group you're assigned to. Ezra listened quietly. Luke didn't direct the rest of his explanation toward Ezra alone. His gaze moved across the gathered first years, making it clear that the same rule applied to every new member sitting before him. Once you're placed into a group, your performance won't affect only you. Your teammates will also be relying on you. So if someone constantly abandons group activities because they're more interested in their personal research, problems will eventually develop between that person and the rest of their team. Several first years nodded. That much was understandable. The club might encourage independent research, but they were still preparing for a competition where teamwork mattered. That's why most members who conduct personal research usually do it during study hour or whenever they have enough free time outside our scheduled club activities. Luke looked back toward Ezra. Does that answer your question, Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke? Yes, it does. Ezra gave a small nod. Thank you. You're welcome. Luke straightened before looking around the meeting room again. All right, are there any more questions? Almost immediately, hands rose throughout the first-year section. Luke blinked once. There were far more than before. Some students even raised both hands, apparently believing that would somehow increase their chances of being selected. A few upperclassmen chuckled at the sight. Luke's eyes moved from one raised hand to another until they eventually settled on someone who stood out far more than the others. Yes, Lady Vera. Vera lowered her hand. I want to know if Diane and I still have to join a group, since we might not remain in this club for long. Her voice remained plain. Several first years looked toward the two girls. Luke nodded thoughtfully. Yes, you'll still have to participate. Vera continued watching him. Since it'll take some time before your new club is officially formed, you'll remain members of this club until that process is completed. He placed both hands on the table. And considering how long club formation normally takes, Luke thought briefly before continuing. I believe both of you will still be here around the time of the first-year club tournament. So, until then, you'll participate in our activities like everyone else. Beside Luke, Letitia watched with a pleased expression. As Luke had answered every question properly and explained enough that the first years wouldn't need to repeatedly ask about the same issue later. Okay then. Vera crossed one leg over the other. Her arms folded beneath her chest as she settled back into her seat. Diane remained beside her. Or rather, she remained partially on Vera. The side of Diane's head rested comfortably against Vera's shoulder, while a sleeping eye cover completely covered her eyes. She hadn't moved throughout Luke's answer, making some students to conclude that she had already fallen asleep long ago. Then, a hand slowly moved. Diane raised her thumb. Luke stared. Several first years stared. A few upperclassmen also looked toward her. The thumb remained raised for a second. Then it calmly dropped again as Diane folded her arms and returned to doing absolutely nothing. So, she was listening? A first year whispered. I thought she was asleep. Maybe she is asleep. How can she answer while sleeping? How am I supposed to know? Luke looked awkwardly at Diane for another moment. Then he cleared his throat. Okay. His attention returned to the rest of the room. Let's get back to the questions. More hands immediately rose. And like that, the question and answer session continued. Some questions were simple. Others required longer explanations. A few were things the second and third years had already heard countless times, yet Luke never showed impatience. He answered each student properly, occasionally allowing Letitia or another experienced member to add information whenever necessary. Minutes continued passing. By now, many of the first years had gained a much clearer understanding of how the club operated. Eventually, the number of raised hands began decreasing. Luke looked around once more. Finally, his eyes settled on Cyrus. Mr. Cyrus Bunwick. Cyrus lowered his hand. Unlike his usual relaxed expression, he looked surprisingly serious. I want to know something about Professor Nine's study of life and death. The mention of Professor Nine immediately caught the attention of several students. Cyrus continued. Does his study of life and death relate to the craft or research activities we'll be participating in? Luke's expression changed slightly. He nodded. It does. Cyrus remained attentive. A lot, actually. Luke moved away from the center of the table. This is something I was already planning to explain after the question period, but since you've brought it up. He glanced toward Letitia. We might as well jump straight into it. Letitia immediately understood. Her fingers moved across this phone tablet she held linked to the holographic display. Swipe. The previous slide disappeared, and a new one replaced it. Several books appeared across the holographic screen, arranged beside information concerning their authors and subjects. The first years raised their heads to get a better look. Because these weren't ordinary club manuals. They were research books. More specifically, books concerning essence. Each one had been personally recommended by Professor Nine. Luke turned toward the first years. So, he pointed toward the holographic display. I'm sure that during your foreign class, Professor Donald Jones told all of you to study essence, right? He asked the question despite already knowing the answer. He did. Several first years answered at once. Many nodded. He was also disappointed that we didn't know much about it. A first-year boy added from farther back. That immediately earned several knowing laughs from the upperclassmen. Yeah. I remember that happening to us too. Funny situation. A second-year male upperclassman leaned back in his chair, remembering his own first year. We went through the same thing. Another second-year laughed. He was scolding us hard back then. Seriously. A female upperclassman shook her head. He looked at us like we had committed some terrible crime because we couldn't properly explain essence. More laughter spread through the meeting room. Even Luke smiled. Yeah, I went through the same thing with him. A third year sitting nearby laughed. Professor Donald must be tired of seeing the same confused expressions every year. That caused the laughter to grow louder. Several first years looked slightly embarrassed now that they knew their year wasn't special. Apparently, Professor Donald had been watching new students fail the same question for years. Okay. Luke waved both hands. Let's get back on track. The laughter slowly weakened. Students adjusted themselves in their chairs and returned their attention to the holographic screen. Luke waited until the room had settled. Then he pointed toward the displayed books again. The books you're seeing on this screen are all very good introductory materials for studying essence. His tone became more serious. If you read them properly, they'll give you a much better foundation than trying to jump directly into Professor Nine's more advanced research. Several first years began taking down the recommended books. Some wrote the information into notebooks. Others used their Starlicks and Paras to record the titles displayed on the holographic screen. Ezra quietly studied the list. Luke folded his arms. Now. His eyes moved across the first years. Some of you are probably wondering why a craft and research club is suddenly giving you books about essence. A few students nodded. Luke smiled faintly. Once you remember the definition of essence itself, the answer becomes fairly simple. He took several steps away from the table and closer to the glass board. Learning about essence will help you first years begin understanding life and death to a certain level. His finger moved toward the books. I'm not saying reading these books will suddenly make you experts. It's far from it. He shook his head. They're your foundation. The first years listened carefully. Once you've developed that foundation, Professor Nine and we, the club members who have already reached a deeper level in these studies, will help you assimilate that knowledge into the activities we perform here. Luke gestured toward the two sections from the previous slide. Craft and research. That knowledge will eventually connect to what you build. His hand moved slightly. What you study and how you understand the subjects you're working with. Several students exchanged thoughtful glances. Yesterday, some of them had probably viewed the club's strange combination of crafted technology, monster skeletons, biological specimens, and Professor Nine's research on life and death as separate things. Now, the connection was beginning to become clearer. At least a little. But for now, Luke pointed firmly toward the holographic screen. Don't worry about the advanced parts. He smiled. Your job is simple. Study these books before our next club activity. Several first years immediately groaned under their breaths. More studying. One boy whispered. His friend nudged him. We're literally in an academy. I know, but still. Luke either didn't hear them or chose to ignore them. That's all for this section. Clap. 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 Applause suddenly came from the first-year section. More students joined. Within seconds, the sound filled the meeting room. Luke blinked before smiling. Thank you. He raised one hand in appreciation. The applause gradually faded. Okay. Letitia stepped forward. The easy smile she had worn while watching Luke disappeared slightly as she turned toward the second and third years. Her posture straightened. Second years and my senior third years. Several upperclassmen immediately recognized that tone. You'll be heading to the laboratories. A few students stood before she even finished, especially those assigned to the butchering room. Someone in the second year section sighed. Letitia heard it. Her eyes moved toward him. The student immediately stood straighter. We still have plenty of monster dismantling to do. She began listing the day's work. We also need to perform the usual checkups on the small organism farm inside the cold storage. Her fingers moved as she counted each responsibility. Then there's maintenance on the displays in the reception hall. Also, we shouldn't forget the old storage displays either. Several third years nodded. We need to begin selecting the ones we're going to sell during the club tournament. So I want the condition of every possible display checked before we make the final choices. The upperclassmen gradually began separating according to their assigned responsibilities. Letitia then turned toward the first years. And as for all of you, the first years looked toward her. Today, you'll be watching recorded videos of our previous club activities. She gestured toward the holographic screen. We want you to get a proper visual idea of what this club has done in the past, what our members usually work on, and what we're trying to achieve. That immediately sounded easier than dismantling monsters. Several first years visibly relaxed. One second year noticed. Don't look so happy. He pointed accusingly toward them. Your peaceful days won't last. A few first years laughed. Letitia shook her head with a smile. All right. She clapped once. Let's get to work, guys. Yes, ma'am. The response came from different parts of the meeting room. Several students laughed as soon as they finished shouting. The second and third years began leaving in groups, heading toward the laboratories, cold storage, butchering room, reception displays, and old storage area. The meeting room quickly became less crowded. Attendants belonging to the upperclassmen followed their respective masters and mistresses where necessary, while others remained behind. Letitia returned to the holographic controls. A few quick movements brought up the recorded club archives. The lights in the meeting room dimmed slightly as the first video appeared across the large holographic screen. The first years gradually settled again into their seats. Ezra leaned back slightly, his black eyes focusing on the footage as it began to play. Because for now, their work was simple. They only needed to watch, to understand what the craft and research seekers had already accomplished, and what kind of work would soon be expected from them.